of, the condition of my roof. To find out that yes, there was damage, I let my insurance company know what happened. So I did the paperwork with them. They were able to help me, like half of what the cost was. I say, well, I don't think this is enough money to fix my roof. That was really a terrible feeling because I'm thinking, okay, finding out that I was only going to get half of what the damage cost, I said, oh, wow. I just feel kind of devastated because I say, there's no way I can afford it. I heard on the news that the city of St. Pete had funds for Milton's damage for homeowners. So I thought, oh, wow, well, this is an answer to my prayers because I didn't know which way to go. So then I applied to the city of St. Pete, and the process was wonderful. Before you know it, they say, yes, you're approved, so they started the process on getting my roof done. I'm just very thankful for all the work that the city is doing in not only my situation, but everyone else, and that makes the everyone to kind of love St. Pete because it's such a good city. It's been a blessing to me and my family, and I'm very thankful for.
Thank you, Estella. Next is the Environment, Infrastructure, and Resilience pillar. The hurricanes of 2024 provided a powerful lesson on the need to invest in building a stronger city, a city with infrastructure built to handle the new challenges presented by our changing climate, including historic storm surge levels, record rain events, and increased tidal flooding. Over the past year, the city significantly advanced our commitment to environmental stewardship, resilient infrastructure, and long-term sustainability. Strategic investments in stormwater and coastal protection, coupled with forward-thinking planning, have made considerable strides to make us a more resilient community. To respond more effectively to climate challenges, the city accelerated resilience planning while working directly with neighborhoods most impacted by the storms. The city launched SPAR, the St. Pete Agile Resilience Plan, fast-tracking infrastructure projects and advancing more than $545 million in long-term budgeted investments to deliver protection sooner and strengthen long-term resilience. The Resilient St. Pete Neighborhood Pilot Project engaged residents in 9 flood-prone neighborhoods, combining listening sessions, walking tours, and hands-on workshops to better understand local flooding issues. The city prioritized repairing key facilities and strengthening infrastructure to better protect residents and prepare for the future storms that are inevitable. 89 resilience and infrastructure projects were completed, delivering more than $47 million in improvements while coming in $5.7 million under budget time. Storm-related repairs advanced steadily across major city facilities, with projects at Tropicana Field, Bear Creek Canal, Lake Vista Recreation Center, Fifth Avenue North Seawall, Eden Island Seawall, and Al Lang Stadium, all completed within budget. Critical infrastructure hardening continued at water and wastewater facilities, including elevating electrical equipment and installing flood barriers at the Northeast Water Reclamation Facility and Lift Station 85. And we launched major flood mitigation projects in some of the most storm-vulnerable areas, including Basin C improvements, pump station upgrades, lake enhancements, and new backflow preventer installations, with additional projects scheduled to begin in this fiscal year. We're also using new technology to help residents better understand flood risk and make informed decisions about their homes and neighborhoods. The city launched Prepare St. Pete, an easy-to-use online mapping tool that allows residents and businesses to view flood zones, evacuation areas, and other critical information in one place. We are also focused on helping residents recover, stabilize their homes, and reduce future risks. We invested $4.5 million in disaster relief and housing stabilization, launched a private lateral lines program for sewer lateral inspection and repair rebates, and completed an advanced metering infrastructure pilot for faster post-storm leak detection. The city also improved how residents and visitors move through our city by investing in transportation improvements. We converted 15 traffic signals in West St. Pete to real-time smart signals. We secured over $20 million in state funding for downtown's 3rd and 4th Streets two-way conversion. and expanded shared scooter options, which resulted in over 275,000 trips with vendor fees reinvested in citywide infrastructure. We modernized key facilities for better efficiency, sustainability, and reliable public services, especially during emergencies, including upgraded fleet facilities, a new laboratory at the Water Resource Department complex, and construction of the new Benjamin F. Shirley Sr. Building at the Joseph E. Savage Sanitation Complex, which consolidates sanitation department operations and serves as an emergency operations sub-center. Parks and Recreation continue to preserve natural spaces, enhance parkland, and incorporate environmentally friendly practices that protect habitats and improve quality of life for our residents. The city acquired additional parkland to expand green spaces at Puryear Park, Harbordale Park, and Bartlett Park. These expansions enhance recreational opportunities, provide more space for residents to enjoy, and support flood mitigation. Our St. Pete team's efforts are centered on building resiliency, championing innovation, protecting our environment, and fostering community engagement. The challenges we've long anticipated in this region are now undeniably here. Yet by working collaboratively, we are ensuring St. Pete remains a resilient, vibrant, and sustainable home for everyone. Now let's hear from Alex Green, who participated in the first phase of the Resilient St. Pete Action Plan.
The first storm that came through, we actually got 5.5 feet, almost 6 feet of storm surge. It did submerge my garage completely, and it was white capping into my neighbors' homes. I was very blessed and fortunate. Yes, I had to replace the roof, I had to redo the garage and the electrical, but that's nothing compared to the neighbors that were displaced. Being able to stand there and say, you work on your home, I'll work on the street, I'll work on the neighborhood, I'll work on the community for you, I think has been really beneficial. I think the city's finally taken it seriously. In 5 years, we are going to get very much needed infrastructure, at least in this area. And in the meantime, the city's working to do smaller projects. So I'm working with the Alley Works director, and we're going to start redoing some of the alleys in the area, which will definitely help with the grading of the stormwater. I will say the community here is phenomenal. Hey, Eugene, how you doing? All right, sounds good. I don't want my community or my street to achieve better without helping the street next to us. We're all in this together, so I think that's something to remember, just kindness, and I think that's why we've been able to get this small little neighborhood on the map for future improvements.
Thank you, Alex. Equitable economic development remains central to the city's commitment for a thriving St. Petersburg, where growth creates opportunity for everyone. Through creative programs that support inclusive development, targeted assistance to help residents rebuild, and continued investment in our vibrant arts scene, the city is working to ensure progress is shared across all communities. St. Pete sustained strong momentum in development and investment, reflecting a year defined by rebuilding, renewal, and continued confidence in the city's future. The building department processed more than 54,000 permits, representing $1.4 billion in construction activity. More than 100,000 inspections supported safe and efficient project delivery citywide. Commercial development advanced with 27 new commercial buildings, and neighborhood reinvestment continued through 8,700 residential and commercial renovation projects. Following the 2024 hurricanes, the city provided targeted permitting relief and direct financial support for residents and businesses to rebuild. By waiving fees for post-disaster emergency permits, the city issued over 15,600 permits, providing more than $3 million in fee relief. This accelerated citywide recovery, supporting over $315 million in storm-related construction. In 2025, the city advanced key infrastructure projects that improved access, mobility, and convenience for residents while supporting continued economic growth. A new parking garage opened in the Edge District, adding 400 public parking spaces and easing access to downtown. The city reached an agreement to acquire a 1-mile CSX rail segment, to extend the Booker Creek Trail north from the historic gas plant site, creating new recreational access and future commercial opportunities along the corridor. Bike share access expanded into Central and West St. Pete to give residents more flexible, affordable transportation options. The city supported St. Pete's thriving arts community by investing in artists, supporting small arts organizations, and expanding creative experiences for residents of all ages. The City of Writers Poetry Festival returned for its third year. The city invested $200,000 in 40 individual artist grants to support local artists, and 10 small nonprofit arts organizations received Level Up grants for community-based projects, youth programs, and cultural storytelling. The city also expanded business opportunities and workforce pathways by investing in small businesses, building capacity, and helping entrepreneurs grow. The South St. Petersburg CRA Microfund Program concluded after supporting 196 small businesses with education, mentoring, and $1.4 million to implement growth plans without upfront capital. 24 entrepreneurs graduated from the GROW program, gaining technical assistance to pursue city SBE MWBE certification. Expanded transit and new mobility partnerships increased access to work and school, reducing car dependence. Free PSTA passes supported more than 1,400 residents monthly, a 35% increase. Sunrunner service added 15-minute evening frequency on weekends, and agreements were finalized for year-round premium ferry service between downtown St. Pete and Tampa starting this year. And through our ARPA-funded shared services organization, 66 nonprofits receive free administrative and capacity building support to better serve our community. And now we'll hear, I heard a cheer, was that a cheer? And now we'll hear from Shared Services Organization participants Germano and Emma Coker, who run St. Pete Fight Club, a nonprofit martial arts school.
The Hypatia Collaborative is an organization that has facilitated us meeting different vendors to help us really address things that we really didn't know that we needed to address. They're, I would say, like a community for nonprofits that connects nonprofits together with other nonprofits to help us achieve our goals. I think it's extremely important to have initiatives like this. It's been just game-changing for us. If you're considering getting into the shared services offices, you should absolutely do it. If there's a way that this resource could remain something that nonprofits could continually tap into, that would be amazing. Because I feel like it's been a lifeline for us, and I'm sure it would do the same for countless other nonprofits who could use their help.
Thank you, Germano. Let me take a moment to recognize the people we met in the videos. Gabrielle, Melina, Estella, Alex, Germano, and Emma. Please stand so we can show you our appreciation. Thank you all. Thank you all. Now, I've only touched on some of the highlights from 2025. For a more comprehensive list, be sure to pick up a printed copy of the 2025 Progress Report or click on the QR code, which should be above me. Is it? Okay. Or go to stpete.org/mayor to see the digital version. Now, a look ahead. In 2026, we will continue to focus on the essential work of building a stronger, more resilient St. Pete. With our focus on inclusive progress, our priorities include supporting new technology and innovation, moving forward on major enterprise projects, including the Manhattan Casino and the Municipal Marina, preparing a $600 million referendum for water and stormwater infrastructure resilience, and continuing the housing opportunities for all program. Technology and innovation. This is not my grandfather's St. Pete anymore. St. Pete is entering a period of significant transformation driven by tech migration, infrastructure investments, and long-awaited redevelopment. And we are improving our own technology platforms as well, with the implementation of the Tyler Suite, replacing decades-old technology, impacting multiple systems from billing to permitting. The new technology will provide better functionality, customer experience, and reliability for our core systems. Moving on to enterprise projects. This year we celebrate progress on two key projects. The long-awaited reopening of the Manhattan Casino is more than just a restoration. It's the revival of a cultural landmark and anchor of the 22nd Street corridor. Its return honors the Deuce's legacy while creating new space for arts, culture, and economic opportunity. We anticipate the Manhattan Casino will open this summer. We also continue advancing the redevelopment of the St. Petersburg Municipal Marina with a long-term modernization plan to strengthen docks, infrastructure, and amenities, with another significant step happening this week with interviews of the design build team respondents to our request for qualifications. Together, these projects demonstrate our commitment to preserving what makes St. Pete special, while investing in resilient, forward-looking assets that support residents, visitors, and small businesses alike. In addition to technology and innovation, we're also focused on infrastructure resilience and our commitment to protecting our environment and working towards a more sustainable, resilient city. After the storms of 23 and 24, as we visited neighborhoods and in public conversations, we were often asked the question, what will the city do to deal with the flooding from storms, tidal flooding, and even heavy thunderstorms, flooding that we have not experienced on a regular basis in the past? The answer is straightforward. Our infrastructure needs to be substantially improved to meet the weather challenges that we are experiencing, including the storms of 2024. Now, past planning and investments did, in fact, take place, but the weather impacts that we are experiencing now simply are much greater than was forecast and require that we have a more agile and impactful response to meet our current and future challenges. To meet that goal, we're planning on asking the voters to approve a general obligation bond to fund approximately $600 million in sewer system upgrades, flooding solutions, and other neighborhood improvement projects. This is in addition to the work we've already completed. Under our St. Pete Agile Resilience Plan, or SPAR, we fast-tracked the completion of several infrastructure projects, but the resources needed to make a more substantial impact to deal with the water we're seeing now, to meet the objectives of the Stormwater Master Plan, require a higher level of funding. And we need the funding now, in the near term. The proposed SPAR bond funding will allow us to move forward more rapidly on the infrastructure improvements we need to handle the impacts of sea level rise, extreme weather, and flooding that we are experiencing in neighborhoods across the city, without relying exclusively on water and sewer rate increases to fund these projects. We're also moving forward with a $160 million partnership with the federal government through Community Development Block Grant Disaster Recovery Funding, which we call Sunrise St. Pete. This funding will support long-term recovery efforts from Hurricanes Idalia and Helene, with a substantial portion of that funding going to residents, including rehabilitation, reconstruction, and elevation assistance, reimbursement for repair, and disaster relief payments in the form of reimbursements for rent, mortgage, and utility payments. Now, St. Pete was one of only 2 Florida cities to directly receive this funding. After some delay because of the federal government shutdown, not this one, but the previous one, we have received final approval, and we anticipate initial disbursements of funds next month. Thanks to Administrator Amy Foster, Aubrey Phillips, David Thompson, Jess Rydell, all of our grants team and our supporting departments for your skill and commitment to substantially expand our grant awards to fund these essential projects. Please give them a hand. Finally, let's talk about housing. Across the nation, housing affordability is a huge challenge, and in St. Pete, we're impacted by this trend as well. We're working in partnership with the private sector, with federal, state, and local governments, and nonprofits to meet that challenge. This upcoming weekend, Habitat for Humanity is cutting the ribbon on The Grove 10 affordable townhomes for folks making 80% area median income. In the coming months, Deuce is rising with 24 townhomes, half at 80% AMI, half at 120, will be completed. We've made progress on a significant number of affordable housing projects recently, including the groundbreaking for Pelican Place townhomes with Habitat for Humanity Gulfside, which will offer 40 affordable home ownership opportunities, and the Fairfield Avenue Apartments, which will build 264 units, all of which are affordable or workforce housing. And another first for St. Pete, Fairfield Avenue Apartments is the first development in the state to take advantage of state legislation that provides flexibility to convert commercial or industrial land into affordable or workforce housing. Once again, St. Pete is leading the way. And we recently cut the ribbon on Skyway Lofts 2, another affordable housing partnership with Blue Sky Development, adding another 66 affordable units to Skyway Lofts 1, which is just 4 years old, for a total of 131 affordable units, units that will remain affordable for 99 years, thanks to Pinellas County's partnership. Thank you, Commissioner Flowers. And those are just some of the affordable housing successes that we've partnered in, and more are on the way. Right now, there are 238 workforce units and 571 affordable units under construction. Many of these units will come into completion before the end of the year. Developments like the Ed White campus, which will be home for seniors, Skytown, Vincentian Village, which will serve veterans, and Palm Lakes, which will serve families. Projects like these are essential to ensuring that our growth is equitable. They help us address the rising cost of living, preserve the character of our neighborhoods, and make sure that St. Pete's progress benefits the people who have built this community and contributed to our success. As you can see, our St. Pete team is making impactful progress every day. I'd like to express my thanks to everyone on our St. Pete team who keep our city running and who are setting the standard for public service. To my cabinet, including Administrator Rob Gerdes, Police Chief Anthony Holloway, Fire Rescue Chief Keith Watts, who is in Tallahassee right now, y'all pray for him, City Attorney Jackie Kovalarich, Chief of Staff Doyle Walls, to our City Council, to all of our administrators, the Mayor's Office staff, City Clerk's Office, Council Administration, our audit team, and all of your team members. You lead 3,800 employees who set the standard, who serve our city with excellence. And most of all, to every city employee in every department from accounting to zoning, A to Z. Thank you for your amazing work in service to our community 24/7, every day of the week. We have two new members of the team who I'd like to shout out to. First, Nathan Brummer, our new LGBTQ+ liaison. Nathan, where are you? I can't see anything, so I'm assuming, okay, they're pointing over there, okay. We were in Tallahassee last week, so we're still recovering, I get it. Nathan is a key addition, serving as our connector between government, community partners, and the LGBTQ community. His leadership and experience is helping us continue to advance equity and ensure that St. Pete remains a welcoming home for all. And next is Deneen Wyman, who brings a wealth of, where's Deneen? Oh, right next to Nathan, okay. Who brings a wealth of strategic community engagement experience with Pinellas County Schools now to our St. Pete team, and is now a community engagement coordinator in the mayor's office. Deneen, thank you for joining our team. I still get some shade when I walk into schools now, so I guess they're in their feelings, but glad to have you here. Now, one more thing. It has become a tradition, not by planning, but by circumstance, that I've concluded each State of the City address with remarks on the historic gas plant district development, and this year is no exception. Let's start with the near-term component. Tropicana Field and the amazing work of our team and our contractors to restore that iconic structure that symbolized the destruction brought by Hurricane Milton. After the storms, we made the difficult but responsible decision to repair Tropicana Field, protecting a major public asset, leveraging insurance, federal and state support, and meeting our contractual obligations to the Tampa Bay Rays. This was an historic undertaking, replacing an iconic fixed dome roof, coordinating structural assessments, managing global supply chains, working with the Rays and Major League Baseball on technical requirements, and sequencing interior restoration, all while maintaining strict timelines and budget discipline. This project required extraordinary focus and expertise, and personally prayer for a quiet 2025 hurricane season. Today, the roof has been fully replaced, the playing surface installed, and final interior work is underway, positioning the facility to reopen on schedule and under budget. I want to especially recognize Beth Herendine, Raul Quintana, Kat Corcoran, and City Development Administrator James Corbett and our city team for their professionalism and tenacity throughout this complex effort. Where are you, Beth and Kat? Probably working somewhere. Right over there? Okay. All right. Their steady leadership, along with our dedicated contractors, ensured that what could have been an ongoing and significant economic and community loss instead became a powerful example of excellence in project design and management, collaboration, and leadership. Kudos to our team. Now, let's talk longer term. Let me speak plainly and directly to the community about moving forward on the historic gas plant district development. Nearly 40 years after the original gas plant community was uprooted, we have before us a real opportunity, not simply to plan or convene yet again, but to act, to move forward, to finally transform vacant lots into assets that will benefit our community for generations to come. That is the path that I've consistently conveyed to council and to the public throughout the process of terminating the Hines-Rays agreements last summer. After terminating the agreements, receiving a viable unsolicited proposal, and extending the total time for alternative proposal submission, now is not the time to halt the process. Now, I agree that we should plan first, as some are calling for. In my view, other than the initial construction of Tropicana Field, which began 40 years ago in 1986, planning is in fact the only thing we've done on that site. Over the past decade, this site has been studied, discussed, and planned extensively, including the 2016 HKS master planning process, the 2020 Duke Energy Site Readiness Plan, the 2020 Tropicana Field Request for Proposals with a detailed development plan, the 2022 Historic Gas Plant RFP that concluded with a set of 12 agreements, including a detailed development plan approved by City Council in July of 2024, as well as our planning guidelines in the future land use code and our zoning guidelines that direct density and development, and the in-town and in-town west CRA development plans. We have planned extensively. We've also convened our community to hear what the community's priorities should be. In December 2021, as mayor-elect, before I was sworn in, we held community conversations in partnership with the Foundation for a Healthy St. Pete, CONA, SPC, and USF St. Pete, focused on the 5 pillars for progress. Tropicana Field development, as it was called then, was a topic that came up dozens of times from the attendees. For example, in response to a question concerning barriers to equitable development and business opportunities, one participant said, quote, "Nothing is occurring. As a child growing up in the Tropicana neighborhood, we did not benefit as we were told." Another participant said, quote, "We must acknowledge what happened to the Black community. 800 families kicked out, jobs and churches kicked out. Redevelopment of Tropicana Field deepens the issue. The political will to displace the district did exist. We need the same will, end quote. That was in December of 2021. 8 months later, after I was sworn in, we conducted a larger convening. Community conversations focused on the historic gas plant district. More than 1,000 attendees participated at locations across the city and virtually. Youth attended a special session at USF St. Pete. Once again, the community conveyed the same priorities. In fact, time after time, our community has consistently told us what the priorities for the historic gas plant redevelopment should be. I call it the J-HOP principles. Just think about J-HOP across the street, the middle school. Jobs, housing, economic opportunity, and honoring the promises made to the community. That's consistently what the community is asking for. The community benefits review process provided additional opportunities for public convening, public comment, and alignment of the proposed development with our community priorities. In 2024, after 4 public meetings, the Community Benefits Advisory Council approved the community benefits package. The community benefits process will apply to any proposal that is selected through the current review process. As mayor, I am comfortable that we understand what the public has consistently stated as priorities. I'm satisfied with the extensive outreach that we've done and the planning that was the basis for the agreements that we celebrated less than 2 years ago. And I'm compelled to honor the promise that I made as a candidate to move us forward on the development of this site if we have a proposal that meets our priorities. With the deadline for alternative proposals now passed and proposals received, a process that has been moving forward for several months, we will continue with a disciplined and transparent evaluation of what has been submitted. Any successful proposal must meet the guiding principles and the J-HOP priorities. Developers are not defining the vision. The people of St. Petersburg already have. Now, experience matters, and because we've already gone through this process, because I've served in elective office for some time, because I've been married for 35 years, I know there's a way to get things done. I know you need partnership, and I know power doesn't reside just in one place. I recognize and respect the City Council's role as an essential partner in this process, and I respectfully acknowledge the recent resolution calling for additional planning. So as we continue to evaluate proposals, we will make every reasonable effort to accommodate that request in a way that does not return us to paralysis or postpone the progress that may be possible. Initially with affordable housing and the new Woodson African American Museum, the first progress that this community will see after waiting generations to see promises fulfilled on this land. So in my direction, our team is actively working to understand the scope and objectives of the proposed additional planning and/or convenings called for by the resolution and identify next steps. As you know, I believe that leadership must be agile, especially in our current environment. I believe that we can address council concerns, be it planning or public safety infrastructure or any other issues mentioned at the recent city council meeting, without stopping a process that is already well underway. We can always improve the process. An administrator of mine once said, you don't have to be sick to get better. But we should not be distracted by the false ideal of a perfect plan, because perfection is in the eye of the beholder. We could easily spend years more debating where the puzzle pieces fit on these 86 acres and still have an asphalt desert instead of any tangible progress. I cannot support that path. The historic gas plant district is not just a redevelopment project. It is a test of whether we keep our promises, whether we are distracted by election year politics and political agendas, or as the citizen said at our community conversation in December of 2021, whether we have the political will to do the right thing. I believe St. Petersburg is ready to do the right thing and deliver on those promises. As I close, let me leave you with this. St. Petersburg is defined not by the challenges we face, but by the strength of our people and the direction we choose together. When storms tested us, this community showed its character. from removing record amounts of debris to repairing the trop, hardening our infrastructure, and successfully garnering record grant funding for our community. We've proven we can take on big, complex challenges successfully. And that same energy carries us forward. In the year ahead, we will continue doing the work that matters most, creating opportunity, protecting neighborhoods, strengthening infrastructure, expanding access, and ensuring that growth benefits everyone who calls this city home. We will stay focused, we will continue the work, and we will stay committed to progress that is principled, inclusive, and intentional. St. Pete, today the state of our city is strong, our future is bright, because we are St. Pete. May God keep you and God bless you. Thank you.
Everybody's got a thing, but some don't know how to handle it. Others reach out in vain, just taking the things that worth having. Don't you worry about it.
I'm Leo Anderson, co-owner of Taste of the Island Marketplace and Restaurant, 2231 34th Street South. I'm a family man and also a minister. I've been here in St. Pete now 5 years, and I've been loving it. Life here is great. It's a great place to live, great place to rear my family. This year makes 30 years that my family has actually been running the restaurant business in St. Pete. Started into it with my uncle, who's my partner in the business, who had the restaurant already, so I kind of bought into the restaurant. The idea of the grocery store was always there. It's just that we fast-tracked it because this was empty and it was right beside. So, came in and started doing, the reconnaissance and what it would take to get the market off the ground. We have a very friendly atmosphere. We have a very, very welcoming family atmosphere. That's number one. We pride ourselves in treating people good, whether you're paying us or not. We want you to feel at home. From spices to ground provisions to just snacks. We bring in chips from Jamaica. We bring in a lot of drinks from Jamaica. We bring in spices from Grenada. We bring in fresh soursop, which is a highly sought after item from Grenada and from Dominica. We really try to take the stuff that we're used to on the island and bringing it into St. Pete and let people who have tasted it or would like to try it, they can come on over and indulge. From customer to the generals in charge of running the city and so on, we have felt the presence and we feel welcome. As I say, it's a love affair. We are here to stay, really, in St. Pete. 30 years already and we're just getting started because, as you can see, what the family is trying to do is pass it from one generation to the next, and hopefully, God tarry, I'll be able to pass it to the next generation.
So a gentleman by the name of Percy Fansler had an idea of using an airplane, because back then a flight was basically just a novelty, right? So a lot of air shows and stuff like that, so that he had an idea of flying from point A to point B on a schedule, just like a train. Unheard of, but who the heck would do that? Nobody was gonna fly on a plane when you had a good old train. They arranged for Thomas Benoit and his airboat company to come to St. Petersburg. Roger and Tony Janis came with them, their chief pilot and mechanic / engineers. January 1st, 1914, they pushed that bad boy, that Benoit airboat, into the water, and 22.5 minutes later, landed in Tampa in the world's first commercial airline flight. Would you have flown in that plane?
I believe I would have. I think I would have.
So Bobby, I have heard the origin story of your relationship with Jamie and how that kept you here, but I don't think I've ever heard why you wanted to start the studio.
Well, you know, that's a very good question, but I think it stemmed most from, I mean, somebody told me this years later that Jamie was just trying to find something for me to do because Dave Ellis and myself, we had not fully formed what the studio would be. And Jim was out looking for a building, found this place, and we were calling it a theater, but not necessarily. And I had never run a nonprofit before. I'd worked for dozens of them, but I had never run one. And so I think it was a convergence of several things, and we just grew into it being what we now understand to be the studio, which is something David Ellis and myself never did an elevator speech or the one sound bite. It's many things. Lately, people have been calling it St. Petersburg's living room, which sounds nice. It's a home for the visual and performing arts, but it's evolved. But we never had a specific defining, we're gonna do this. It just evolved.
Fire Tech Echo, Engine 5, District 10, District 5, Engine 4, structure fire.
If you truly want to be part of the best, then St. Pete Fire Rescue's for you.
I love this job. We have no idea what's gonna happen every shift. We just go to work. We don't know when the wind's gonna come.
When the public calls on us, it's normally their darkest times and their darkest moments, and they depend on us.
We have to trust each other. In a fire, all we have is the team.
You know, we go into some very dangerous situations sometimes, so we need that feeling like there's someone there right along with you.
The spectrum of how we positively impact every person in our community is huge.
St. Petersburg Fire Rescue responds to over 60,000 calls per year. Of those 60,000 calls per year, over 70% are medically related.
We are fire and EMS. We are one team together, but we also have a lot of other avenues that a firefighter or firefighter paramedic can progress in their career.
St. Petersburg has specialty teams, technical rescue team, a dive team, and the hazardous materials team. So it's above and beyond the normal fire training that you get.
It takes a hardworking, selfless person with some good moral character. There's a lot of pride in this job and a lot of tradition that comes with it as well.
We're called to keep the citizens safe, but also keep each other safe. And you have to have that passion, that want to, that drive to not only do better, but be better.
I joined the military. I became a firefighter in the Air Force. It was a natural progression from the military service to a paramilitary organization such as St. Pete Fire Rescue.
The fire department is a semi-military organization, so we take direction through a chain of command. We train to an exhaustive level. We feel that the more you train, the better prepared you are to go.
I went through the cadet program. It was an awesome opportunity. Not only do they take you under their wing, they pay for your education, fire academy and EMT school.
We depend on each other. We live in an intimate setting. We live like in a house, and we're very much like a nuclear family.
It's brothers and sisters. We have our fun times. We like to play with each other. The best parts are always lunch and dinner, because when everyone sits at the table, we go over how our 2 days were when we got off, see what everyone's doing.
It's where you grow as a person. You kind of learn life lessons. Camaraderie is very important. It makes the job easier, not so much of a job.
You know, we're here every third day, so we treat this just like we treat our house. We have to clean the bathrooms just like we clean the bathrooms. Take out the trash, make sure it looks good. Clean the trucks, inventory the trucks. You take care of it just like you take care of your home.
Every station has gym with full equipment.
The department's training division is very involved in health and fitness initiative.
We have an extensive behavioral health program. We assess risk within the fire department in 3 main areas. One is behavioral health, physical fitness, and on-the-job duties that we do, and then in training.
In St. Petersburg Fire Rescue, it's important to us to have a fire response service that reflects the community that we serve.
St. Petersburg is a very diverse city, and we can all work to reach a common goal together.
We've had folks that come to us and reach out to us, and that's the kind of trust we're looking for with our public.
One of our biggest programs is our Home Safe program, which provides free smoke alarm installations to City of St. Petersburg homeowners. Another big component is public education and community outreach. We provide public education on fire safety and injury prevention to citizens of all ages.
To me, being on the front lines as a first responder, I'm blessed every single day. There's no better feeling when you lay your head down at night and you're like, wow, I really had a hand in helping.
It's hard work, but it's hard work towards doing something great.
I know for a fact that I work for a really good fire department. It's an extreme honor.
You want to do something you love, this is the place. If you want to be the best, this is the place. You can't get any better place to work.
I'm Dan Gulick. Join our team.
Hola, me llamo Teresa Bieber Rishi. Únete a nosotros.
제 이름은 김희경입니다. 세인트 피터스버그 소방관에 가입하세요.
I am Aaron Walton. Join our team.
I'm Jane Ordner, Parking Enforcement Officer. We're here to keep the traffic moving. That's our goal. Yes, we write parking tickets, but we really just want to keep the parking spaces open for everybody to patronize the businesses. If we weren't here, there'd be no parking ever. I mean, you gotta have some kind of compassion. You can't just be out there and hit them hard. If it's you and your vehicle's first ticket and you've spent $25 or more at a downtown business the same day as the ticket, you can get it voided. They'll ask you to bring in a copy of your receipt, your driver's license to the 301 Central, and they'll take care of it from there. Everybody makes mistakes. We want to have compassion for these people. For instance, if they have a discharge paper from the emergency room with their name on it with the date and time of the ticket, yes, they can get it voided also that way. One lady went in, she was in labor and her husband parked. Well, we voided his ticket too because he was there for the birth of his child. So it's really situation upon situation, but most of the time if they have discharge papers and they can prove it, it's usually voided. We know it's an inconvenience to get a ticket and it's kind of aggravating, but in the long run it goes to a good cause because it gives the city money to comply with ADA compliances, the sidewalks and all that good stuff to fix them and everything else. And then another portion goes to school crossing guards so we can make sure that every school has them. I've had a lot of positive interactions. For instance, sometimes I go down to the dog park in the afternoon to give the dogs treats. I enjoy interacting with the different people. I know a lot of the different restaurant owners, so just interacting with different people on a day-to-day basis. We're not out there to necessarily give the tickets, we would rather them move. And that's the most important thing is we want people to be able to come down and patronize a business without having to worry about parking. If we weren't here, that nobody would ever find a parking space. They would park there and they'd stay. They wouldn't move. So then if you want to go to a specific restaurant, you can't go because that parking's full all day. We're there for a reason.
Another great day in St. Pete. We're here at the St. Pete Yacht Club celebrating the 52nd Regatta del Sol Al Sol race. And it's also a celebration of our sister city relationship with Isla Mujeres and the country of Mexico.
Isla Mujeres and St. Petersburg are sister city. The main reason is La Regata de Sol a Sol. We are connected. We share culture.
It's really a great relationship that helps build economic trade and visitation between the two locations. And we want to continue to build on that relationship as we go forward. So it's a great celebration tonight.
Isla Mujeres and St. Petersburg have a long-standing relationship going back to 1969. This race started then, and it was one of a series of races from cities along the U.S. Gulf Coast going to Isla Mujeres. Right now, there's only 2 of those races that have survived to this day.
For St. Petersburg, that means we have 2 sister cities, Takamatsu, Japan, which is our oldest, and Isla Mujeres, which was started in 2016. I mean, it's really just a way to recognize the connections that we have with another city around the world and build that economic and cultural connection.
It's an amazing relationship. It's a great relationship. We have a great relationship with Mayor Welch. We have a lot of events together. And now, Association of Mexican Mayors has a recognition, an award, the name is ALMA, to Mayor Welch. The reason is the great relationship with Mexico.
We really want to be in touch and make sure that the entire world knows that we welcome everyone to participate with St. Pete in our economic growth and enjoying everything that St. Pete has.
Buen viaje. Bienvenidos a México.
My name is Catherine Washington, and I'm the first Black female firefighter for the city of St. Petersburg, Florida, and I'm very proud to be that and hold that title. A trailblazer is a person, and they go out and they do something that is mostly done by one gender. And they pierce that and they make something out of it that redistributed what people think of each other. I always wanted to kind of do what I call dangerous work. Something that somebody else didn't want to do, you know. So when my sister said, hey, they hiring, so I said, I want to go for the fire department. And I went. In this world, for me to be a firefighter, it was the most unique thing that I could ever think to be. Me being in the Army Reserve gave me a step up to think I could do way more things. I could lift the weights, I could come out of the building out of a window just like the man did, and that gave me the chance to do it. We used to have the Martin Luther King parade. One time, I didn't want to be in the parade, I wanted to see the parade. Well, I had these 3 African-American older females that I knew knock on my door and say to me, you do not miss another parade as long as you're on this department, because we have young girls out here who need to see you and know that they can aspire to be what you are. So don't be standing over here in the crowd with us. You be out there walking with them fellas. If I could say something to kids who think they can't aspire to be this because they have problems and they think those problems hold them down, don't let what you think you hold you back. Aspire to be what you want to be in spite of that. And then you can see yourself being somebody else.
name is Jeremiah Daniels, and I am the first African-American male salutatorian for the Boca Ciega High School. My definition of a trailblazer is somebody who breaks away from the norm to create their own path. They're not a trend follower, but they set their own trends. And the big thing about it is that not only do they do something new, but what they do is something that allows more people behind them to follow in their steps. Growing up, I would say the trailblazers in my life, I would say Jackie Robinson. When I was growing up, I played baseball, so that was a big part of my life. And knowing the role that Jackie Robinson played, that was obviously a big trailblazer to me. Throughout my 12 years of school, I've had pretty impactful mentors. My Algebra 1 honor teacher, her name was Ms. McAlpine. She gave me advice that would be greatly used during my high school career, even when I was back in middle school. And even now, I still keep in touch with her. I would definitely say there probably are some who see me and are inspired. I hope that by me doing just what I do, that I do inspire others. So that way not only they accomplish what I did, but do greater things above what I did. It's a phenomenal opportunity to be able to give the last few words to our graduating class and those in the stands.
Please welcome the first African-American male salutatorian in Boca Ciega history, Jeremiah Daniels.
It was a great experience. A little nerve-wracking being on the stage and seeing everybody, but once I did start talking, it all came out pretty smooth, and I'm just glad for the opportunity.
No matter where we go from this point, we must be tenacious.
Obstacles are in your life for you to overcome it. It's down to you to overcome it. There's support everywhere. You just gotta know where to look, and they can help you overcome the obstacles so you can do it. It's when you say you can't that you won't.
Like Moneybagg Yo said, hope for the best, prepare for the worst. However it comes, just know that I'm ready. Thank you. Have a great holiday.
We are here today to celebrate more than $10 million in community funding requests from the federal government that Congresswoman Kathy Castor will be submitting to the federal budget.
It's such an exciting time to be in St. Petersburg. The city is growing. There are all sorts of new small businesses opening, but we want to make sure that as the city grows and thrives, that everyone benefits, all parts of the community.
These projects are transformational projects, and they really cover so many different facets of the importance of the quality of life in the city of St. Petersburg. These are really going to be transformational.
It's amazing the diversity of the impact. Part of this is $5 million for stormwater infrastructure improvements to deal with heavier rains and sea level rise and flooding in parts of our community. Another $4 million is for affordable housing on the Deuces in the Sankofa project, and we know that housing affordability is a major issue in our community. And another $1.5 million is to plan for the conversion of Enoch Davis to a really impactful community center for innovation and opportunity that will be like nothing we've ever seen here in South St. Pete.
Collaboration is not something that you always see when it comes to governments working together, but I think City of St. Petersburg has gotten it right. We have in the past been very successful at utilizing federal funding to do the most good for the most residents, and that is what we are intending on doing here today.
Having grown up in this neighborhood, I know what this community center means. It's very old, but it still is a hub. You have seniors here, you have young people, you have community groups here, and folks ought to be able to come here and make themselves better, lift themselves up, have the modern tech, have the facilities that are attractive and that you would want to use. And so that kind of impact is going to affect opportunities for young folks and old folks throughout St. Petersburg.
So these are steps in the road to progress for St. Pete. Here in Sunshine City, the future is bright, but you've got to make sure that you're lifting everyone.
My name's Jason Farina. I'm an electrician 2, Parks and Rec. I run the bucket truck, the big bucket. So I basically take care of anything that's over 15 feet in the air, sports lighting, tennis courts, basketball courts, the decorative lighting, stuff like that. We're at Boyd Hill Nature Center, and we're retrofitting the parking lot lights with LED, so we're getting rid of the old inefficient HID lighting. Safer, better on the environment all the way around, so it's a win-win. I get a lot of one-on-one time with citizens when I'm out and about. You know, I like when they come up and ask me questions. I never have a problem talking with people. Anybody ever comes up and asks me questions, I'm more than helpful. Like the new LED lights and stuff, I get a lot of positive feedback from that. People feel safer and it makes for a nicer environment. You know, we have a lot of osprey nests and wildlife like that. Down at Lake Vista, I got to see the osprey from being eggs to being hatchlings. I watched the mom and dad teach them how to fly. It was pretty cool. Once you get up over 30 feet or so, it's like everything is quiet. You get to focus on me and my work without having to worry about what's going on down below. It's like a whole different world, you know?
Today, we had our Contracts and Contacts bus tour in partnership with PSTA and several other businesses and agencies in our area. While the city definitely has tons of opportunities for our small minority women-based businesses, it's no guarantee that you can get on a contract here or there. So they need to know about all the different opportunities that are available to them in our areas.
We want to invest into our community. So for us to educate them and them educate us, it's a win-win for both of us. We also find that the community, when they can actually put their stamp on a project and say, I was part of that, it's just a wonderful sense of accomplishment.
There is lots of opportunity out there, not just within the city, but around the city, in the county even, for them to get work and do work right here locally, close to them. We just want to make sure we have the engagement and increase the likelihood of small businesses being able to participate.
In order for us to help them, we provide ways in which we can just put the word out there of the work that they do, so that way they can be contracted and win these projects. It's easy to say, oh, that's a $200 million project, and they're not going to look at me. Well, you know what? They're looking for small businesses.
We did a lot of networking on each of the buses between the different groups, and there was a lot of really, really good conversation I heard being had. People was kind of saying like, oh, I could use you on this project, and I'm working on a project that I need this type of work on. And so those connections were going on, you know, even as we were riding the bus to the different stops.
It's a benefit to both the city and to us as business owners to come together, to network. After all, we live here, and so what better way to come together and make the city better than to use our talents and our skills and our expertise to make a positive difference.
It's been really exciting to see this program develop. We've been registered as a small business with the city for several years now. I'm really excited that they have expressed that commitment to encouraging small businesses like mine.
I think that it says that this city cares about its businesses and its minorities within the city.
For me, I feel like this is huge because a lot of times we hear people talk, but there's little action behind it. So this is a place where the talk and the actions align, where we see a real commitment from the city to increase the number of diverse suppliers and to create a pathway to allow us access to those opportunities.
We do plan on having a lot more creative, new types of events coming out of our office. So we're just looking forward to offer our business community something different and something that they can hopefully make new connections with.
Since I know we have one member coming in, we'll start with staff, if you don't mind, Tony.
Tony Chan, Economic Workforce Development Specialist.
Cassie Manansky, Economic Workforce Development Officer.
Kaylee Saganowski, Neighborhood Relations Manager.
Amy Foster, Housing and Neighborhood Services Administrator. I'm Fountain, Economic Workforce Coordinator.
George Smith, Chief Impact Officer.
Tracy Smith, Small Business Liaison and Greenhouse Manager.
Amber Sliker, Director of Housing and Community Development.
Joe Waugh, Neighborhood Services Manager Director.
Susie Ahon, Recovery and Facility Planning Manager.
Super, thank you all. And for the committee, I'll start. Kelly Kirshner, current chair of the CAC, I think, for one more meeting, Tony?
We'll have to take a look at
in
it.
January, maybe?
We'll review it.
All right, thank you.
Emily Socash, Vice Chair.
William Cloyd.
Aaron Santosis.
Pamela Smith.
Deirdre Crudup.
James Marzilli.
Thank you all. First up, we have approval of the November 4th minutes. If there are no omissions or corrections, edits to make, I'll entertain a motion to approve.
Move approval.
Is there a second?
Second.
So motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes in the affirmative as well. Motion carries unanimously. Mr. Channer, is there any public comment?
Yes, we do. We have two, unless there's anyone else who's interested in public comments. Thank you. Your timer right back there.
Appreciate it. First up, we have Jules Schneider.
Would it be okay
If you both want to come up, you can. We have two chairs.
Okay. I'll just read. So, good evening. My name is Lindsay Wolf. I live at 2439 4th Avenue South in Palmetto Park. And I'm here tonight representing the Palmetto Park Neighborhood Association. I am the president. I would like to start by thanking the City of St. Pete for expending all the resources for our neighborhood plan, both financial and human, that made this plan possible. It wasn't always a smooth journey to get here, but we persevered. And now we're ready to have the neighborhood plan progress through the approval and implementation process. We would like to give a special thanks to you, Ms. Foster, and your team for your leadership in getting the plan to its current state, ready to be approved. We believe the plan as written best represents the topics that the residents of Palmetto Park would like to see addressed through future projects during the next phase of this process and implementation. We look forward to working with the Neighborhood Relations Department, the South St. Pete CRA Advisory Committee, and the City Council to enable projects within the neighborhood to make Palmetto Park an improved and desired destination. Regarding the development and approval of the annual budget for the South St. Pete CRA, we would like to recommend the following: that the Housing and Neighborhood Revitalization category, specifically the Neighborhood Planning Program, be allocated at an annual budget between $2 million to $4 million. We would ask that this implementation starting in 2026 CRA budget. Per our understanding, the CRA revenue the past 3 years has seen an increase of approximately $3 million year over year. Based on a 2025 revenue of $17.8 million, it is expected that the 2026 revenue would come in at approximately $21 million. The $2 to $4 million recommendation represents between 10 to 20% of the total annual CRA revenue. We feel that this amount would enable a fair allocation to the expected 5 neighborhoods whose plans are slated to be approved this year or early next year. Once again, thank you to everyone that's been involved in creating this plan. And the Palmetto Park Neighborhood Association recommends that the plan as presented here tonight be approved.
Thank you very much, Ms. Wolf. Mr. Schneider.
Yeah, I'm not going to repeat a bunch of what Lindsay just said. Jules Schneider, 2424 4th Avenue South. I am on the board of the Neighborhood Association. And again, here just in support of approval of the plan as written. I will just foot stomp a little bit on the budget request. I believe there's probably 5 neighborhood plans one's approved. Ours is in the, process of being approved. And I think there's like 3 more coming up behind us soon. My recommendation would be $1 million per plan per year. So $5 million a year. And just to put a little bit of context around that, one of the things we have on our wish list is some crosswalks across First Avenue South. From the Campbell Park folks who are actively working through their list, I understand that a crosswalk across like First Avenue South is probably in the $300,000 to $400,000 cost to implement. So $1 million sounds like a lot, but that's 2 crosswalks annually. So again, I'm just here to recommend approval of the plan as written. And again, thank you to the city, especially the neighborhood relations team, for getting us to this point.
And I would just like to state for the record, so I'd allow the CRA staff to clarify anything that's necessary, but the 2026 budget has already been approved by council, right? We're in fiscal year 26.
Okay.
So amending fiscal year 26 budget
That's a problem.
is a heavy lift, and so I just wanted to state that for the record. Yeah.
Thank you for clarifying that, but we would welcome you to come next summer and bring that to this committee's attention again, and council as well, because that's when the budgetary deliberations are taking place before the start of the fiscal year, which is October 1. So
certainly.
Yeah. Thank you both.
Sure. Thank you.
That's a very good segue for the Palmetto Park Neighborhood Plan. Thank you.
Good evening, committee members. Again, Kaylee Saganowski, Neighborhood Relations Manager, and I'm here today to talk about the Palmetto Park Neighborhood Plan. So starting off by talking about some of the benefits of a neighborhood plan, it really helps us document the neighbors' shared vision and their priorities going forward, which is really helpful, again, during budget season. If we already have an idea of the projects that a neighborhood is seeking, we can better allocate resources to those projects ahead of time. And this process also helps us increase awareness about existing city programs, processes, and resources. It's not uncommon that we hear from residents that, oh, the city should have a program for XYZ, and it turns out we already have one. We just haven't been connected to those folks yet. So working with the neighborhoods to create this neighborhood plan really helps us connect all those dots on multiple fronts. This plan was created through the Neighborhood Planning Program, or the NPP. This was a program created in 2022 to help CRA neighborhoods reduce blight, preserve their identity, balance their growth with long-term stability, and improve their public infrastructure. And within the NPP, there's 3 separate funding buckets, if you will. The first is for neighborhood planning, so that's what allowed us to pay for the consultant to develop this plan. The consultant that we used was Inspire Placemaking out of Orlando, Florida. The second bucket is for project implementation funding. So we're going to talk at length at the end of the presentation about some of the recommendations for implementation ideas. But basically, as long as those ideas fall into one of these subcategories here, it's eligible to be paid for with CRA dollars. So this is some of those sidewalks that they were talking about and crosswalks and things like that. And then the last section here is the neighborhood traffic plan implementation funding. I know it can be a little bit confusing, but traffic plans are actually separate from neighborhood plans. But it does happen frequently that neighborhoods like to reassess and look at both at the same time. So if a neighborhood is looking at their traffic plan and decides, oh, we need more sidewalks, we need more crosswalks, there's also some CRA funding in the NPP that can help with those things. So the most important part, obviously, of creating a neighborhood plan is community input. So to that end, the Neighborhood Relations Department worked with the consultant to host 3 separate community workshops. There was also an online community survey that was available as a hard copy at some community events as well, and an interactive project website that had a pretty cool mapping feature where you could actually like zoom in on a specific intersection and leave your comments street by street. So it allowed residents to get really specific with their feedback. And then all three of these input strategies were advertised throughout the neighborhood with postcards, door hangers and flyers, and through the Neighborhood Association newsletter and Facebook pages. A quick look at our timeline here. We started initial online engagement in December of 2023, but really kicked off a more formal planning process with a meet and greet at the community garden in February of 2024. Then you see the dates for the 3 public workshops there. And we'll jump down to November 2025. That's actually when I started working a little bit more with the Palmetto Park neighborhood and incorporating their feedback into the plan before we moved onto this stage tonight. We're hoping for your approval of the plan tonight, and then given that, it will move forward to City Council for final approval on January 8th. So before we get into specifics of the neighborhood plan, I did want to show this map of the neighborhood situated within the CRA, just to really re-emphasize the great opportunities that lie within this neighborhood, given its proximity to the gas plant district and 22nd Street South Business District, also to businesses along Central and First Avenue South. There's just a lot of great opportunities to things within the neighborhood as well as nearby in the rest of the city. And so you'll see tonight one of the biggest themes that came out of this plan and the recommendations are related to connectivity. So how do we connect this neighborhood to the rest of the city? So strategic framework, this is just kind of an overview to explain kind of how the consultants structured the plan. So they divided it by looking at the neighborhood's streets, homes, and destinations, and then evaluated those 3 things across 5 key attributes here. So they look to see if they're connected, inclusive, if they're contributing positively to the neighborhood's well-being. Are these things resilient, and do they empower the residents of the neighborhood? So we're going to kind of go one by one. I'm going to tell you a little bit about the findings here, and then we'll talk about some of the strengths and challenges in each of those domains. So starting off with streets, the consultants utilized a lot of our GIS data as well as some field reviews and online surveys to gather information about streets, and found that the majority of Palmetto Park residents utilize their private vehicles to get around, and about 6% rely on public transit, another 6% on bike. And residents, again, are really stressing that need for greater connectivity and improved infrastructure to hopefully help increase those public transit and bike percentages. So some of the strengths identified in this domain are the large block sizes and historic brick streets, and some intersections that have already been improved through clear road markings or paved crosswalks that increases that safety for pedestrians. Residents also reported really enjoying the street art, especially along the Pinellas Trail. Some of the challenges in this domain include some deficiencies in bus stop infrastructure. So residents said they would like to see additional shade shelters, additional benches, and things like that. And while this is not something within the city's control, this is controlled completely by PSTA. We can obviously reach out to them, show them these findings, and see if we can work together to address this challenge. Some other issues here to address are some inconsistency in sidewalks. There are sections missing throughout the neighborhood, so residents are having to walk a little bit, cross the street, walk a little bit, and cross the street back again. And then a general lack of shade via street trees. Okay, so moving on to homes, as you can see here in this infographic, the majority of residents live in single-family homes within Palmetto Park, but there is a slowly increasing number of duplexes and units of 10-plus units. And this was identified as one of the biggest strengths by the consultant in this area, is some of those high-density housing units, as well as a lot of the residential proximity to businesses on Central and the First Avenue. Some challenges here are some of the same challenges we're seeing throughout the entire city. Some affordability issues, residents, long-term residents being priced out as new development kind of takes over, and then how does that legacy development look visually next to the modern redevelopment without any type of visual buffer. Some variability in owner upkeep, which we can address through our code enforcement process, and then some things specific to some specific parcels in the area that are directly across the street from industrial uses, or some homes whose primary access is through unpaved alleys. Okay, and then our final domain here is destinations. There's a lot of great destinations within the neighborhood. They've got the Palmetto Park Playground and Community Garden, and then a lot of great destinations kind of along the north border with the Grand Central District shops and restaurants, and along the southern border with the Pinellas Trail and a lot of other art destinations. So residents really reported enjoying that strong creative and cultural identity that comes with those clusters of cafe, retail, and creative studios, but expressed some frustrations related to underutilized or vacant parcels, and that leading to concerns with illegal dumping and other safety concerns. So I'm not going to read this whole table here, but I did want to show you this slide first as something that you can kind of reference back to as we go through the implementation strategies. Tonight we're not only looking for your approval of the plan, but also your finding of its consistency with the South St. Pete CRA plan. So this can kind of help crosswalk between those things. So we're going to talk in more detail about all those potential projects that you see there, and then the right-hand column can point you to where those align within the South St. Pete CRA plan. Okay, so implementation strategies. When consultants develop the plan, they kind of split it into 3 separate buckets: strategic initiatives, capital improvement projects, and programming initiatives. So some things are concrete projects, some are more idea stage, but since there was a lot of overlap and we don't have an unlimited amount of time tonight, I tried to kind of condense all 3 of those into the next 3 slides. So you'll see some things are more concrete and some are more big idea stages. So everything here on this first slide of implementation ideas is related to connectivity. So again, complete streets. This might include things like sidewalk repair or installation, adding additional bike lanes where feasible, addressing some of those bus shelter and additional programming needs, and then more signalized crosswalks, specifically on 1st and 5th Avenue South. It could also include some intersection improvements, like raised intersections, adding additional lighting and shade trees on 1st and 5th Avenue South, and 28th and 31st Streets South. And then Pinellas Trail improvements. So how can we increase the connectivity of the neighborhood streets to the trail? And are we able to add any additional amenities along the trail, like benches, pavilions, or maybe even outdoor fitness stations, picnic areas, and dog amenities? Wayfinding and gateway signage, these are kind of related to connectivity as well. These would not only welcome people to the neighborhood and really help increase the sense of place of the neighborhood, but it would also help people get around. So people coming off of the Pinellas Trail that maybe aren't as familiar with the neighborhood, additional signage would help point them to some of those destinations. Residents reported that they would also like to see improved recreational amenities, which could include things from increasing the overall green space to improving the existing playground and community garden, or potentially even adding a new dog park, a fitness station, or ball courts. Improved food access, this is another one that is a little more theoretical right now. It could be something on the smaller scale, from hosting additional pop-up farmers markets, or something on the larger scale, like acquiring additional land and having additional community gardens, or working with the private sector to increase grocery options throughout the neighborhood. Okay, and our last slide here of implementation ideas. Again, housing affordability is a big issue everywhere in our city, so residents would like to see more mixed-use, multifamily infill development in the neighborhood. They also requested help with addressing illegal dumping, which we can work on with our sanitation and police departments, and general safety concerns. One of the #1 ways that we address these concerns is through implementing CPTED strategies. If you're unfamiliar with that term, it stands for Crime Prevention Through Environmental Design. And so this includes things that are kind of simple, but actually work really well at preventing crime. So like additional lighting, security cameras, and even properly maintaining landscaping when people are looking at sites to commit crimes or illegally dump. Having these things really prevents and deters them to different sites. So the Neighborhood Relations Department can go out to a Palmetto Park neighborhood meeting and work with residents and local businesses to help them understand these strategies and how to implement them. And then finally, public realm improvements, which might include things like repair and preservation of brick streets and or hazardous sidewalks. So where do we go from here? What are the next steps, and how do we start to fund some of these projects? Again, with your approval tonight, this will move forward to City Council for final approval on January 8th. And then we currently have 3 potential sources to fund these projects. The first 2 that you see here on the screen are part of the neighborhood relations budget. There's the neighborhood enhancement project funds. This is for capital improvement projects, $50,000 and above. And then for smaller projects, we have the neighborhood partnership matching grant, which funds projects up to $20,000, and we do require a match for that from the neighborhood, but not matched monetarily. It's matched through volunteer hours. And then the final option is funding through the CRA budget, which is what our public speakers were referring to tonight. The neighborhood planning program funds, increasing the budget there would allow us to accomplish more of these things. So I know that was a lot of information, but I'm here to answer any questions. And this is actually only my 3rd week here, so we also have the former director here to answer any questions if I need some help.
Thank you very much. It's a great job for only being here 3 weeks. Really appreciate it. Any questions? Yes, James.
I have a question about the lighting that's going to be, I assume, installed. Are you going to be using full cutoff fixtures for pedestrian level lighting?
That is a recommendation in the SEPTED strategies, so something we would recommend. There isn't any recommended strategies for the city to install lighting, but that is something we'd recommend to private property owners.
Great. Private property owners? What about the increased lighting that's suggested in here?
Yes, you're correct. If we did install any new lighting in the right-of-way, it would be full cutoff.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions?
I guess this one question, it could be a little bit out of scope in terms of transportation projects and things that could be coming down the pipe just for the community in general with the potential for school closures. I don't know if everybody's heard about that with Pinellas County and the populations within the schools and where those students and their families would then be moved. I guess I'm just wondering about being proactive in those projects of the transportation of the streets and things like that, should traffic pick up in that area if schools, with low enrollment were to close specifically here in South St. Pete at Lakewood and students being transferred to Gibbs or to St. Pete High.
That's a great thought. To my knowledge, it hasn't been considered just yet, but.
Michelle, would you like to speak to that? Sure. Can you repeat the question? The consideration of school closures and
traffic picking up and transportation and bus and the fleet utilizing that space much more should students from Lakewood be transferred to St. Pete High or to Gibbs High School in the area.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Cheryl Stacks, Transportation and Parking Management Department. The school district itself also has transportation staff and planners and student accounts. So they're going to be working on that, and they'll reach out to the city in discussions with that. If school sites are to be repurposed, typically then we'll do a site-specific transportation and traffic analysis that looks at the trips that would be generated by a different use on that property, and potentially also the increase of traffic in other campuses. For example, if the amount of busing changes at a particular school or those kinds of things, we typically would work with the school district on a traffic study, or if they end up repurposing that property for housing, for example, or something like that, we would work with them and require a traffic study, in which case we would have that kind of trip generation and analysis. But we haven't gotten too far with them in the process. I know they're early in the process of considering potential changes, but they're a good partner to us, so we expect that they'll be communicating with us, and there'll be some activity associated with that. So great question. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you.
Other questions?
I have a curiosity around one of the concerns that sounds like bubbled up was around housing affordability. And I'm curious if in this particular neighborhood, if affordability is significantly different in terms of how housing affordability has changed over the years than the remainder, the other areas of the CRA, or even citywide. It feels like it's a common theme. Housing affordability is a concern, but is this particularly an outlier, or does it track with the rest of the CRA?
I think I'll take that question. I think generally, the city plans for housing affordability across the entire city, right? We work to bring affordable housing online in all kinds of places. The CRA is a significant resource for our dollars to provide gap financing. But generally, as a whole, I would say, as a philosophical concern and a planning concern, there is significant gentrification and displacement happening across the CRA.
So not specifically, though, in this neighborhood? Just
Not,
okay.
not specifically in Palmetto Park. I'd say Palmetto Park is probably ahead of that curve compared to some other neighborhoods that we saw that happen 5 or 10 years ago, and we're too late to, I don't ever want to say it's too late, but we're further in that process than we are in some of our other neighborhoods. And we have proposed multiple grants to try and help neighborhoods with displacement and help neighborhoods be sure that they are engaging the legacy residents. We haven't been successful in securing any of that grant funding yet, but it's something on our mind, and we're always looking to other cities to make sure that as we grow, we are considering the residents that help make who we are today, so that that displacement is considered in the changes that are happening.
When you say going for that grant funding, are you talking federal HUD dollars, state dollars?
We have looked at federal and state dollars. We've also applied locally to the Foundation for Healthy St. Pete. I know that you recently heard about, I think at your last meeting, you had Policy Partners report on some of their own studies about what's happening. And so it's, something we're always talking about.
Yeah.
Has there been discussion, you mentioned the foundation, has there been discussion with the Urban League as well? Or?
I mean, we meet with the Urban League and plan collaborative projects with them, right? But not specifically for them to do any work for the city around this specifically.
Yeah. The only last question I have was, I remember seeing, I can't pull it up that fast, but was the change in diversity, the population of the black population and the white population from 21% to 53%. How current was that?
I believe it's from 2023. I can get you the exact year.
Okay, so it's probably, could be very different.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think why, it's why some of the programs that you have recommended for funding in the CRA budget is so important to the administration, right? So in the past, under different mayors and leadership, the focus has mostly been on multifamily units. Under Mayor Welch, the focus, there's plenty of multifamily units that are in the pipeline, more than 2,000, but there's also been a significant investment and focus using the CRA budget on wealth creation through affordable home ownership, right? So that's a key strategy in the CRA budget that we are hoping helps people afford housing. And in addition to that, there's also the RAP program and some of the other programs that help people who are in their homes stay in their homes, because we want to make sure that, they're not selling auntie's home, grandma's home, their own home, and they're able to then tap into the equity in their home. We also have a probate program that the CRA has funded that helps ensure that people are untangling probate issues. I know in Campbell Park, for example, more than 150 homes are tied up in probate, specifically just in that one neighborhood. And so those are the types of things that we're looking at to try and help address the displacement issues.
Thank you.
So going back to Ms. Wolf and Mr. Schneider's comments regarding budgetary allocation, so we have a understanding, what is the annual allocation now for neighborhood enhancement project funds citywide?
For the neighborhood planning program specifically?
Yeah, when we talk about next steps, which was the last slide,
Yeah.
it said we have, I guess, 3 potential buckets of money that include CRA budget, neighborhood enhancement project funds, and neighborhood relations budget.
I can do the neighborhood planning one.
Okay.
Yeah, so we have about 1.6 million in the neighborhood planning program right now, but some of that is already committed to existing processes. So we're going through the neighborhood plan implementation process for a different neighborhood right now who has submitted applications. So that's about 500,000, but it's 1.6 total, and some of that is also tied up in paying off some other executed agreements for other neighborhoods to develop their plans.
And does the city, sorry,
Go ahead.
does the city have, a procedure that there's only 2 neighborhoods per year that are pushed through the system, or? Yeah.
There's not a system like that currently in place. So just to kind of expand off the budget a little bit, there is 1.6 million in there right now, but 500,000 of that has already been promised to the Campbell Park neighborhood for their neighborhood traffic plan implementation. And then next week, we're actually having a separate Sunshine Committee where members will vote on how to spend another $500,000 in Campbell Park. So they kind of got lucky because they're the guinea pig that gets to go through this cycle. But assuming all of the projects that they applied for fall within our program guidelines and the committee approves of it, Campbell Park will likely be receiving about $1 million in improvements, which leaves about 500,000 left in the budget to potentially be split next year among 5 neighborhoods. Because as it sits right now, Campbell Park would be eligible again. Palmetto Park will now be eligible if this passes. And then we have 13th Street Heights, Woodlawn, and Melrose Mercy that we also intend to bring through this committee probably first quarter of 2026. So we're aware of these equity concerns. We have already been talking to residents about how we can make that process a little bit more fair now that more neighborhoods are going to be eligible. Our focus on the first round was really just getting the money out the door, but now that there is going to be so many more players, we have to figure out a better system for that. But obviously, if there was more money, that would help too.
I think one of the things too, Kelly, that we've talked about is, I think neighborhoods have heard about the neighborhood planning program, and again, when changes are happening, having a neighborhood plan will help. But I think there's also a lot of interest in the planning program because of the money related to the implementation of the planning specifically. And so I think we have to come up with a kind of rubric and criteria for how we determine who gets a neighborhood plan moving forward. Our initial thoughts when this started a couple years ago was we wanted to make sure the neighborhoods that were near the historic gas plant, knowing that that area was going to be redeveloped, we wanted to ensure that they had neighborhood plans so that we would be able to address any impacts that may happen. Now that we're kind of through that and going through this guinea pig process pilot program, now it's time for us to kind of take our pencil to paper again and think about a rubric and criteria of not everybody in the city is going to be eligible for a neighborhood plan, right? Historic Kenwood has approached us and I kind of said, sorry, you're doing okay, right? You're not going to be the first neighborhood that we're going to do a neighborhood plan for. The neighborhoods that we are in the planning process right now were the neighborhoods that we felt like really needed that additional support. And then post these 5, we are not undertaking new planning at this time. We want to develop that process and then be really clear to everybody moving forward. Here's what the planning process should look like. And here's the timeline it would take. Here's what is in the MOU that is your responsibility as a neighborhood. Here's what our responsibility as a neighborhood relations department is, and here is what the consultant's responsibility is. So everybody can kind of go into that process eyes wide open and know whether it takes 9 months or 18 months, which will then give you as a committee a much better kind of runway to decide that CRA budget with. And so it does sound like we have a ton of neighborhoods who are going to be eligible for a grant program and the timing doesn't match up. But I actually think the timing is going to be fine because this is our first cycle. They're going to be decided in January-ish, right? We'll open up that cycle again next fall. And we have time in your budgeting process in the summer to determine what fiscal year 27 should look like, to then move forward with that next round of funding. So it's something that's on our mind, but I think there's time for the full cycle to happen.
Got it. Thank you. Glad you're here. So just for clarity in all of us, 1.6 million in the neighborhood planning program that's out of the CRA budget. External from CRA budget, is the city putting in additional funds, or this is?
There's funding available for neighborhood improvements through the neighborhood relations budget. That first bullet there, the enhancement project funds in FY26, there's about 325,000 there. And then in the partnership matching grant, again, this is only up to 20,000 per neighborhood, but I believe there's about 250,000 sitting there in FY26.
Got it.
Now, is that there potential for that to be reallocated based on the usage from each neighborhood? Though I'm going to assume that every neighborhood is going to use every dollar. But is there potential for that to be reallocated, that 250,000?
Yeah, I think that we can move it around however we see fit based on demand.
I'd have to ask legal for some advice on that, right? Council approves a budget in certain categories, and sometimes there is the ability to move things around, and sometimes it's a little less flexible. So it would depend on the situation.
Got it. And that's what I was thinking too with that 1.6 that comes out of the 16.7 for the housing and neighborhood. I imagine the 14.4 for the redevelopment loan program is pretty much already allocated, more or less. That's like pretty cut and dry. I feel like it probably is. I thought that same thing could fall into that 1.6 to take it to 2 to 4 at the end of the fiscal year, seeing where we're at.
Yeah, I mean, just to give you an idea of how popular the CRA is right now, we met with the CRA team earlier today. We have $3 million in the budget for affordable housing in fiscal year 26. We have $36 million worth of requests. So there is no shortage of needs, right? So we're balancing the requests from neighborhoods for capital improvements along with, getting at the root cause of some of the issues. And those are only 2 small programs in the same line item that you approved the budget for. There's no shortage of interest in the CRA for sure.
I'll also add on to that. During this neighborhood planning process, city staff is very engaged from various departments, and so we're hearing these needs, and it doesn't mean that we're not looking in the general fund for other funding mechanisms that aren't these 3 funding mechanisms. A lot of the same ideas that came in this neighborhood plan have also been incorporated into other planning studies, so then we start looking for other sources. So it's not like this is the only way to fund all of these priorities.
Yeah, but to kind of level set expectations here, though, we lost $1 billion worth of taxable revenue after the storms, right? We don't anticipate with Save Our Homes cap for that to go up overnight. And as all of you are citizens, we might need your help with some advocacy should the state take away our ability to tax our residents. So, the next year's budget to look in the general fund is not going to be easy to do. We're anticipating a significant shortfall, just as we had to close that gap this year based on that change in taxable revenue. And, we expect that to come for many future years.
I have a question. Is there an automatic committee or process to where people, you mentioned probate and also the RAP program, so before people are getting into probate or losing their homes, do you have a committee that automatically helps them, like a trigger before? Because I know there's plenty of people trying to get their home, so do you have an automatic committee that steps in?
So there's not a committee, however, that is the function of the housing department. Now, they're not going to know that somebody's preying upon people and trying to get their home, right? But, we do a lot of kind of cross-functional work between housing and codes, for example. So if codes is aware that a home is tied up in probate because of the work they're doing, they'll refer them to housing for those additional supports. And then neighborhood relations also sometimes is aware from door knocking or other things that they've done that there's a particular challenge and will lift that up to the right department. Our neighborhoods are also a big part of that. I see Franklin in the audience, and I know Campbell Park, for example, has knocked on all 150 doors that their homes are tied up in probate to say, the city has a program. Are you interested in getting that assistance? And one of the things we find, which is why I mentioned neighborhoods being a part of that process, is people are distrustful of government. If I show up at the door, they don't want to see me. But if you, their neighbor, knocking on the door and say, hey, I know about this thing, sometimes they're a little more willing to have that conversation.
Great. If there's no other questions, I'll entertain a motion to approve of the Palmetto Park Neighborhood Plan.
Motion to approve.
The motion, is there a second?
Second.
Motion is second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
I'm sorry, who second?
We have a tie.
We did have
And chair votes in the affirmative. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you all, staff and neighbors as well, for being present. Next up, we have an update on the Connecting South St. Pete CRA planning study.
I'll kick us up while Steve comes up. So this is the same study that we mentioned to you all. Cheryl came and spoke about it last month. It's been ongoing for a while. Steve is here from HDR Consulting. So with a lot of our planning processes, often the city will, or in this case PSTA, our partner in this effort, will hire a planning consultant to kind of oversee the planning process. So we've invited Steve here today to talk to you about the planning process thus far and just kind of report out and see if you guys have any questions or concerns.
So, this is good?
Yep, and then you should be able to just hit, there you go.
I think the front end slides here are really about the sort of scale and focus of the study overall. You may have seen this presented before. I don't know, Cheryl, did you cover a lot of basics? So I'll skip through this quickly and we can circle back if questions. What I want to get into is where we stand now with the study. We've moved through 3 phases of public engagement. We've done a lot of analytical work to try to figure out how to focus attention on core locations and core kinds of problems that we've identified through our analysis, but also the community has pointed us toward as significant concerns for them. So we're trying to bring those 2 pieces together, and that's a lot of where we are in the study right now. So it's looking at discovering new ways. Let me get the right button. New ways to improve walking, biking, and transit access. So it's mostly active transportation and access to transit, both within the vicinity of transit stops to make that connection better to destinations, what we call, sort of quarter mile, half mile trip from the stop to destinations. And then generally, and this has evolved as we've gone through the study, but people have focused really heavily on accessibility along commercial corridors. So a lot of our research and analysis has been focused on the commercial corridors. So as Cassidy said, this is a PSTA project in partnership with the CRA, with the City of St. Pete, with Florida DOT. It's partially funded through an FTA grant. This is a major grant program that's supporting projects around the country with a similar scope and focus. It's a basic 3-phase planning process. The first phase was discovery, where we started to do our research about existing conditions, but we also have listening sessions with stakeholder groups, and we participated in a few pop-up events and neighborhood association events in the communities. And communities, because as we know, South St. Pete is such a big area. It would be the 3rd largest city in Pinellas County if it was an independent city. It's not easy to think about it as one place or one community. There's a lot of diversity within the communities, and we've really tried to understand that as we've gone through the study. Visioning and planning is sort of move into understanding issues and thinking about strategies to address those issues. In that, we call that our phase 2 workshop sequence or engagement sequence, we had larger scale issues and ideas workshops. We had a series of what we called walk shops and bike shops, but also a bus, if we called it a bus shop, I guess we could, where we brought community members with us to look at different portions of the community through different means of getting around. And then we had a very well-received and well-used online mapping tool to get both clarity on the spatial distribution of issues, ideas, and the spatial distribution of specific proposals that people wanted to make. The phase that we're in now, and we're cleaning up our work to present the planned recommendations, but the projects of priorities to look at a whole range of kinds of projects that could be delivered across the community, start to figure out what people's most, what the priorities are for those projects broadly. So it's 300 and some individual discrete projects packaged together, and we ask people to provide comment on those. We are moving into some quick pilot studies or concept planning exercises so we can take a few of those high priority projects into a preliminary stage of design and cost estimating so we can attach those more closely to project funding. And then that's the funding strategies is the real key of connecting individual projects with different strategies in a similar way that you just talked about for Palmetto Park. The vision, it's about safe and easy access, about better options, and about equitable outcomes. That a lot of the projects we've identified are addressing historic and persistent barriers to access across the CRA and between the CRA neighborhoods and destinations outside the CRA. We developed to support the engagement activities, we developed a quick mobility toolkit to show the different kinds of possible improvements and help people understand kind of scale and nature of those changes so they would understand if we talked about a new crosswalk, we could show them an image of it, we could show them some local examples of where that sort of improvement existed. These are sketches that we used for the phase 2 public engagement to give people an idea of how different projects could be developed, and these were also based on quick sketches of existing locations. So these are kind of real life examples of how different improvements could fit in different places. The phase 1 engagement, and I think you went through this in detail.
Yes.
The engagement activities. So this was around pop-up events and the listening sessions. The second round of engagement was the series of issues and ideas workshops. We had about 100 participants over 3 different sessions, both evening and daytime sessions across the communities. We had the mobile workshops where we invited through connections in the community folks to come join us in walking along corridors, biking from destination to destination, and taking the bus and stopping at some spots to talk about specific locations. And then the online map tool, this was a tool that allows people to drop a pin on the map and tell us, either use the pin to explain something or add a note to elaborate on a comment. So we have both it also allowed us to bring together the comments that we received in the workshop. So if people put a note on a map, we entered those into this tool. So we collected those in one place so we can analyze them. So we can analyze them by topic, by heat map for spatial distribution and other methods. And we've gone back to that recently and are looking at that along with the most recent phase of engagement. That's phase 3. These are ones that were held in the last couple weeks. 2 larger scale workshops, plus a survey tool, asking questions again about priorities, but also drilling in quarter by quarter and talking about improvements in specific locations. So we had about 30 locations we identified as potential priorities and got feedback on those locations. And then we had, I think it's 117 comments entered in, add additional ideas. So people were not shy about loading up with additional notes and comments. So we also had feedback from the workshops and on the online tool. This just closed today, and we're starting to analyze this data more carefully. The takeaways I think are somewhat obvious, but they really started to cluster around key locations in the community. So there's People talked about concerns about speeding and about safety, walking and biking. They talked about bus access issues, both sort of the physical access to the stop and then the quality of the stop itself. There's some of the higher use bus stops in the south half of the county exist in South St. Pete. So there are some heavily used stops, but there are also stops without decent facilities. So they have lighting issues, they have shade issues, they have accessibility across the street issues. There was, in terms of spatial focus, there was a lot of concern and comment about Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Street South, especially the north end of the corridor from around 9th to around 14th and Melrose, where the neighborhood Greenway crosses. There were multiple comments on 18th Avenue South from Martin Luther King west to around 22nd, and then pulse points further west on 34th. 34th obviously comes up as a hotspot when we look at crash. And we isolate bike and ped crashes. We also see those hotspots. It's not just vehicles hitting vehicles, it's vehicles hitting people on bikes. There have been improvements with some of the DOT work, but there's still work to do there. But in terms of the neighborhood serving commercial districts specifically, we've gotten the most direct feedback on Martin Luther King Jr. Street South, on 18th Avenue South, and then 22nd and 16th also came up as concerns. 16th had work done 25 plus years ago, but a lot of that work could use a refresh. So there's some older and existing crosswalk conditions that don't comply with current standards. There's possibly some low-cost improvements that could address those conditions. And then 22nd Street South has been picked up through other studies, as has 49th Street South. So there's already planning work done for those. We're not trying to displace the focus of that work or the priorities for that work. We want to make sure that we build it into the plan that we present so nothing gets lost there. We did go through the comments on the current survey, and a couple of things, and I think it has to do with the time of year. There's a lot more comments about lighting, and there's a lot more comments about safety and transit accessibility. So I think people are thinking about how they get the stops, and they're experiencing it in the dark more often, and so they're raising questions about it. So I think it's probably a time of year issue that has pulled that more toward the top of the list of concerns. So the short list of priority projects, they're priority projects that we can take into concept development. So it's not that projects that aren't on the list won't be advanced. It's that these will have a little boost getting closer to eligibility for an existing program or for grant funding. So we have some resources in the budget to queue projects up to get them a little further down the pike for implementation. For those, we'll prepare sketch concept plans and cost estimates to try to get those close to ready to move forward. And then we're working through the project documentation and final presentation material now, so we should be back to you all in a month with a final presentation of the study.
Thank you, Steve. Any questions?
So with project priorities, when we're kind of saying priorities, obviously you see they're low-hanging fruit, things that we could do like more or less now. But when we say that, is it more of like, I guess, total structure, like specifically on bike lanes, specifically on sidewalks? Is it specifically 22nd and 49th? Is it specifically 18th? When we're kind of thinking about where that's going to go, is it as much as we can across the board or isolated in different pockets of what is needed most?
I think it's not just a good question, it's probably the question to ask about where we're headed. We use the feedback that we received to try to focus on the locations that people felt were neglected or needed more to be addressed more quickly. So there's one dimension of it is sort of responsive to those comments that we received, and that's what I mentioned about Martin Luther King Jr. Street South and 18th Avenue South. The other dimension is that there's corridors like 49th Street South and 22nd Street South that have been addressed in planning, that there's projects that are advancing, so we don't think it's the best place to focus our resources through this study. If we can move something along that's been neglected. And then for Martin Luther King Jr. Street South and for 18th Avenue South, they both need sort of an ultimate vision developed for those corridors that's going to be quite costly to deliver improvements. So if Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Street South were to be lane repurposed to bring that down to one lane in each direction with a turn lane and bike lanes, that's something that we can't do in a quick concept development study. That's got to be taken on as its own project. So for us, that's really important, but we can't move that forward with our resources as part of the study. We need to highlight that as an ultimate project. So we're looking at interim improvements to solve existing problems, minimize the amount of throwaway or redo if it moves into a larger project. So when we think about both Martin Luther King Jr. South and 18th Avenue South, we're looking at interim improvements that could improve conditions within the next few years. And even a small project takes a couple years to get moving, so we're trying to think about how those can advance while additional funding is sought for a larger scale planning study or a refresh of the 18th Avenue South Complete Street Study.
Thank you. You guys are my next question of ongoing projects like Fusion 49th and things like that. So I appreciate that.
I have a question about the trail. I'm curious about to what degree does the Pinellas Trail fit in with this study and planning? And I ask it mostly from a personal anecdotal sort of a frame. I live off the trail. I use it recreationally for years and years. I love it. More and more I see folks who are using it as an actual means of, it's clear they're getting to work, it's clear they're getting to school, of all ages. And I love that. And I'm curious, perhaps were there comments specifically about the trail, data that you're scratching at, and kind of how does that fit in with this picture?
The comments on the trail have had to do with access to the trail. So there's a lot of public rights of way that get to the trail, but then they're fenced, so you can't get through. So there's possibilities of improvements in those locations. There's on the trail itself, it was crossing point, so that some of our hotspots for attention and for concern were like 31st Street South, the crossing there, a lot of advanced warning, more increased visibility of the crossing came up, and then lighting along the trails specifically. So people are concerned about that at night, that patches of it are quite dark and feel a little unsafe.
If I could just add on to it, thank you. So we're organizing a bit of the recommendations associated with particularly like the commercial corridors, for example, because we do have the commercial corridor planning program. And so there are 8 identified commercial corridors, but the trail is not one. It's not identified as a commercial corridor. It's not identified really as its own kind of contiguous area. So it does make it a little harder for us as we're pursuing recommendations for the Pinellas Trail and those access points. How do we line it up to be eligible for CRA funding and or other funding sources? We have been working on the trail a little bit here and there over the last couple of years on a couple of different fronts. One of the things that we did not too long ago was to apply for a grant through Fort Pinellas for some Pinellas Trail access connections from public rights-of-way. We have at least 2 in the CRA, one at 30th Street and then one further to the west at 46th over near Childs Park. So that grant is coming through now. We're about ready to initiate design on those connections from the public rights-of-way and specifically in that section between 28th and 31st where it's really quite difficult. There's a little cut through in the fence trying to let people in. But so we have that coming through, and then separately we also have a grant that we've been awarded that we're working on the funding agreement with Federal Highways on for some safety demonstration projects. And one of the things that we were going to demonstrate is solar-powered street lighting on segments of the Pinellas Trail. And so that would allow us to add some lighting on the Pinellas Trail from generally 31st Street over to pretty close to 16th. It's already illuminated between 20th and 24th. So we do have a couple of other, of those other projects that are in play here. There are a couple on the Pinellas Trail, but there's most of what we saw as being recommendations, I think, are going to be kind of almost addressed by some of those tangential efforts. But because we don't have a really good funding mechanism already with the CRA as far as like the neighborhood planning program or the commercial corridor planning program that really speaks to the trail as this transportation facility. So we're trying to kind of come at it in a few different ways, so.
Thank you. That's exciting and interesting. One follow-up question. Is there any intent to put speed limit signs on the Pinellas Trail?
There is. We do have some limited speed limit signage on there now. It is very difficult to enforce speed limits when they get that low. It just, the technology for anybody to try and do that makes it very difficult. But nonetheless, we are adding those. There are segments of the Clam Bayou Trail that extend south kind of toward Clam Bayou that we have a plan for adding speed limit signage there as well, and then potentially some along the First Street Trail. But yeah, definitely trying to add more speed limit signage as we're starting to see an increase of pedal assist by electric assist pedal bikes and those kinds of things. That's those kinds of technologies on the trail. Trying to help get speeds even would be great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cheryl, maybe
Yeah.
one more question
Yeah.
when you're here, and maybe Steve knows the answer. I know when you came a couple months ago, I asked how we were trying to survey existing riders on bus routes that might be some of our best eyes and ears to give input. Do we have any way of understanding if we were successful at that on capturing rider input as well?
Yeah, let Steve talk to it.
I don't think we can answer it definitively. PSTA did a push, but it was through social media, but it was to riders, so they have ways to try to get access to folks that are using the bus system now. We did get a significant uptick in comments about bus stops, bus routes. I also think the communications that they did related to the Connected Community Bus Network rollout raised those concerns in the community. So we heard a lot more about bus stop conditions and about existing service.
Okay.
We definitely did make the push. It was just a little hard to kind of do it at the same time that the bus network changes were coming out. So
Sure.
some of the feedback we were getting was a little bit more related to the changes. But it was also highlighting for us because the Connected Community Bus Network relies more on transfer activity. So it's not just one seat rides as much as it was before. So the infrastructure needed to support transfers like the sidewalks, the ramps, the lighting, the shelters, all that kind of stuff is stuff that we're starting to hear back from, particularly in the area near 34th Street and 18th Avenue South with the Spark service. And that one's particularly challenged because 34th Street is an FDOT right-of-way, and it's FDOT that we'd be working with, and it's very constrained. So that one is going to be a tough nut for us to crack, but it's been definitely identified as a need for us to try to pursue some improvements there.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you all. Any other final questions? If not, we might hear back from you in January then. So, thank you. Final item on tonight's agenda is Workforce Readiness and Development Program update.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Andrea Falvey, Economic and Workforce Development Manager with the city. Thank you for giving me just a couple of minutes. I wanted to provide a quick update to you all on the status of our adult workforce development program. So as many of you all know, our St. Pete Works program, which was administered by our partners at St. Petersburg College, came to an end at the beginning of last month. So they had been our operator for that program for the prior 5 years. They were at the end of their contract, so we were not able to automatically renew it as we had done the previous 2 years. So we did put that contract out for bid over the summer. The submissions closed on October 14th. And 2 of the submittals were shortlisted, and they provided presentations to the evaluation committee. So it's a 5-person evaluation committee composed of our economic and workforce development staff from the city's greenhouse, the mayor's office, and also the city's office of community impact. Out of those 2 presentations given by the 2 finalists, the evaluation committee did recommend that the new contract be awarded again to St. Petersburg College to operate the new workforce development program. So city staff is in the final stages of bringing those documents together, and we will be bringing those forward to City Council for their approval the first meeting of the new year on January 8th. So I just wanted to provide that update. I'm certainly happy to take any questions that you might have. If it would please the committee, I would be interested to invite them to come either to the February, April meeting and provide a more robust overview of what their program will entail. Again, you all have some familiarity with it over the years, but I think that might be really informative, and you can hear directly from them and ask them any questions.
Thank you for the update. Any questions? I think it would be great for them to come. I know, I want to say there were some issues that Mr. Corbett, I believe, spoke to at some point, maybe in the summer, when SPC kind of just cut off the St. Pete Works program in spite of the fact that there were months remaining in the agreement. And so it would probably be good to hear from city staff at some point in the new year, you know, what were the results of, you know, that cycle, the good, the bad, and the ugly, and how that's being addressed, and obviously the good being expanded upon, hopefully, in this new agreement. So.
Absolutely, it would be our pleasure to do it. Again, if it pleases the committee, I'd be happy to talk a little bit about kind of the comprehensive set of workforce development programs that we have, some funded by TIF, some not. We could talk a little bit about the performance over the last few years and the outcomes of that program, and then, you know, St. Pete College can talk a little bit about you know, what their goals are going into the next few years. And again, thank you all for your support of the budget. The money is there. We've increased the budget going forward, so hopefully that impact will be even greater in the coming years.
Great. Thank you, Andrea.
Thank you all. Oh, did you have a question?
Just really,
Sure.
I was just going to ask really quick for St. Pete College, of who is kind of like running that program from their end? Is that their workforce development department?
Yes.
Being associated with them?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, absolutely. All right, thank you all. Happy holidays.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have new business. Are there any items any committee members would like to bring up?
I just have a question.
Uh-huh.
I'm just wondering if we have any money committed to Tangerine Plaza.
I saw that article and had the same question on my list, seeing the Tampa Bay Times article, and I believe we do because...
The question, I didn't hear it down this end.
The question is the Tangerine Plaza redevelopment that I think is now in its third year of a city agreement with the Sugar Hill Gang, not to be confused with the rap group or the Miami Development Group, but actually a local-based group, is apparently requesting another extension, and the first extension came to us. I guess the second extension is not coming to us, and it's going straight to the city council. But yeah, when Mr. Corbett presented the budget at our last meeting, he mentioned Fairfield, but he did not mention Tangerine Plaza as a carryover. So do you all have information on that?
Hi there, Avery Sliker, Director of Housing and Community Development. And there is no budget within the 2026 budget for Tangerine Plaza for redevelopment in the housing budget.
Did we have an earmark that, and this is a good new business item, Mr. Corbett had said he was going to send us the matrix of the 90% of carryover dollars that were allocated. Was there any, you know, parked dollar allocation towards that project? No. Okay.
Not this time.
All right.
And then on that commitments tracker, we are working on that, and we'll bring a full report on to the February meeting. I believe our next meeting is February, not January.
Got it.
Keep saying January. It's
All right.
make sure no one shows up
Yeah,
in
thanks.
January unless we otherwise email you.
That's my fault.
I don't show that there will be any future,
Yes.
and it will be for future fiscal year.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Just a question regarding, I guess, Future 49th was already mentioned. Is there any update on that, on kind of like any movement on that project at all, and that kind of running through this committee at all?
The Fusion 49th, like the streets, yes.
Yeah, for Gulfport and St. Petersburg.
Cheryl's not here. So we are working on an interlocal agreement right now with the city of Gulfport. The CRA has set aside about $750,000 committed in our budget under the Commercial Corridor Planning Program to advance the Phase 1 concept design for some of the improvements that were recommended by that Safe Streets for All study. So that Safe Streets for All study has been accepted by the city as an eligible plan. So we have the $750,000 set aside. So City of Gulfport is also putting forth money. I don't know the exact amount. I think it's a couple $100,000 less. So they're currently working on their local agreement. I believe it is planned for this month to get that signed, but it could be next month. And then from there, we'll be going into how to handle that. I believe our engineering department should be handling that. So yes, there is movement.
Gotcha, okay. That's what I was wondering too, is
Yeah.
who's engineering department?
Yes, our engineering department, I believe, has agreed to take on that task.
Thank
Last
you.
update I received.
Kelly, I did just want to
Yep.
mention, this would be their first extension. So you maybe saw something with Tangerine Plaza at a previous meeting under a different group, but that would not be for this group. So this is the first extension that we've been able to bring to City Council.
Well, it was with Pastor Murphy and Mr. Binger, and I don't know if we took a vote, maybe it was just informational, but the ministry that wanted to repurpose that for a free food pantry was also present, and I could have sworn that was for its first.
It might have been for the original
extension.
RFP.
I thought, well, this was during Mayor Welch, and I thought it first was with Kreisman, was it not?
It was with Kreisman, if I remember correctly, but this group was not the group selected initially.
Okay. All right.
But
This would be the second extension, though, right?
This is the first extension. There's only one extension
Okay.
allowed under the contract, and
Okay.
it's allowed for 1 year.
Got it.
And I just wanted to reiterate, I think Dr. Sliker already said it, but there is no dollars set aside for them. We only received their application with their funding request the other day, so we haven't even had a chance to analyze it and determine what money might be appropriate.
Okay. While you're here, I actually had an item, and maybe some of these things can just be emailed to us, but I had not heard, and I apologize if I have missed this. You had said we lost $1 billion in taxable value from the storms?
That's correct.
Is that primarily Shore Acres then?
Citywide.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think there's a misnomer, right, that people believe our low-lying areas that have traditionally been impacted were impacted residents, but Milton was a wind event, Helene was a water event. In Helene, we saw neighborhoods flood that have never flooded before, and then Milton also did storm damage, and so, that really is a citywide issue.
And so if you look at the increase over the past 3 years in taxable ad valorem value, what does that look like, losing then $1 billion? Because I think we've been seeing, 10, 12+% gains. How does that flesh out then when we?
If I remember.
It sounds like a big number, but at the same time, you think of the city of St. Pete and the growth we've had, what does that delta then look like?
The budget certainly isn't my area,
Yeah.
but if I remember correctly off the top of my head, I would say this year was a 4% increase.
Right.
And you're right, over previous years, it had been a 12%.
Yeah. But, yeah, I had not heard that. That's a significant
Yep.
hit, so thank you.
Yep.
The only other items I had, maybe just an update on, is Policy Partners going to present to the Council of the Whole?
I can answer that. So Policy Partners has been in contact with, the Office of City Council, and, they're working through that process.
All right. And then final request with our minutes, I think that's been a change where we're just saying staff said, staff responded, and then we also have a member asked. I don't know if we're using AI and then it's hard to capture who asked what, but for me, sometimes it's hard to know all of the city staff members. So at a minimum, are we able to say who staff is that comes down and responds? Or if there's a specific committee member that asks, are we able to put?
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay. Yeah,
absolutely.
That's great.
Would it make it easier on everybody too, if it is AI that's picking everything up, is every time we speak, just mention our name so it dings
Yeah,
us right away?
that's not needed. Everything's recorded, so.
Okay. Any other items? If not, thank you all very much. Thank you, staff, and we wish you all a very happy holiday, and we'll see you in the new year in February. Thank you.
Motion to adjourn.
Yeah. Accept it. Thank you, James.
Yeah. Sign painting was a very blue-collar job. It wasn't a glorified art by any means. The people that were practicing sign painting, they had to find the most efficient means of going about it. So oftentimes they would draw it directly on and paint from there. And when you take that approach, it's prone to accidents. Sometimes you'll have the proportions a little bit off, or you'll see a little bit of these imperfections. And I think that's really charming. I think that catches people's eye. They feel a little bit more connected to the personality of the lettering or of the sign. At an art studio, it was a warehouse, and there was a lot of other great artists, and I realized no one there was really focused on lettering. In that time, they asked me to start painting signs for each different art show that came about, and that really got me the experience and working on a large scale. I totally fell in love with crafting the letters and building them up from scratch. There's reverse glass signs, there's wall signs, A-frames, we have blade signs, hanging signs. There's a wide array. One aspect of the work I do is gold leaf work. It's pretty magical to watch it happen. You're applying these thin sheets of gold to either glass or on the surface, and you paint the background and then remove the excess of the gold, and it kind of reveals the lettering that you painted. St. Pete has a really great small business community, and I've had the opportunity to work with so many great people that started out as clients and become good friends. I really appreciate the trust that people give me to help them and advise on what sign's gonna work best for them. At the end of the day, you eat with your eyes before you do with your mouth, so having a good sign will leave a lasting impression. And you might not always know why you like it or dislike it, but it sticks with you.
Another great day in St. Pete. We're here at the St. Pete Yacht Club celebrating the 52nd Regatta del Sol Al Sol race. And it's also a celebration of our sister city relationship with Isla Mujeres and the country of Mexico.
Isla Mujeres and St. Petersburg are sister city. The main reason is la Regatta del Sol Al Sol. We are connected. We share culture.
It's really a great relationship that helps build economic trade and visitation between the two locations, and we want to continue to build on that relationship as we go forward. So it's a great celebration tonight.
Isla Mujeres and St. Petersburg have a long-standing relationship going back to 1969. This race started then, and it was one of a series of races from cities along the U.S. Gulf Coast going to Isla Mujeres. Right now there's only 2 of those races that have survived to this day.
For St. Petersburg, that means we have 2 sister cities, Takamatsu, Japan, which is our oldest, and Isla Mujeres, which was started in 2016. I mean, it's really just a way to recognize the connections that we have with another city around the world and build that economic and cultural connection.
It's an amazing relationship. It's a great relationship. We have a great relationship with Mayor Welch. We have a lot of events together. And now, Association of Mexican Mayors has a recognition, an award, the name is ALMA, to Mayor Welch. The reason is the great relationship with Mexico.
We really want to be in touch and make sure that the entire world knows that we welcome everyone to participate with St. Pete in our economic growth and enjoying everything that St. Pete has.
Buen viaje. Bienvenidos a México.
I look at Woodlawn as probably the most neighbor-friendly, kid-friendly neighborhood that I've ever lived in. It's a wonderful neighborhood to grow up in. I wish I was a kid growing up in this neighborhood.
It's a real family-oriented community, super close to downtown, and it's just kind of one of those picturesque, nice, quaint little neighborhoods.
I think what was really cool about the neighborhood is it's different compared to a lot of the other neighborhoods where part of it is on the circles. So as soon as we drove in on the neighborhood looking for a house, I just knew that this neighborhood had kind of some extra character to it.
Woodlawn has got a circular style to it, design to it, and you can see from some of these old pictures that there really is a circle or an oval to Woodlawn neighborhood.
My favorite part of the day is driving home. You turn onto our street from MLK, and there's beautiful oak trees, blooming crepe myrtles, and then there's a park. We have a park just at the end of our street. So here in Woodlawn, we have 3 public parks within our community.
We use those parks a lot for our garage sale in the fall. There's cookouts that go on in those neighborhood parks, and they become very handy.
And that's where we have all of the holiday events, all of our neighborhood events, potlucks, things like that. But then on the weekends, you can just kind of go out there and hang out. So I've worked out in the park, take my dog to the park. There's a basketball hoop for the neighborhood kids to hang out. Got it!
As the fall and into the winter and into the holiday season, every one of those little pocket parks gets used for certain events.
Christmas caroling going on during Christmas. There's an Easter egg hunt through the neighborhood. Halloween is huge in this neighborhood.
And then Halloween, you forget about it. It is crazy around here.
Woodlawn likes to party.
So, like everything, trees come and go, and a lot of the trees in this neighborhood are laurel oaks, and they've got a time period of about 70 years in their lifespan. And we realized early on that the trees in this neighborhood were going to go away. What we did several years ago as part of a grant is got additional oak trees planted in several of those quadrant parks just to give a little shade so it's not as hot during the summer. And I would guarantee that 50 years from now, 100 years from now, the folks that are living here in these houses will be looking at those trees, wondering who planted them, and gosh darn it, they got to be getting old. Maybe we need to think about putting some new ones in.
There's so many generations of families here, old houses, new houses, young families, families that have been here for 20 years. But amidst all that, it's just a really cool community feel.
When we saw this house, as scary as it was, we knew it was the house just based on coming into the neighborhood and feeling so welcomed.
And the other interesting thing is about the folks that live in Woodlawn, the majority of them are very passionate about living here.
It's just a very outgoing and nice community.
So the one thing that I would like to lift up and make sure that everybody hears is that there's 2 Child's Parks. There's the Child's Park that you hear about and that you read about, but then there's my Child's Park. The parameters of Child's Park include 34th Street South to 49th Street, and then 18th Avenue to 5th Avenue South. And that's the Child's Park neighborhood, but the greater Child's Park area actually covers about 3 neighborhoods. It goes to about 1st Avenue to around 30th Avenue South.
I believe through the YMCA, the library, and the Rattlers organization has become very instrumental in helping our youth and children become very productive adults.
The Rattler program into a GAP program that's designed to engage the community, to build family and community and crime prevention by keeping the kids engaged in youth activities.
I think the emphasis for developing youth in Childs Park arises from some statistics that we received, is that Childs Park had the highest concentration of youth in the city of St. Petersburg.
What we promote is family and community. So what we're trying to instill in them with the program is that we are one big family.
Because a lot of the initiatives and things are always focused, they're heavy focused on programming, or some type of, regimen or awareness piece or a pledge or something else. And we felt that it was important to just allow them to have a space to just come and have fun.
We're solely manned by volunteers, and we let them know that too. So we want them to come back and be volunteers, so the torch is just passed on, so we all learning from one another.
They're not just focused on the athletic aspect of it, but they also focus on youth development. So they have a tutoring program that they do.
And with the YMCA, you have the Rattlers and you have the other programs that's offered. When kids get out of school, they have a place to go. They have the library there.
The STREAM Club stands for Science, Technology, Reading, Engineering, Arts, and Math. We meet every Friday afternoon at the Childs Park Library. It's kind of an extra opportunity for them to get some exposure to topics they might not know about or might have heard in school and didn't quite stick. We just give them opportunities to have different kinds of experiences and hands-on experiences at that.
The youth have a place to go and children have a place to come daily. Matter of fact, that's a great thing to help kids get off the street and have a place to go, a safe haven you might call it.
One of my brothers, when we first organized this, he said, we're helping to create their back in the day. And I think that's important because, all of us have our back in the day, and I remember back in the day when we used to do that. So our responsibility as the adults now is to help create the back in the day experience for them. And what's happening today is Friday Night Done Right, an event that we created to create a safe space for children to come on Friday nights so they can be free to be kids. Sometimes you just want to remember when you went to the pool and they let you in for free, and that was it. And that's why I think it's important to help create those type of memories as well.
The Childs Park neighborhood, if anyone would ask about it, I would state that it was often misunderstood.
So I'll encourage people to come and see for themselves. More to Childs Park that I've seen more positive in Childs Park than I have seen negative.
And my Childs Park encompasses everything that we described today, and I hope that you will gravitate towards that and balance that once you hear the other stories and the other narratives that come out about the neighborhood.
My name is Coach Ty Wood. I'm the owner of Berg Body Fitness. My mission with my company is to help people feel confident and comfortable in their naked body. I am passionate about bringing fun community fitness to St. Pete. People can start their fitness journey at any point of their life. Sometimes it can be high pressure. I try to alleviate that and give them a safe space that they can just enjoy themselves, because when you're having fun doing something, you want to do more of it. I am a 14-year Army veteran, so I didn't have a choice but to do fitness when I was in the military. So I think after I got out of the military and I went to school and I started studying exercise science, I realized that it was something that I had a passion for. I linked up with Healthy St. Pete. I volunteer a cardio kickboxing class every first Tuesday of the month, and that was kind of like our first interaction. And then from there, I kind of just became their fitness person. Being active myself just gives me a better quality of life, and it helps me feel like my inner child's hero.
The Pinellas Trail is probably the best way I've found to get all over the county without worrying about traffic or my pace. it's just a way to get around and have fun.
So in the spring, say on a weekend, on a Sunday, you'd find lots of folks out just walking, biking, just really enjoying the weather.
So the trail starts downtown by the water, and it goes all the way to Tarpon Springs, if I'm not mistaken. And I like it because it kind of cuts back behind the neighborhoods. There's murals, there's tree coverage, and it just kind of winds through the most beautiful parts of the city.
It's an awesome engineering feat, and it dissects the middle of an urban city, and at the same time, you feel like you're off to yourself. You're a little bit secluded, ample places for you to run, ride, and even collect your thoughts.
It's pretty quiet and peaceful. Quiet in the sense that there's typically during the day a lot of users on the trail, so you're never by yourself, but everybody's kind of in their own world, so it's not a lot of noise.
We were looking for a place that would be a hub for a healthy and active community, and one of the big things we wanted here was to have a place where people could run and walk right near our location. Pinellas Trail, which is right behind our facility, turned out to be the perfect location.
We do lots of events here at the store. We do probably about 100 free community group runs from here where we're using the trail.
Have a great walk, have a great run, guys.
The running community in St. Pete is so supportive and so encouraging of all of the runners, no matter your pace. Everybody's just encouraging you along the way. And so when I went to my first group run, I invited my mom to come and do an evening walk with me, and that became part of our weekly routine, particularly in the spring.
We do 2 runs a week, Monday and Thursdays, where we're running on the trail. So that's 100 times every year right there that we're out running on the trail with a group of people.
I retired from Pinellas County in urban planning, and so I was involved in the initial planning for the Pinellas Trail. We saw it as a means of providing a facility that could be used not just for recreation, but health-related benefits as we deal with obesity and other issues. So our planning was from the perspective of an alternative to on-road facilities.
So a lot of times here in the store, we encourage people, just go out there and see what happens. Don't have any set expectation for how far you're going to go, how fast you're going to go. Just get on the trail and have fun.
The scenery is probably why I started using the trail as much as I did. The murals, number one, are my absolute favorite thing, and they're constantly changing.
Not far from here, it's called Stonehenge Park. They have some beautiful murals painted on the bridges.
Stonehenge Park is like one of those really cool wonders of art, and it's just right here. Nobody knows about it.
So you'll have a cool blend between really fun art, awesome plants life. There's all sorts of berries and things growing I didn't know about back there. You learn a little bit more every time you go. Good morning. I love to specialize.
When I was working still, we did surveys along the trail, and on any given weekday, we found about 1/3 of the users were using it as a commute alternative.
If you've never tried the Pinellas Trail, I urge you to do so. You can walk it, you can run it, you can rent a bike at just about every few miles. You'll find a bike shop that's got bikes for rent.
And we've had people come in and verbalize like their thanks, but also like you just see them out there and they just look radiant. They look awesome and healthy, happy, and you can tell that they're glad they're doing what they're doing. We're just appreciative that we had a part in their success.
Trails give me the opportunity to really get out there and feel safe. There's bike lanes in some places, but to have a fully dedicated place, that helps a lot. It's more than just a long stretch of pavement, it's a community.
The trail is a wonder that brings everybody together.
My name is Shakayla Berthelo, and I am the first to graduate from the Gibbs High School EMT program and get hired on with St. Pete Fire and Rescue. A trailblazer is someone who is a discoverer, a creator, who takes risks. They aren't afraid to put themselves out there, and they're constantly trying to better themselves, not only for personal growth, though, for those around them. They're leading and they're bringing people with them. called the EMT program, EMT Preparatory Program at Gibbs High School. It's essentially 3 years long, and you'll go through what's the traditional EMT program that people would do outside of doing it through high school. But the classes that you take your sophomore, junior, and senior year are preparatory classes, kind of set you up for what you're going to encounter when you start EMT school. It was definitely challenging for sure, and a lot of hardships to get over, but I wouldn't trade it for anything in the world because it set me up for this. Like, it gave me a ridiculous amount of opportunities, and I am so, so grateful for that. Growing up, I think I had two pretty important trailblazers. One would probably be Shirley Chisholm, who was the first Black female to join the U.S. Congress. It was monumental, especially at that time, because you didn't see a lot of strong Black females in positions like those. And also, Madam C.J. Walker, she's the first Black millionaire in America. She started her own hair care line for Black natural hair. And I think that is also incredible. Those are probably the two biggest trailblazers I had growing up. Just kind of let me know that if they can do it, I can do it, no matter what it is. I am a representation of you can do it. You set your mind to it and you can do it. Absolutely, do not hesitate, do it, because you can. So I say for people who are kind of struggling with that, or like struggling with the confidence of not being able to do something, I say just do it. Just do it, because you're only hurting yourself by not doing it. So just put yourself out there. You never know what's gonna happen.
Today we cut the ribbon for Bayou Courts, a mixed income apartment complex here in South St. Pete. The great part of this story is that this originally was going to be all market rate, but in partnership with Gravel Road and with the county, we were able to have 60 units here with a good mix of units that are affordable to folks making less than average incomes.
One of the cool parts about this project is it was specifically geared towards teachers, city workers, county workers, the people that run our area, the people that are educating our children. This is the place for them, and they made it a place that's welcoming, that's beautiful.
It tends to be the case that a lot of the folks that work in those jobs qualify for these projects, and most times they don't know that they actually qualify. But what we're talking about is a subset of affordable that truly serves that missing middle.
Already 21 of the units have already been rented out. So this is a great example of how we work together, how we can have affordable housing.
What we're seeing is the hard work really coming to fruition now, but also you're still seeing shovels go in the ground. I think that's the most important thing. We started to get the momentum. What you're seeing now is the ball actually rolling. We got to keep pushing, make sure that that momentum continues.
We'll persevere and make sure that we have that affordable housing that makes us the inclusive community we are.
Hey St. Pete, and welcome to the definitive guide for how to be the best resident you can be. A little tip from our good neighbor guide. Let's talk about something stinky. Sewers. Not just sewers as a whole, but specifically what we put down our drains. The city works hard to keep things smooth. Here's how you can help. Remember, every drain in every building citywide all goes through our sewer system. So, when it comes to the bathroom, the only thing that goes down our drain is, well, number 1 and number 2, toilet paper is A-OK too, but not flushable white. They might flush down your drain, but they do not break down in the sewer system. And depending on where the clog exists, the expenses might be on you to fix. Use dental floss, any kinds of wipes, baby diapers, adult diapers, and Peppa Pig toys also do not belong down the drain. Also, don't forget, The sink in the kitchen can be the worst offender for a city sewer system. Never, ever put fats, oils, or grease down the kitchen sink. This includes butter, frying oils, and other cooking fats. Once these items go into the sewer system, they congeal and contribute to sewer blockage. Guys, there's a word for this. It's called fatbergs. You know, like icebergs, except these won't sink the Titanic. Google at your own risk. Collect grease in a container once cooled and dispose in the trash, not down the drain. Remove grease and oils from your pans before washing. Dispose of food scraps in the trash. There's a bunch more information on this topic that can be found on the City of St. Petersburg's website. Guys, it's so easy, a kid could do it. We all love our city, so let's do our part to take care of it the best we can and follow St. Pete's Good Neighbor Guide.
My name is Niveen Naruz, and I'm a lead chemist in the Environmental Compliance Division Laboratory. Our lab here is a monitoring lab, so we tested the water to make sure it meets the standards. It's Water Resources Department, so we test all the water resources within the city and outside the city to make sure it's safe for consumption or for recreational reasons, and make sure the community is safe and the environment in general is safe. After all, everyone needs water. So we test drinking water from all over the city on a monthly basis. So every month we cover all the areas in the city. And also we do beach monitoring. We do the beaches on a weekly basis. We found that we have more control over the data and we produce more reliable data in the lab here than the private labs. We make sure that all the water in the city is safe for you, your family, your pet, the animals, the aquatic life, to protect the water. I feel I'm giving back to the community as well. I do a lot of troubleshooting and problem solving. I'm like a scientist and detective as well, so it's very interesting. I really like my job because it actually has a real effect on people's lives. You know, like no one can live without water.
I came to printmaking actually as a writer. I was getting my creative writing degree from Florida State. I took a class that was called Book Structures because I was really interested in the idea of self-publishing, and just discovered a whole world of this kind of like tactile, experimental, hands-on medium that I wasn't really aware existed before. So we do 2 types of printmaking here, letterpress printing and risograph printing. It looks like a copy machine, but it actually functions like screen printing, where you're layering colors one at a time, so it's color separated. It's really great to have the opportunity to be out at different markets and events to sell our work. Since we don't have really a retail space, it's our opportunity to get our work out there and also be there to kind of tell folks about the process. And there's kind of this excitement when they pick up this card and you can tell that a hand made it. It's a small but mighty, kind of like print-loving community here in St. Pete. We've been able to connect with everyone from local bookstores to local authors and poets that are interested in publishing their own work and making zines, to just art education groups. We're able to kind of connect with all different types of people and excite them about this process. And then this lever here, you press it with your thumb. We're really grateful to have such a supportive community here in St. Pete for local businesses. People get really excited at events, and there's all these fun little mom and pop shops and artists selling their work, things that you can't find in other cities, right? It makes St. Pete very unique. We've been able to make a lot of great connections and collaborations with our fellow local businesses.
Campbell Park is a beautiful community. It is rich with culture.
All right, Campbell Park is located right across the street from Tropicana Field, where the Tampa Bay Rays play. Right across the highway, you got an overpass right here that you can walk over. It's right down the street from the local skate shop, Anchor. It's in a pretty dope location, honestly.
What I think is unique about Campbell Park is you can have a yard, you can have green space, you have this beautiful park across the street, and then you just go a little further and now you're into the density of downtown, which is really exciting to have an actual residential corridor with yards so close to a really booming downtown area.
We are one of the more accessible communities when it comes to traveling, as far as going downtown, interstate travel, any of our shopping centers. This is the perfect place to be when it comes to all of those things.
You can skate anywhere in St. Pete just using the trail, and you can just hop off the trail, walk across the Trop, and then hop right over the highway and you're here, and you can just shred. It's a dope park.
I love taking my dog for walks into the skate park. I love going there and seeing all the energy of everyone using the skate park.
The skate park has brought an environment for diversity, and so our children are able to attend the skate park and have a safe place to skate without being on our roadways.
I definitely think that the skate park is going to help change some kids' lives out here, for sure.
I would live right across the street, so I just come right across the street, come skate, blow off some steam, have some fun. That's what it's all about, having fun. That's what I say skateboarding.
Back in the day, growing up skateboarding, skateboarders and BMX bikers never got along. To see BMX bikers and skateboarders getting along so well together in a skate park is really transformative, because if BMXers and skateboarders can be in harmony, then everyone can be in harmony together.
Nobody's gonna be like, oh, you're too short to do this, you're too tall to do this, It's more of a, you just come here and you get to do what you do, self-express yourself through the park. Definitely, since the skate park's been built, there's been a lot of more little kids on their sidewalk, practicing how to skate. You see kids riding down the street on the way to the skate park. since I've lived here, like a lot of the areas have been cleaning up, you know, moving towards a more positive direction.
Everyone has kind of come together and worked hand in hand in improving things for everybody. Something where you create positive activity throughout the day has such a spillover effect on pushing out crime, which has been amazing.
All walks of life can come here. Like skateboarding is one of those things that's just like, it doesn't care what color you are or how much money you have. Like if you have some wheels, a board, and some shoes, like you're part of the crew, you know, like you can shred. Everybody's welcome.
The neighborhood has changed over the years. It was beautiful when I was a child, but it's beautiful now that I'm an adult. I'm blessed to have been able to see all of those changes over my 46 years here in the neighborhood.
Wardsville, that was actually named for perhaps a businessman and his wife who was maybe for a while the postmistress in town.
They took care of everybody's mail here, and we needed a name, and we were Wardsville until, you know, the magical day where we became St. Petersburg.
And speaking of that, how did it happen?
That's a great story. If you ride the trolleys, you hear a great story about, you know, a coin flip where, you know, Peter DeMenz and John Williams, who owned most of what is now downtown St. Petersburg, General John Williams, flipped a coin, right? The winner gets to name the city, loser gets to name the first hotel. Makes complete sense, right? The city is St. Petersburg, named after St. Petersburg, Russia, where Peter DeMenz is from. The Detroit Hotel is our first hotel, named after Detroit, Michigan, where Williams is from. Great story, but it's not true. We needed a name. And the postmaster wanted a name. Peter DeMenz had a press conference saying he was taking his train to St. Petersburg. John Williams didn't want to call it St. Petersburg. So there's all kinds of discussion. So what do you think happened after that?
I think somebody, perhaps one of the partners in that railroad enterprise, said, look, we have to name this after Peter DeMenz, and so we're going to name it St. Petersburg, and you go to the post office and tell Ms. Ward that's what it's going to be. And that's probably about how it happened, as simple as that.
It's as close as it came.
When I decided to transition and retire, and you had told me if I ever retire, you would like to throw your hat in the ring. And I said, there is no ring. And then I turned it over to the Board of Trustees, but I did give them this 411. Erica is an intelligent, credentialed person, working artist, but she's an artist. And I think that's important. And whatever degree of difference that is, how an artist approaches the thing, that's what I wanted. And you went through the process, and that's what the board agreed on. Mm-hmm. The future is always bright, but under your tutelage, it's going to be delicious.
I thank you for that.
No, because my generation, the baby boomers, we don't tend to get off the stage. You got to get the hook. Oh, there's always one other thing we can do. And I'm looking forward to that, seeing what's next.
I think we talked about it before, we have the same sentiment about the space and what our job is. My job is to maintain the heartbeat that has already been created in this space. I am not here to alter the heartbeat. I'm here to take this heartbeat and strengthen it and bring a bigger light so that the world can see it as much as I can, and to take that to whatever that next level is.
Well, as I told the Board of Trustees, we're getting an A+ candidate that you would normally have to scour nationally. And then she has the added thing of she knows this community and the community knows her.
I'm walking in the footsteps of a founder of an organization that is beloved, but I know that I gotta try it. And I know that we can do it.
Welcome to the February 2025 meeting of the Community Planning and Preservation Commission for the City of St. Petersburg. This commission reviews proposed changes to the comprehensive plan, land use and zoning, as well as historic preservation related proposals, and makes recommendations to the City Council. Our agenda today includes presentations. Staff, the applicant, and any registered opponent each have approximately 10 minutes for their presentation. After the presentations, each member of the public who wishes to address the commission will have 3 minutes to speak. Please be sure to fill out a green comment card at the front podium and hand it to the clerk. When called on to speak, please step up to the podium, state your name and address for the record, and whether or not you have been sworn in. We ask that you make your remarks brief and not repetitive of prior testimony. All questions are to be directed to me as chair. I will in turn redirect the questions to the appropriate person for response. At the conclusion of these steps, the commission will enter into executive session. Commissioners may ask questions at any time during the process upon being recognized by the chair. At this time, we ask that all cell phones be silenced. And Iris, can we have roll call?
Okay. Nucio?
Here.
Magnello?
Here.
Brasco?
Here.
Davis?
Here.
Monteriero?
Here.
Jeffrey?
Here.
Nelson?
Here.
Drake? Wanamaker?
Here.
Michaels?
Here.
And we have a quorum.
Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. If there are any members in the audience who wish to speak today, please stand and raise your right hands that you may be sworn in.
Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you will give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? You may be seated.
Next on the agenda is the approval of meeting minutes from last month. Does anyone have any discussion or comments on the meeting minutes?
No.
Okay. If there are no corrections to the minutes, I will take a motion.
So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Minutes are approved. At this time, we will elect a new chair and vice chair. I open up the floor to nominations. The first one is...
Chair, we'll do chair first.
Okay, the first one is for chair.
I'd like to make a motion that we re-elect Commissioner Nelson for a second term as chair.
I will second that.
Yep.
Do I then ask for a vote?
If you're okay, if you accept your nomination, you can ask for any more nominations, and then hearing none, you can ask for the vote.
Okay. I accept my nomination. Does anyone else have any other nominations? Okay. At this time, we can take a vote.
All right. Nucio?
Yes.
Magnello?
Yes.
Brasco?
Yes.
Davis?
Yes.
Monteriero?
Yes.
Jeffrey?
Yes.
Nelson?
Yes.
And that motion passes unanimously.
Well done, Chair. You did great.
Thank you. Okay, so at this time, we can open up nominations for vice chair. I'd like to nominate Commissioner Magnello for vice chair.
Second?
Are there any other nominations for vice chair?
And a pay bump with it, right?
Sure.
Are we waiting for the check? I'd be honored, thank you.
Perfect, great. All right, we'll take a vote.
Okay. Nucio?
Yes.
Magnello?
Yes.
Brasco?
Yes.
Davis?
Yes.
Monteriero?
Yes.
Jeffrey?
Yes.
Nelson?
Yes.
And that motion passes unanimously.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Are we good to stay in the same seats or should we move?
We're good to stay.
Okay, perfect. So I shouldn't announce like a transition or anything on here.
No, we've got our chair is going to remain Commissioner Nelson, and for 2026, our vice chair will be Commissioner Magnello. And we can move to the next item on the list as you're ready.
Okay, sounds good. Next is the public comment portion of this meeting. I did receive one green comment card. Is there anyone that wishes to speak on anything that is not on the agenda today besides the green comment card that I received? Okay, perfect. I received a comment from Peter Belmont.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Peter Belmont. I'm speaking here on behalf of Preserve the Burg, and I want to talk to you for a moment about Central Avenue and in particular the potential for what increasing densities means on Central Avenue. And so I think later today, Derek's going to have some discussion with you with the context of potential densities in what we refer to as the BRT route or the Sunrunner corridor. And within that corridor, actually, over the years, the city has increased densities. I would suggest they're actually not really being utilized by the development community. But I don't think I need to convince any of you that Central Avenue is so important to our city, and in some ways, if one wanted to say, what does sense of place mean, we could say Central Avenue. And so I think we need to be particularly careful what happens in the Central Avenue corridor. And right now, unfortunately, in large part, except for a couple buildings, in terms of overlay, in terms of preservation protection, it doesn't exist. There's no local district, there's no National Register district, there's no other type of city resource overlay that would require additional review or potential considerations of the values of Central Avenue as development moves forward. So, to the extent that you may be asked to comment on increasing densities along Central Avenue, I suggest that's the opposite direction we want to go, and I hope you will consider that within the context of those discussions. And the other important aspect is, what do we do to incentivize development? And I know that the discussions involving the BRT corridor include an incentive which I think is one of the strongest development incentives the city can provide, which is not requiring parking. Parking is tremendously expensive to construct, and so I don't think on Central Avenue the city should be providing an incentive that says if you build to increase densities that you don't have to provide parking. We might want to provide that incentive to say, if you will landmark your building on Central Avenue, we won't require parking. So those are some of the things I hope you'll keep in mind as you discuss the issues and how to implement the BRT corridor specifically to Central Avenue. That corridor obviously extends out to the First Avenues. And the only other item I will note, and Derek can talk to you more about this, and I've talked to Derek about all of these issues, there is some state legislation that makes the city efforts at increasing densities look small, and if the state legislation passed, it would mandate kind of outrageous densities on Central Avenue. So you may want to have Derek talk to you about that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. So I did not receive any other green comment cards, so now we are going to move on to the next portion of our meeting. So at this time, I will have the clerk read the first item into the record.
Okay, this is agenda item G1, Palmetto Park Neighborhood Plan Update. The request is the administration recommends that the Community Planning and Preservation Commission review the Palmetto Park Neighborhood Plan Update and find the plan update and the recommendations contained within consistent with the city's comprehensive plan. In addition, the Community Planning and Preservation Commission moved the plan update forward to the City Council for consistency and final acceptance. The applicant is the City of St. Petersburg, and the staff contact on this project is Kaylee Saganowski.
Good afternoon, everybody. Kaylee Saganowski, Neighborhood Relations Manager. I'm fighting a cold, so forgive me if I sound a little winded today. So we're here today to talk about the Palmetto Park Neighborhood Plan. This is a plan update that was originally done in 1992, so it's been quite some time. So starting off by talking about the benefits of a neighborhood plan, documents like these not only help us identify residents' priorities, but also their shared vision for the future. And then through the outreach process, when we're working with them to document this, it also gives city staff a great opportunity to talk with them about existing city programs, processes, and resources, so a good education moment. And then it provides kind of like a priority list for us. Come budget season, when we start to look at what we're able to fund, we already have a list ready to go. So there's lots of benefits of this planning process. This neighborhood plan in particular was funded through the Neighborhood Planning Program, or the NPP. This is a South St. Petersburg CRA program that was created in 2022 to help reduce blight, preserve neighborhood identity, and balance their growth with long-term stability. And under the NPP, there's 3 different funding opportunities. The first is for neighborhood planning, so that allowed us some funding to hire a consultant. We used Inspire Placemaking out of Orlando, Florida, to help build this plan. And then there's also some funding available for neighborhood project implementation and traffic plan implementation. So we'll look at some of the recommendations that are within the plan towards the end of the PowerPoint. But essentially, as long as it falls within one of those 4 subcategories that you see on the screen, the beautification, transportation, parks, or community development, then the project is eligible for CRA funding. So getting into a little bit more detail about the community input that we gathered to assemble this plan, there were 3 community workshops, an online survey that was also available as a hard copy at various community events, an interactive project website that had a mapping tool. It was pretty cool. You could kind of like zoom in even on specific intersections and click and add your comments throughout the neighborhood. And then we also utilized postcards, door hangers and flyers, the Neighborhood Association newsletter, and Facebook pages to make sure that all the residents of the neighborhood knew about the planning program and that they were invited to come to these workshops and share their ideas. So a look at the timeline here. We did start this process initially in December 2023. Then there were the 3 dates there for those public workshops. I actually just took over this position in November and kind of refreshed the initiative to get these plans through the approval process. So we went to the South St. Pete CRA Citizen Advisory Committee in December. We mailed out the postcards, letting everybody know we'd be at this meeting today in January. And then with your consideration and approval today, ideally, we will be going to City Council next on March 5th. So before I get into some of the details of the plan, I just wanted to kind of set the context and show everybody this map here. So you've got the Palmetto Park neighborhood outlined in black on your screen, and you can see how it's situated within the South St. Pete CRA boundaries, which is the green overlay. And just how kind of ripe the entire neighborhood is for opportunity, given its proximity to the gas plant district, 22nd Street South, the Deuces area, and even just Central Avenue and the First Avenues. So when consultants were building this plan, they evaluated the neighborhood's streets, homes, and destinations, and then kind of graded those 3 things based on these 5 key attributes. So are they connected, inclusive? Do they promote residents' well-being? Does it make the neighborhood more resilient and its residents more empowered? So I'm going to talk a little bit about each of those areas specifically. When they looked at streets, they found that 88% of the neighborhood residents rely on a private vehicle, and only 6% are taking public transit or getting around by bike. And that was one of the biggest areas of feedback that we heard from residents, is that they would like to see infrastructure improved so that those walking and biking numbers can become greatly increased in the future. So some of the challenges in this streets area is a deficiency in bus stop infrastructure. So people wanted more shade shelters at bus stops and more benches and things like that. And this isn't something the city can control. This is all run by PSTA, but we can obviously work with them and let them know what the residents of the neighborhood are seeking. The consultants also found some inconsistency in sidewalks throughout the neighborhood. So some sections are missing, some aren't ADA accessible, some just need some basic repairs. There was also a desire for adding more street trees throughout the neighborhood. But some of the strengths in this area are that there are already larger block sizes that make it ideal for walkability, and residents reported liking the brick streets and street art, especially along the Pinellas Trail. Moving on to homes, you can see most people in this neighborhood live in a single-family home, but there is some higher density options along the 1st and 5th Avenues. And there is desire from the neighborhood for more high-density housing units to help increase the affordability. Again, the proximity to businesses on Central and First Avenues is a great strength of this area, but it also comes with many challenges, and these are things that I'm sure you're familiar with. We see kind of citywide of how do we marry some of this modern redevelopment with the legacy development, especially when there's no good visual buffer. How do we manage variability in owner upkeep? And how do we marry neighborhoods in with adjacent industrial uses? Okay, then our last category is destinations. There's a lot of great destinations in the Palmetto Park neighborhood. They've got a playground, a community garden, and then along the south end, along the Pinellas Trail, there's Florida-Rama and some other art destinations, and again, close proximity to the Grand Central District shops and restaurants. Some challenges here are that there are some underutilized industrial parcels that have led to some safety concerns, so residents would like to see a solution for those. But they did report liking the strong creative and cultural identity in the area and the clusters of cafe, retail, and dining on Central and Fifth Avenues. Okay, so getting into implementation. If you look at the full plan, the consultants kind of split it into 3 different domains. They outlined some strategic initiatives, programming initiatives, and capital improvements. It takes about 20 pages in the plan, but I've tried to condense it all into the next 3 slides. So you'll see it's kind of mixed. Some of them are more concrete ideas for infrastructure, and some are more broader ideas for the neighborhood or the city to implement. So the biggest thing that we heard was the desire for complete streets. So whether this is sidewalk repair or installation, potentially adding additional bike lanes, increasing bus frequency, or even adding more signalized crosswalks, this was the #1 priority of the neighborhood. Intersection improvements like raised intersections, adding additional signage and lighting and shade trees, and Pinellas Trail improvements. So generally speaking, the idea of greater connectivity was huge for the neighborhood, so anything that we could do to help improve that would be appreciated. They also expressed a desire for additional wayfinding and gateway signage, some improved recreational amenities, which could include adding to the overall green space, making some improvements to the existing playground and community garden, or potentially even adding new amenities like a dog park, a fitness station, or a ball court. And also improved food access. So there was kind of a range here. Some residents said they would like a space to have like a pop-up farmer's market on a Saturday. And some people said we need a big grocer right in the middle of the city. So there's a range there, but there is a desire for improved food access. And then our last slide of implementation ideas here. Again, there is a desire for more mixed use, multifamily infill development that would hopefully address some affordability concerns as well. There were some safety concerns, primarily related to illegal dumping, and a desire to increase more SEPTED strategies throughout the neighborhood. So if you're not familiar, SEPTED stands for Crime Prevention Through Environmental Design. So this could include things like pedestrian scale lighting or properly maintaining landscaping, kind of little things, but they'd go a long way in increasing the safety of the neighborhood. And then some public realm improvements like repairing or preserving the brick streets and the sidewalks throughout the neighborhood. So probably our most important slide here today as it relates to your discussion, consistency with the comprehensive plan. I'm not going to read everything on the screen to you, but just to kind of orient you, the left-hand column is broad potential neighborhood projects that I just spoke about. And then the aligning comprehensive plan element is in the right-hand column. And I can come back to this for your reference in a minute, but I did want to just briefly tell you the next steps. With your approval today, we'll move forward to City Council, and then there are 3 different methods that we have for funding some of the projects in this plan. 2 are through my department, the Neighborhood Relations budget. One of them is with a matching grant. One, we are still kind of developing a process to figure out how to allocate those funds. And then there's also money within the CRA budget for these projects, and that is allocated through an annual committee each fall. The neighborhood, we've been working closely together, and they are excited. They are ready to go. They've already got their list of projects for the fall, so they're ready to go. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Great, thank you. So I did have a note about there's no registered opponents for this item, and I did not receive any green comment cards. Do I open it up if there is any public comment for this?
So there wouldn't be, this is a legislative item, so there wouldn't be any registered opponents, but if, yes, now's the time. If you wanted to speak on this item, then you can open it up for that, and they would just need to fill out a card after they speak and give it to Iris.
Great. Is there anyone here today that wishes to speak or make a public comment about this agenda item? Yes. So come up to the podium, state your name and address, and then after you're done speaking, just fill out a green comment card and hand it to Iris. But you can speak first, it's fine.
My name is Frank Bozikovich. I own a property in the Palmetto Park area. I was very impressed with the presentation that the lady did. And one question that came to mind is, in the process of doing that, has anybody identified a comparable, similar neighborhood, not necessarily here in St. Pete, that has similar characteristics, you know, trail and so on and so forth that was described, that has gone through kind of where the process is leading us from where Palmetto Park was to where we would like it to be? That's my question.
Okay.
And I thought that would be interesting to make some comparison.
Great, thank you. And then, yeah, if you wouldn't mind just filling out a comment card, and as soon as you're done, just hand it back to Iris. Is there anyone else that would like to comment? Okay, seeing none. So if you want to come up to the podium and just state your name and address, and then after you ask your question, I'll just have you fill out a green comment card. Okay. Great, thank you.
My name's Dwayne Perkins. I own some property on 4th Avenue South and 22nd Street, and they're planning on putting like affordable housing in there, and I was wondering when they might start that project.
I'm ready to ask a question. That is not something I personally have the answer to, but maybe city staff could weigh in.
I don't, but what we can do is exchange information and follow up after the meeting. Yeah.
Does that work for you?
Yeah, follow up on me later. That'd be fine.
Great, okay, sounds good. So city staff, we're gonna take note of that. And then when you fill out a green comment card, we'll receive a copy, and then someone from the city will be in touch with you and give you an answer to that question, if that works.
Great.
Sorry, I don't have the answer to it for you.
Yeah, I just wondering, they bought everything all around me.
Mhm.
They plan on putting affordable housing in, and I didn't know. They like approached me a couple years ago, and
Okay.
nothing's happened yet. So.
Okay, all right. Well, they'll get back to you with it, and they'll give their information too for you. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, is there anyone else that would like to speak? Wonderful. Okay, now we're going to move into executive session for this agenda item. To kick off the conversation, yes, Commissioner Wanamaker.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that very, very thorough report. It was really interesting to read through. I really enjoyed it. I was also happy to hear in the beginning one of the goals being beautification. And I'm wondering, I know that the city has a City Beautiful Commission. There might be some vacancies, or they're trying to regenerate the City Beautiful Commission. But I just want to make sure that beautification, that goal is not lost, because later in the report, there really wasn't a lot about it. The nuts, the bolts, the safety, infrastructure, that's all really, really important. But beauty is also very important, and it can be as simple as perennials and annuals and flowers and simple things. So just wanted to make that plug. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Saganowski, I just wanted to say you're doing a commendable job in your first several months in your position. You could even see the timeline that you showed, and even my experience with you with my neighborhood. Just congratulations on all the work that you've been doing. The Palmetto Park neighborhood is a very active neighborhood, and so I know that they are really looking forward to seeing the conclusion of this. And then to the question that the gentleman in the white hat, sorry, I forget your name, asked, which was, is there a comparable neighborhood that has already been through this process, and is that something that we could look at? I think that's a really interesting question, because I think one thing that residents struggle with is understanding the process, the timeline of events, and the order of events, and when they can start seeing these improvements. And so I know that these processes are currently sort of evolving, but I do think communication to the residents is key, and perhaps that's where your question is getting at. You want to be able to see a neighborhood that's already done this, so you could sort of see where you are in that process, you know. So I don't know if there's a really good comparable neighborhood that has gone through the process. But I think, being in touch with neighborhood relations and having that communication to residents is really important. So I don't know if you don't have an answer today, but keeping that open communication is important.
Details on the process, though. So probably I'm going to estimate the first neighborhood plan that we've done as a city in the past 20 years was with Campbell Park. And that was, I believe, approved in 2022. So it's semi-recent, and that's definitely the most recent one. They're also within the CRA, so it was a part of this whole NPP program that I spoke to. So they're very similar in that way. They're eligible for all the same funding sources. And Campbell Park has also been very active, and especially active in pursuing these funding opportunities to drive some of those projects home. None of those are like in the ground yet, but they are with our engineering team. We've got other consultants working on it. So like you'll see a new sidewalk in Campbell Park, I would say within 4 months. And that will be our first concrete big achievement through the NPP. So we're excited for that. But yeah, unfortunately, that's like the closest example I would have.
Thank you. Keep your eyes on Campbell Park. You're, maybe 2 years behind the way they are at this point. So just, look at them as sort of your guiding light in a way. Thank you.
So, great report. And I remember when we worked on the one that was adopted in 1992 as part of the central plan, and the progress that the neighborhood has made, especially in the last 5 or 10 years, has just been phenomenal. And I guess my question would be, we used to have the Operation Commitment, where they would go in an intensive effort to really kick off a neighborhood plan. Do we still have anything like that?
Not that I know of. Okay. I don't know if you have a memory of that. Not that I know of.
It's really important, and I think just sort of a caution to those of you in the neighborhood that, you get the plan, you're all excited, it looks like, okay, here we go. Unfortunately, it is depending on funding, and there's a lot of neighborhoods that are out for that same funding. You are of the benefit of having the CRA in your area, which is giving you a great head start and a pool of money that please reach into that. But things come slowly, and the more you can do through tree grants and things like that. I know Duke gave a comparable neighborhood a $20,000 grant here recently for trees. That gets to the beautification efforts. There's a lot of outside sources, and Council of Neighborhood Association is trying to put together a list of those sources. So take advantage of that as well.
To your point, we're also trying to make a lot of improvements within our department on our grants. We have 3 different levels of grants, and we've heard feedback from lots of neighborhoods that they are incredibly burdensome, require way too much paperwork and all that. So we're working on it, and you will see some changes soon to hopefully make those dollars easier to access.
I have something to add. I thought an interesting slide on here, and I like the points from hearing from the individuals from the neighborhood. When you look at page 36, there's some interesting data here. It's showing the unfortunate pedestrian cyclist crashes, and it's showing those, the red kind of overlay of that. And, we unfortunately just had another fatality yesterday. And then that was a major comment, it seems like, from the neighborhood, the locals there. So definitely something that is a priority, and unfortunate that it's really concentrated obviously around the central First Avenue South area on, I don't know what that cross street is that 22nd? Anyway, but there was some interesting data. I mean, unfortunate, but some good numbers to show and drive the incentive. Yeah.
I wanted to make a comment, and I just wanted to commend the department that worked on this presentation, and I know how hard it is to take so much information from so many community meetings and put it into something that's visually digestible for people, and this was very good. So I think that, you know, not every person is exposed to anything in the urban planning world, but I thought how, you know, down one of the slides, you know, with the dots and the color coding and saying, you know, how much things cost and stuff, like it was very digestible, it was very easy to read, and I think that's going to keep people in the neighborhood informed and a part of the process, because that's ultimately what's going to make it a success. So I'm eager especially to see how all of this comes through, and then also seeing the numbers for the street data, you know, increasing the pedestrians, increasing the bike, and the transit, I think is going to be really exciting, and I hope to see those numbers go up. So, good job. Is there any other conversation that we want to have in executive session about this agenda item?
We do need to have a vote to recommend it to City Council.
Okay. Do we have a motion to bring this up to City Council?
I'd like to make the motion that we find that the Palmetto Park updated neighborhood plan is consistent with the city's comprehensive plan and forward to City Council for consistency and final acceptance.
I second that motion.
All right, we'll take a vote. Thank you.
Nucio?
Yes.
Magnello?
Yes.
Carrasco?
Yes.
Davis?
Yes.
Monteriero?
Yes.
Jeffrey?
Yes?
Nelson?
Yes.
And that motion passes unanimously.
Now we're going to move into the quasi-judicial hearing portion of this meeting, and then Iris, will you read the next item into the agenda?
And this is agenda item H1, City File ZM20. The request is a private initiated application requesting an amendment to the official zoning map to change the zoning of the former Science Center, which is a 3.84 acre parcel located at 7701 22nd Avenue North, from neighborhood suburban 1 in S1 to institutional center / institutional IC/I to allow for educational and accessory uses related to science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics, STEAM. The owner is St. Pete for STEAM LLC, the applicant, Carbon Design and Architecture, Sean Williams, and the staff planner in this case is Britton Wilson. Be sworn. If there's anybody else who plans to speak today, if you would stand to be sworn in.
If you haven't already.
Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you will give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? You do? All right. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Britton Wilson, City Planner, presenting an amendment to the official zoning map for a 3.84 acre site, which is home to the Science Center, located at 7701 22nd Avenue North, petitioned by St. Pete for STEAM LLC. The subject Science Center is located on the north side of 22nd Avenue North. Surrounding uses, starting at the top right, is the city's Northwest Water Reclamation Facility. Below that is a large vacant industrial site, and then south of 22nd Avenue North is the Azalea single-family neighborhood, followed by the Jungle Prada neighborhood, and then the Azalea Middle School is directly west of the subject site, and then the Walter Fuller City Park is on the north side of 26th Avenue North. This is the future land use map showing the subject site as designated institutional, which will remain as this land use designation is intended for parcels utilized for government, hospital, religious, or educational uses, and is consistent with the proposed zoning district. And this is a zoning map showing the subject site as designated neighborhood suburban, or NS1, which is proposed for amendment to Institutional Center Institutional, or ICI, which will allow for the revitalization of the Science Center and to accommodate education, assembly, and indoor and outdoor museum activities that aren't currently allowed under the single-family zoning of NS1. So this slide shows the overall change in development potential from the existing NS single-family zoning that would allow a total of 29 dwelling units, and where the proposed zoning would allow for 48 accessory dwelling units, with an increased FAR from 0.35 to 0.55, and both with the same allowed height of 36 feet. However, all parcels over 2 acres are eligible to follow the large tract plan development process, where when large buffers of 75 feet or more are used, building heights could reach as high as 72 feet. So with both the existing and the proposed zoning, a setback 72-foot high building could potentially be built after obtaining approval from the Development Review Commission. So as noted in the staff report, the proposed amendment is consistent with many policies of the comprehensive plan, such as supporting logical and compatible land use transition, and it is consistent with the established surrounding neighborhood that is a mix of institutional and residential uses. And with that, staff recommends a finding of consistency with the comprehensive plan and to recommend to City Council approval of the proposed zoning change, as it allows for the revitalization and expansion of the existing Science Center that is consistent with the surrounding neighborhood and institutional uses. So that concludes my presentation, and staff, and I believe the applicant is here to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Does the applicant have a presentation? Okay, all right. The applicant did not have a presentation. I did not receive any green comment cards for this. So moving on to cross-examination, since the applicant didn't have any?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have anything else? And then I guess we can move into closing remarks.
Yes, staff waves. Thank you.
Okay, great. So now we can move into executive session.
Oh, we have to ask the applicant, do they have a closing remark?
Does the applicant have any closing remarks? I apologize. Okay, great, thank you. Now we can move into executive session. Sorry about that.
I'll start. I know this has been a very long journey, and it's nice to be here, so congratulations, everyone. There was one letter in our packet from an adjacent homeowner that had a few concerns, one being the height, the proposed height. And what I've noticed is that even with the current zoning or the proposed zoning, it's the same. So, but just to address this one letter writer's concern, I'm sure you've read it. Is there anything you can say about that, please?
Yes, Madam Chair, fellow commissioners, the height of 72 feet can be obtained only when there is at least a minimum of a 75-foot buffer from the property line. So, and I believe this right-of-way is at least 100 feet. So from this particular resident's concern from their backyard, they're looking at least 175 feet from their backyard. But in the buffer, they can build up to 36 feet within the buffer.
And we have spoken and had a great conversation and exchanged emails and photos and stuff, so we're already strategizing on how to make him in a good spot.
And then would you mind just quickly stating your name and address for their
Joe Hamilton, 5175 45th Street North.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I am delighted to see this application and to see the Science Center being revitalized and coming to life again. My kids had many good times there, especially the stargazing at the Science Center, and you even have, in addition to the Science Center itself, the Walk of States, which I understand is going to be restored. So this is all fabulous. As I read over the application, I did have a question about the existing zoning map. Could you maybe put that up and just clarify a couple of things?
There we go.
Okay, so we're seeing the Azalea Middle School site there is also in S1, and I'm wondering why that's not institutional already. And we're on the same site where the Science Center was before. Why is that not institutional already?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, that is a good question. Similar to a land use amendment that I brought to this board a few months ago at the St. Pete College site, they also had the institutional land use, but then they had the residential zoning. The inconsistency between zoning and land use is very common with the city. It is unclear to staff why exactly that was set up back in the day. I'm not sure if they just assigned an institutional land use for taxing purposes, but that inconsistency has been the case with the city for decades.
Another quirk of our history then.
I don't fully know the history and why that is.
Okay, I was just curious about that. Again, I'm not voting here today, but I fully support this application.
Thank you.
Without any opposition from nearby residents, I'm inclined to vote in support of this. I'm excited to see what you all end up doing. It seems like the surrounding parcels kind of support kind of what you're doing. So in the sense that it's not totally residential surrounding you. So I don't see any reason not to approve this change.
I would agree. I went to Azalea Middle, so I have a lot of memories at the Science Center. And it's really nice to see that it's keeping in with education and nonprofit, and I think that all residents will be excited to see this move forward.
Yeah, I was just going to add a quick thing. I grew up in St. Pete, and one of my favorite field trips of all time was to the Science Center. And I currently work in the science field as well. So I am really excited. I do support this application, and yeah, it's one of my favorite and most fondest field trip memories I had growing up. So really, really excited for you all. At this time, if there's no other discussion, do we want to take a motion?
I'd make a motion that the CPPC finds the amendment consistent with the comprehensive plan and recommending to City Council the official zoning map be changed to the zoning of the former Science Center, which is a 3.84 acre parcel located at 770201 22nd Avenue North, from neighborhood suburban NS1 to institutional center institutional ICI.
Second?
Okay, we'll take a vote.
All right, Nucio?
Yes.
Magnello?
Yes.
Carrasco?
Yes.
Davis?
Yes.
Pontoriero?
Yes.
Jeffrey?
Yes?
Nelson?
Yes.
And that motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Thank you. At this time, Iris, would you like to read the next item into the agenda?
Yes, the next agenda item is H2, City File Number 25-902-00161 and 25-54000115. The COA request is an application for construction of a front porch and alterations at 126 23rd Avenue Northeast, a non-contributing property in a local historic district. The variance request is a review of a variance application for the following variances. Approval of a variance to the front yard setback for a covered front porch and stoop. The owners are Robert and Barbara Gruters, and the agent is Estevan Petanarich. My apologies. And the staff planner in this case is Kelly Perkins.
All right. Good afternoon, Kelly Perkins, Historic Preservationist, City of St. Pete. So yes, we're here today for a COA and variance application for alterations at the property of 126 23rd Avenue Northeast. We received no public comments for this item. Yesterday, we did receive an updated neighborhood worksheet that included another neighbor signature that was provided to you for your review. So the subject property is located in the Granada Terrace Local Historic District. It is listed as a non-contributing resource to both the Local Historic District and the North Shore National Register Historic District. So the house was built in 1946 as a single-story, mid-century era masonry vernacular building. It's very much representative of sort of the post-war masonry vernacular transitional architecture, where you typically will have a small covered entryway with a metal post and brick steps. Often would have a faux concrete shutter surrounding the front windows, as well as a planter in the front. This house also has a front-facing garage. So when the district was designated in the 80s, this is another structure that would not have met that 50-year threshold. It is now almost, or is 80 years old this year. And so although it has now exceeded that 50-year threshold, it does have this really prominent front-facing garage, which is somewhat antithesis to the design intent of the Granada Terrace Local Historic District, or the Granada Terrace neighborhood, where garages and driveways were always kind of located towards the rear, or parking was located towards the rear. So this is really kind of against kind of the design intent of the district by having this really prominent front-facing garage. It also had these coin details added. Staff is unsure the exact date. I expect it would be in 80s or 90s. It's sort of a classical revival design intent. So that would have been more in line of that time period. So while researching this application, I did find a photograph showing the windows, the historic windows of the property. I include this just because I have a little bit of a discussion of the windows proposed. Historically, the house had very traditional steel or aluminum casement and fixed windows. This is very common for houses built from the 1930s into the 1940s, where you'd often would have casement windows in groupings of 4. So in this case, on the front, you had the 1 or 2 fixed pane window with the surrounding 8 light French casement windows. You can see on the side there appears to be a 16 light fixed encasement window grouping. When the windows were approved to be replaced by staff in 2016, there was a condition that the front windows would replicate those grids that were extant at the time. This is why now we require inspections, because those conditions were obviously not met of the COA. But this is to bring up that when it comes to even replacement windows on non-contributing buildings, we still want to retain kind of the architectural details of the windows. So the project request is to demolish the kind of the front entryway with the brick stoops, the planter, and install kind of a porch that spans the front facade of the building. It'll also include a lot of fenestration changes on the front facade, the removal of the original single action front entry door, and the removal of the central windows with the surrounding faux concrete shutters. It is also proposing a more central stoop with a double action front door. On the left side, we'll have a three-part window. It's a sliding, fixed sliding. And on the right is a single action casement window. There's also a proposed pergola above the garage. The applicant's intent was to sort of add in somewhat Mediterranean revival details, which is characteristic of the Granada Terrace Historic District, but while also incorporating windows, because the rest of the house has similar sliding windows, so that we're not having an inconsistency of windows on the front facade versus the surrounding. Here's kind of the plan that shows the new front stoop, the new porch, and the new pergola. So in addition to a COA, there's a variance request.
Yes, thank you, Kelly. Derek Kilborn, Planning Director. And just briefly, we wanted to run you through the variance request on this application. Normally, variances are presented to your sister commission, the Development Review Commission. But for efficiencies, the code was changed a number of years ago. When we have a variance that is paired with a certificate of appropriateness, the commission here is empowered to make those decisions. So in this particular case, you received a very detailed analysis in the staff report that was prepared by one of our planners in the zoning division, Katrina Lunan-Gordon. Katrina is here today to answer any follow-up questions you may have related to the variance itself. So we appreciate her contribution to Kelly's certificate of appropriateness review. What Katrina was looking at here was just the different site conditions The site does comply with the minimum lot width requirements, but it was found to be 11% deficient on lot area. She also walked through the 9 factors that are typically applied to a variance. One of those factors has 7 additional circumstances that are evaluated. So based on that analysis, there was a conclusion from the zoning division that some degree of relief is reasonable in this particular instance. And we take that determination, we look at whether or not granting the variance would protect the historic integrity of the structure itself. Kelly found in her analysis that the certificate of appropriateness is appropriate. And so based on that, there is a recommendation in the report to approve the variance. The conditions that are in here attached to the variance itself are standard conditions that are typically applied to all variance requests. So based on that, there isn't anything unique related to the variance request, the findings, or the recommendation itself. Thanks, Kelly.
All right. And so when reviewing this, staff found it did meet half of the criteria for grantings of certificate of appropriateness. The application is proposing the removal of historic elements that are character defining features of the mid-century era architecture, which can ding it for certain criteria, though it is a non-contributing structure to the Granada Terrace Historic District. And the proposed porch, while spanning the front facade, which is atypical to the district and Mediterranean Revival structures, it is fairly minor in the overall district impact. So therefore, staff is recommending approval. So the bottom includes our standard conditions of approval, which we typically include for almost every COA application incorporating window and door changes. There is a specific condition of approval regarding the grid configurations to use on the proposed windows, which you can discuss here. So one of the things talking about was that the windows that they were choosing, particularly the tripartite, sorry, I'm not using that word correctly, but the fixed sliding window, which is kind of representative of 1930s to 1950s architecture. You find it on minimal traditional as well as masonry and frame vernacular. This is from the mid-century modern section. I have it highlighted there where you have often a grouping of 4 surrounding a fixed. You can see the historic windows on this building had a grouping of 8 around the fixed. It's the same with the single action casement window on the right, which they're showing with no grids, but traditionally you would have a grouping of 8. In addition, the Mediterranean Revival architecture, which is the predominant architecture of this district, also incorporates grids on their architectural, including often for casement windows and 8 light. So that's why staff was recommending the incorporation of some grids on these windows so that we're in keeping with the architectural style of really any architecture for houses in St. Petersburg. There is typically always some sort of grid application or configuration on windows. And then this is the recommendation for the variance, which I think Derek already went over. It's standard conditions. And so that is the end of our presentation, and we're here if you have any questions. I know the applicants are here. So
Great.
that's it.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commission. It's Istvan Petronets, Behar Petronets Architecture. I live at 2142 Burlington Avenue North, St. Petersburg and Kenwood. And I'm in the historic area. So, I just want to thank Kelly and Derek and the staff for the report. I don't have much more to add. Spoke with the owners, and they are more than willing to add the graded windows to basically satisfy the conditions. And this is, we feel it's a minor modification. We've really taken the existing covered stoop, and just extending it out. We're not pulling forward anymore. So I just thank you for your consideration, and they'd love to move into the house, honestly. So I'm ready to answer any questions.
Great. Thank you. Okay. At this time, we're going to move into the public hearing portion of this agenda item. I did not receive any green comment cards for this item, so we're going to move into cross.
I think we have one.
Oh, perfect. Sorry.
I could take.
I'm a neighbor in the neighborhood there, so, and I'm in one of the historic homes, and I just wanted to add that I think it's going to contribute to our neighborhood.
Great.
You
Would
state
you-
your, yep.
Oh, sorry. No, I'm Laura Marshall, and I live on 23rd Avenue Northeast.
Great, thank you. I apologize, I didn't know, I had a card. Perfect, are there any other comments? Okay, seeing none, we can move into cross-examination. Does staff have any cross for the applicant?
No, city waives.
Okay, does the applicant have any cross-examination for city staff?
No, you're,
Great, thank you. And then, any closing remarks from city?
None, I guess, actually just one little, I don't know why I said none. Just want to make it clear that the grid applications is really only for the front facade of the building. So, thank you.
Thank you. All right, and does the applicant have any closing remarks? All right, perfect, the applicant waives. Now we're going to move into executive session. My first thought was when I was looking at it, I was like, wow, that was a really great design by the architect. So I did want to commend you by that. That is a really exciting change to the home. And I'm going to be in favor of voting for approval of this application and the variance. I know we do not take into account pergolas, I don't believe, or landscaping. So that's not weighing on my vote, but I do think that that's going to, for aesthetic purposes, I think that's really going to fit in with the neighborhood. I do think that it's important. I typically, when we're going through these, one of my first questions that I like to ask is if the applicant agrees with staff's recommendations. I stand by those. I think those are important. I think that it will really match with the rest of the neighborhood as well. So a part of me wanting to move forward with approval of this is definitely including city staff's recommendations. But other than that, does anyone else have any other comments? Yes, Commissioner Jeffrey.
I just had one related to the variance. I'm glad that we've seen that as a substandard lot and that you listed some criteria that indicated why this was supported by the city staff. So, thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
I also wanted to congratulate the design of this improvement. While I do appreciate the mid-century look, I actually very much appreciate that you're, in my view, upgrading this property to be more in line with the historic nature of Granada Terrace neighborhood. A house like this, a mid-century modern house, might make more sense in a different neighborhood, but what you're doing is really adding to the quality of the historic neighborhood. So thank you for moving to a historic neighborhood and caring about making it your house fit more in line with the homes that are in the neighborhood. So great work. I plan to vote in favor of this with the condition of the gridded windows. And great job to Ms. Perkins, because I was also wondering why the design did not include gridded windows. So I'm glad that she brought that up and that the homeowners have agreed to put in gridded windows.
Does anyone else have any comments? How do we all feel about including the conditions that the city staff? Okay, all right. Okay. Looks like for something like this is the best path forward to take two separate votes, one for the COA, one for the variance.
Oh, we can do it that way, yes.
Okay, all right. I think that if anyone would like to start with a motion for the COA.
I'll make a motion that the CPPC approve the certificate of appropriateness for 126 23rd Avenue Northeast, including the conditions outlined in the city staff report.
Second.
Wonderful. All right, so at this time, Iris is going to take a vote just for the COA.
Nucio?
Yes.
Magnello?
Yes.
Carrasco?
Yes.
Davis?
Yes.
Santoriero?
Yes.
Jeffrey?
Yes.
Nelson?
Yes.
And that motion passes unanimously.
Does anyone have a motion for the variance?
I'll make a motion that the CPPC approve the variance application to the front yard setback for a covered front porch and stoop at 126 23rd Avenue Northeast.
Subject to the conditions of the staff report for the variance.
Subject to the conditions of the staff report of the variance.
Second.
Okay. Nucio?
Yes.
Magnello?
Yes.
Carrasco?
Yes.
Davis?
Yes.
Monteriero?
Yes.
Jeffrey?
Yes.
Nelson?
Yes.
And that motion passes unanimous.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
At this time, we're going to move into updates and announcements.
I only have one today, and it kind of is a preview of what's coming after we adjourn today, and also kind of moving forward with the Sunrunner Transit-Oriented Development Overlay. So I'll just mention briefly, anybody who's watching the meeting right now, that this meeting will adjourn and the workshop session will not be televised or live streamed. However, the presentation deck is available on the initiative's homepage and website, which is stpete.org/sunrunner TOD. And that is a webpage that we are managing with all related updates to this particular initiative. And again, this is relating to the bus rapid transit system along the First Avenues and corresponding land use and zoning changes to further support that system. Now, the initiative will also be discussed at the City Council Housing, Land Use, and Transportation Committee this coming Thursday, February 12th. That meeting starts at 8:30 and is scheduled to 9:45. Essentially, the HLUT will be receiving the same presentation from city staff, and there will be a discussion. That meeting will be televised and live streamed, and then it will be made available afterwards as archive video, which you can access and watch. And then this initiative will proceed to the Development Review Commission for a public hearing starting on Wednesday, the first Wednesday in March, which is March 4th. And that meeting start time is being considered right now. It's normally 1 p.m., but may be moved up to 10 a.m. or sometime in that time frame because we have additional applications that we're trying to manage that day. But that is the only update I had for anybody who's watching right now so that they know where to find this information. And then we'll pick up after adjournment and we'll go through the Sunrunner workshop with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
May I ask, just out of ignorance, Mr. Kilborn,
Yeah.
the Sunrunner overlay plan, I was just curious why there isn't a hearing with CPPC since it's regarding,
Sure.
the zoning and comprehensive plan.
That's a very good question. So this particular set of code changes are text amendment changes only.
Okay.
And text amendments normally go through the Development Review Commission. So the CPPC is involved for map amendments. In this particular case, the map amendments are the activity center that were previously approved. And so the text that is being considered is referring over to the already established activity center boundary. And so this particular initiative right now is processed as a text amendment. Now, there has been some discussion about going beyond the boundary of the existing activity center. For example, going within an eighth of a mile or a quarter mile of the individual station locations. You will see in the presentation that the boundary of what is being considered right now stops at the First Avenues. If there is future interest in going beyond that boundary, then we would bring something back through as a new map amendment to identify those other areas outside those existing boundaries. So any changes outside the First Avenues would come back through this commission as a map amendment with a corresponding text amendment.
So, sorry, just to follow up.
Sure.
So the activity centers, were those presented and voted on by the CPPC previously, in previous?
Yes, those would have come through this commission. When it was previously considered, there were other comprehensive plan text amendments that were processed, and so you had a bundle of things that were coming through this commission. You also had several things going through the Development Review Commission at the time that the activity center was set up, and then redefined. And so I'll explain that a little bit more detail because I have kind of a looking backwards introduction in the presentation to show you what was done previously and how we kind of got to this point where we are right now.
Okay, so there are no changes being made today that to the land use itself. You're just saying that the workshop, we're not discussing any changes to the land use. That's kind of already been made in a previous.
The boundary that is under consideration is not being changed.
I see.
The workshop that we've scheduled with you today is a courtesy workshop to solicit your feedback so that if you have important points that you want to have included, I can make sure that those are included in the staff report we prepare for the DRC and the City Council. And you'll see as we go through, this initiative started really back in 2012 with the Central Avenue Revitalization Plan, which became the Central Avenue Activity Center. And then the Central Avenue Activity Center was later redefined and combined with the Central Plaza Activity Center as the Sunrunner BRT Activity Center.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, just quickly, as I think you may recall, I chair the Flood Control Planning and Resiliency Committee for the Council of Neighborhood Associations. And we had a very good meeting, actually, with the city flood control team, Claude Tankersley and Maven Rogers and a number of other city staff about a week ago. Plan to meet again in about a month. But the key thing I wanted to say is that there are 3 workshops that the city will be holding. I think the first one is actually starting tomorrow night. They'll all be on the same topic, which is flood control and resiliency in our city, based upon the action plan that was developed after they had the visit to the 9 demonstration neighborhoods last year. So that report kind of summarized what was found and the recommendations that came out of those particular visits. And these workshops will address that and other flood control issues that are important background to a huge issue in our city. And I am hoping that these workshops will help to promote public understanding for the need for the GO bonds, the general obligation bonds that the city plans to have on the ballot this coming November for a $500 accelerated allocation of our flood control projects throughout the city. So maybe Derek could send out a link to you which gives you all the information about the workshops. Again, there are 3 of them. They're all on the same topic, but in different areas of the city and on different days. So hopefully you can make one of those.
Thank you.
I have a procedural question. We're about to go into our workshop. Can we make motions after we conclude this?
This is
meeting?
just purely, once we conclude, everything that happens in the workshop is an informal discussion about the topic that Derek's going to present to you, and we'll include those comments, as he stated, in like future feedback we present to the voting bodies, which in this case would be DRC and City Council.
Yeah, that's what I thought. My concern is that we have 2 pressing House bill and Senate bills that are semi-related to this, but are asking for more restrictions to our city and proposing floor area ratios of up to 12, which, if we look at the 400 Central project, that's an FAR of 8. So imagine plopping that somewhere on Central Avenue, again, a third taller. And I really think that we, as a CPPC, should make some sort of recommendation to City Council that they either propose amendments or otherwise just flat out oppose these Senate bills. And I think it's timely that we make that motion now if we can do that before we adjourn. So I would like to make a motion that the CPPC pass a resolution asking City Council to seek to amend or otherwise oppose the House and Senate bills SB 1342 and HB 1183.
Can I ask a question first?
Yeah.
Before I just, some of the things you said, I just want to make it clear for the audience, the few people that may be watching, because and a lot of times, especially with these bills and things, the terminology is way above what people can really understand, and it's hard for them to know the impact. So when you said, I think you said a
floor area ratio.
Yes, can you say for the general public, can you say specifically what that means? Absolutely. And the impact that would have before we vote?
So floor area ratio is the amount of floor area in a building compared to the amount of land space. So if you had a 10,000 square foot site and an FAR floor area ratio of 1, you could build a 10,000 square foot building. Okay, so in the case of the 400 Central project, that has a floor area ratio, I believe, if I'm correct, it's around 8, which means that literally that's 2/3 of what the state is proposing could be built if someone assembled a block similar in size. So I think unfortunately when people start to write these bills and whatever, they don't necessarily know the numbers or understand the numbers, and especially if you're not in the planning field. And it all sounds good that, oh, this is going to get affordable housing or do things, but you know, if we look at the studies of cities that have increased zoning, affordability doesn't come down. Building a building like 400 Central out on the 2500 block of Central makes no sense to me. I mean, as Mr. Belmont expressed concern over changing of our character or what have you, I'm not opposed to rational amounts of density and increases, but I think these bills go too far, and I think it's important that the city weigh in at this point.
Okay. And the bills that you're referring to, can you just, so again, if we vote on it, just, I know you can't tell us what the entire bill says, but can you just in general, big picture, say what those bills are? Just
so really it's about the Sunrunner, and Derek's in his workshop is probably going to propose or present a lot of the information on what the city's plan is. But really they're talking the floor area ratio, limited parking, or non-existent parking is another big proposal of that. There are two different levels of height and things that can go into it, but the bottom line is it just far exceeds the character of our city in the downtown, let alone going out towards 34th Street. And remember that the BRT goes all the way to 66th Street, even though there's a step down in what they're recommending. The other thing that they're recommending that is critical in this is they're talking about going 1/4 mile and 1/2 mile away from these Sunrunner stops. So if you look at, say, 22nd or 31st, you've just wiped out historic Kenwood. And, you know, the fact that that's a National Register historic district as a whole, you would think would give it some protection, except for there's also an exemption in these bills that any historic district platted prior to 2000 is exempt, but not after 2000. And historic Kenwood's designation was 2003. So again, that protection doesn't apply.
Yeah, my understanding is that this could allow for a 16-story building in the Kenwood Historic District, just totally out of scope here.
If I may, since there is a motion and you are talking about some of the details, I do have a bullet point list of the details in the bill. as written at this moment in time. So as we know, these things are constantly changing. What you're going to see in the presentation workshop is a map that identifies the bus rapid transit stations. And what has been submitted for consideration by the state legislature is what is just being commonly referred to as the Transit-Oriented Development Act. And what it does is it identifies permanent public transit stops as essentially bus rapid transit or light rail. It then defines those as Tier 1 and Tier 2 zones. Tier 1 zone is defined as within 1/4 mile of the station stop, and Tier 2 is defined as within 1/2 mile. It then goes in and says that local government shall zone lots within Tier 1 and Tier 2 for mixed uses, residential and transit supportive commercial. It then goes in a more detailed list to define what is Tier 1. And again, this is within 1/4 mile. It has a multiplier for municipalities with a population that exceeds 75,000 square feet. So obviously St. Petersburg does. And based on that interpretation then, the proposed bill as written at this moment in time would allow at least 16 stories or 170 feet or 8 stories or 90 feet when adjacent to single family. On floor area ratio, it says allow 12.0 floor area ratio for residential developments or 6.0 floor area ratio for residential developments on lots adjacent to single family. And then it says allow 6.0 FAR for commercial developments or 4.0 FAR for commercial developments on lots adjacent to single family. It then goes into Tier 2, which is 1/2 mile. So now you're getting farther out from the center of where the station is located. And this is referring to, again, it has the population threshold and then the multiplier. So for anything between 1/4 mile and 1/2 mile, it would allow at least 8 stories or 90 feet or 6 stories or 70 feet when adjacent to single family. Residential FAR is 6.0. Residential FAR is 4.0 when adjacent to single family. Commercial FAR is 6.0. Commercial FAR is 4.0 when on lots adjacent to single family. And so that is kind of the summary rundown of what this transit-oriented development proposal looks like. It is moving or seeing more action on the Senate side. Its last action on the Senate side was February 4. It's not seeing a lot of action on the House side because there is a companion House bill. Right now, the last action on the House side was January 15th. So again, this is where the bill is at this moment in time. It could be amended as it continues to move through committees, but because you have a motion and you're asking for some action on that motion, I thought it was important to at least run through these details as a preview of what's in the bill. There is additional language about historic districts, and so while you were talking, I was trying to catch up to you and pull that language because I didn't have that in my summary chart. So I will try to find that for you here if you guys are working through additional questions.
What they're proposing is that any historic district that was put in place before 2000
right.
would be exempt, but all our historic districts came after that period, so it's moot.
Right. The districts in historic Kenwood both National Register and local, all came after 2000. The bill itself is referring to specifically National Register. So the bill, it says on line 312, regulations that prohibit, limit, or otherwise restrict demolition or alteration of a structure or building that is individually listed in the National Register of Historic Places, or that is a contributing structure or building within a historic district which was listed in the National Register of Historic Places before January 1, 2000. And so what this section is doing is this is going through and saying that the local government may not impose a regulation that prohibits, limits, or otherwise restricts residential or commercial development authorized within a TOD zone under this section for any eligible lot that contains historic property as defined below. And then it transitions into that paragraph that I previously read to you.
The reason I don't like these bills, first of all, I want to say I think transit-oriented development is very important to logical and sustainable growth in a city like ours. What I don't like about these bills is that it is basically tying our hands as a local municipality to control how our city grows. And I think that's very important, right? Context is everything. And so that's why we have commissions like this, because it's important for us to review the character of an area and then assess whether certain restrictions or certain exceptions are appropriate. And so if these bills pass, it really ties our hands. And so we can't grow the way we want to grow. And I personally don't want to see St. Pete just become just another American city. I think St. Pete is very special, and I love the way that St. Pete has been growing, and I want to see it continue to grow in the way that we as residents want it to grow. And so there is a motion on the floor, if I'm not mistaken. So I'm going to second your motion, if I may.
I'm going to clarify, as of right now, it would be a very short resolution, resolution of the Community Planning and Preservation Commission requesting City Council oppose the two bills. And if you could say the bill numbers again for me, that would be
I
appreciated.
actually said to amend or oppose.
Okay.
And those bill numbers are SB 1342 and HB 1183.
Are we good to take a vote on that, if that's the resolution?
If there's no more discussion.
Well, as a alternate, I'm not eligible to vote, but I support the resolution.
Okay.
Same.
You can take a vote.
Nucio?
Yes.
Magnello?
Yes.
Carrasco?
Yes.
Davis? Yes.
Monteriero?
Yes.
Jeffrey?
Yes.
Nelson?
Yes.
That motion passes unanimously.
I have a question. That's the first time that's happened since I've been on part of this commission, which will be almost 3 years this year. Thank you for doing that. I did not know that we could do that. That's mostly on me for not knowing that. And I am going to take this time to voice a very quick concern that I would like potentially for, and I think that it really involves a lot of redevelopment, is Senate Bill 1434. We don't need to talk about it today because it's a lot and it's hyper focused on redevelopment, but in the way how it impacts environmental issues in our city and across the Florida. And it's basically allowing developers to purchase contaminated pieces of property, essentially, that may not, they might not enforce cleanup of those pieces of property anymore, and it's pretty concerning. So I wasn't really prepared to talk about it today. It was more so it's been something that I've been tracking professionally for what I do, but I think that if that's something that I could circle back with you guys on next month, or you guys could look into it and just see potentially how that would really adversely impact the city of St. Pete, because that would really open up a lot of liability to the city. It's pretty concerning, especially if we are overdeveloping. We're exposing a lot of people potentially to human health hazards given the environment. So that's just, again, I wasn't prepared to talk about it today, but it is something that I've been personally just tracking. I wanted to put that on your guys' radar because it is something that I do think that if the city did some research on, they would probably have an opinion about it. So
I have a question. Do we still have a position at the city that looks at all and tracks all the bills? I know we used to.
We have an in-house position, and then we have a firm, professional firm that we contract with to help us with Tallahassee and in DC. So but we do have a designated legislative director.
Would it be possible for us, as these bills, because they come in groups, they don't just show up one at a time, just sort of get a heads up on the things that are affecting the work that we do?
That can certainly be something that we can add to, if the commission likes to updates and announcements, especially by the time we have our next meeting, the session will almost be over, but we can definitely have an update for you in the April meeting, letting you know everything that passed and didn't pass, and then something, usually there's time for the governor to sign that, so we'll let you know what we're waiting for, but we can certainly bring an update for you when we know a little bit more about the lay of the land after this session.
And I was also thinking, though, circling back to December or January, as these things are introduced, so we do have time to look at them and weigh in.
that was really great, and I think that that's something that I'm really excited that you did that today. And obviously, like you said, session's going to be ending, but I would love for that to be implemented each time session is going on in Tallahassee and potentially DC, because I think that allows us to make even more changes in our community, hopefully for the best too. So thank you for doing that.
Thank all of you.
Yeah. Did we vote? Yes, we did. Sorry. Didn't have my coffee. I have a quick personal thing that I just wanted to thank Commissioner Jeffrey for his time as co-chair, and thank you all for the opportunity. It's really meant a lot to me, and when I started, I learned from the best from Chair Wanamaker, so thank you guys again for the opportunity, and thank you for helping me for the last year. And that's all I have.
I just want to give a thank you to Mr. Peter Belmont, who came here and spoke, and thank you, Mr. Belmont, for everything that you've done with Preserve the Berg. The work that you're doing is invaluable to maintaining the character that we love here in St. Pete. That's all.
If there are no other updates and announcements, I think that are we good on that front? We'll go into adjourning the meeting. Thank you all.
Growing up, one of my biggest female role models was my grandmother. My grandmother was an incredible woman. She was hardworking, she was kind, she was sweet, but she was tough. And she really taught me from a very, very young age how important it is not only to work hard for everything that you want, but once you achieve those things, to give back to others.
When you look at who did I look up to, I have to say my mother was definitely the primary one, because she was actually able to take so little and provide so much. She taught me what fortitude was. She taught me what commitment was.
Even in this day and age, it can be really tough for women who are, aspiring to achieve their career goals or their own personal goals for their life. For those of us who are at this level, who have, accomplished some of our goals in life, we have kind of a responsibility to reach our hand out to that next young woman, grab her hand and pull her along.
Well, I think growing up, children learn from those who are around them. And even as they're babies, they mimic everything that their parents do and what they teach them. And I think having the positive role models that are necessary to make the right choices in life, role models are helpful.
Well, really, I think the sky's the limit when it comes to female leadership in our city. I think there is a day when we will have a woman in the mayor's office.
The future of female leadership in St. Petersburg is awesome. It looks bright. I am so encouraged. We take a lot of our lived experiences and we apply logical applications to making decisions.
I'm inspired and encouraged by the number of young women who are rolling up their sleeves, getting involved in their communities, and really stepping up to be true leaders.
There was a time where it was, when is there going to be the first female on city council? Then we got to, there's a supermajority of women on city council. And I think that question in terms of whether or not women can be a part of our city and whatever leadership position isn't a question anymore. Women do lead.
Women have such an important role in our culture.
And the future of the women in St. Pete has never felt brighter.
Mentor a young lady or find a mentor for yourself.
Be sure to honor the women in your life this month and every month.
I'm Dr. Tanja Williams. I am the first African American and female president of St. Petersburg College in St. Petersburg, Florida. My definition of a trailblazer is a person who has a fire burning in the bottom of their belly that they just have to get out. A person who's willing to practice courage over comfort, who's willing to step out and do something that no one has done because they feel passionate about it and they feel that they have something that they could add to it to help make things better than they are now. Being one of the very few St. Petersburg natives born and raised in St. Pete, getting a job at St. Petersburg College alone was a big deal for us. Growing up, I did not get to see African American college presidents. As a matter of fact, I don't believe I had an African American faculty member when I was going to college. So to be president was not something that I thought was in my reach. It wasn't a part of my vision. But when it came to fruition, I realized that it was such a huge honor and a huge opportunity to help others understand that it's not where you start, it's where you finish. So being the president of SPC is an honor, it is a privilege, it's also a lot of hard work. One of the biggest moments of a college president is the investiture. I remember fighting tears because it's a part of my journey that my mom, who helped get me there, was not able to join me. She had passed away. She said, Tanja, you're gonna do some cool things in life. I'm not gonna be here to see it, but I know you will. And she said, don't sell your soul to get it, and don't sell your soul to keep it. And I remember standing on that stage saying to her, We did it, and I did not sell my soul. I've had a lot of people in my life who stood in the gap for me to help me do what I didn't think I could even do myself. People like Helen Collier at George's Pools. They were one of the first African-American millionaires in St. Petersburg who owned a swimming pool company. They pushed me hard to go to college, and they helped me stay in college. For those of you who are thinking, wow, I've failed 3 times, get up the 4th time. Many of us have failed. Many of us have made mistakes, but you dust yourself off and you keep going. It's all about the possibilities. Don't leave them on the table. Get up, dust yourself off, and keep trying.
Hi, I'm Chuck with the City of St. Petersburg Water Resource Department. Today, I want to talk about something small that makes a big difference, your sewer cleanout cap. Your sewer cleanout is an access point in your yard that allows you or a plumber to quickly inspect and service the pipe connecting your home to the city's sewer system. If the cap is missing or damaged, rainwater, floodwater, and debris can get in. And when rainwater enters the sewer system through an open cleanout, it can overwhelm the system, increase treatment costs, and even cause sewer overflows. The good news? It's a simple, inexpensive fix. A PVC cap costs just a few dollars at most hardware stores. Just screw it clockwise until it's snug. That small step helps protect public health, reduces costs, and keep both your neighborhood and the city's wastewater system running smoothly. So, check your clean out today and replace any missing or broken caps right away. For questions, call 727-893-7261 or visit stpete.org/waterresources.
District 1 is located west of 49th Street North, from 7th Avenue South to 40th Avenue North. It's where the city meets Bogosiega Bay. I'm Councilmember Copley Gertis, your representative for District 1. Standing here by the baseball fields at Northwest Park has a special meaning to me. This is the park where I spent my childhood racing in the pool, playing youth baseball growing up, and where countless residents have enjoyed all kinds of outdoor activities. Northwest Park is also the home to the J.W. Cate Rec Center. District 1 is filled with an abundance of beautiful large parks. Residents can enjoy a run around Walter Fuller Park, the boardwalk's water views from Abercrombie Park, or a round of frisbee golf at Azalea Park. Swimming pools, dog parks, walking trails, outdoor gym facilities, and more serve whatever you seek this side of town. I love that the neighborhoods surrounding the parks, such as Jungle Prada and Jungle Terrace, inherit the lush landscape and wildlife we love within the park system. As if these parks aren't enough to keep you in touch with nature, some of the best beaches in the world are a quick drive or a bike ride away. The proximity between the Gulf beaches and downtown St. Pete make this part of St. Pete one of a kind. This side of St. Petersburg has become a mecca for local shops and restaurants like Alessia, Two Graces, the Wheelhouse, and the Nosh Pit. With long-standing institutions like St. Pete College, St. Pete Catholic High School, and Admiral Farragut all help support the diverse culture throughout District 1. There's no denying the vibrant display of energy, nature, neighborhoods, and great local businesses when you spend a little time in District 1.
My name's Jason Farina. I'm an electrician 2, Parks and Rec. I run the bucket truck, the big bucket. So I basically take care of anything that's over 15 feet in the air, sports lighting, tennis courts, basketball courts, the decorative lighting, stuff like that. We're at Boyd Hill Nature Center, and we're retrofitting the parking lot lights with LED, so we're getting rid of the old inefficient HID lighting. Safer, better on the environment all the way around, so it's a win-win. I get a lot of one-on-one time with citizens when I'm out and about. You know, I like when they come up and ask me questions. I never have a problem talking with people. Anybody ever comes up and asks me questions, I'm more than helpful. Like the new LED lights and stuff, I get a lot of positive feedback from that. People feel safer and it makes for a nicer environment. You know, we have a lot of osprey nests and wildlife like that. Down at Lake Vista, I got to see the osprey from being eggs to being hatchlings. I watched the mom and dad teach them how to fly. It was pretty cool. Once you get up over 30 feet or so, it's like everything is quiet. Get to focus on me and my work without having to worry about what's going on down below. It's like a whole different world, you know?
My name is Lisa Fleming. My business is Dress Up Studio. It's actually a boutique, one of the newest boutiques in downtown St. Pete, on the corner of First Avenue North and 6th Street. I'm from Puerto Rico, and in Puerto Rico, fashion is big. I guess like everything started back with, you know, my parents, right? Like especially my mom. My mom loves fashion, and of course, you know, when she had her 4 kids, like everything kind of like all the attention like turned into us. So I was, you know, early introduced to fashion. I had a passion for it, so I really wanted to have a space where I could find pieces, you know, for any occasion. I was in an environment that was highly dominated by male, and I wanted to obviously, you know, keep it professional, but still be true to myself. And, you know, fashion was that, you know, way to really, you know, be able to have fun. St. Pete is very special in the sense that it truly supports small businesses. And I really feel like when you go out there and you have the opportunity to really engage with other business owners, they're extremely helpful as well. And I think that's incredibly valuable. There's something in here for every single person. They just need to come in and play with us.
Maybe it's a little bit of my kind of hippie roots that makes me believe that music can change the world, and I feel we're doing our part in doing that. I'm Brad Winkos, founder of True Fire. We're based here in the Warehouse Arts District of St. Petersburg. True Fire is a publisher of interactive video software for music education. In the Warehouse Arts District, you still have a lot of warehouses and industry, but you have artisans, you have pottery, you have painters, studios. What do we have? 3 or 4 breweries even. So you've got this really kind of hip scene that's growing up Central Avenue. We're really looking forward to what the Warehouse Arts District is going to look like in 5 years. I think it's going to be one of the country's premier art centers. When we present a course, you're either streaming that course or you're downloading the course. And it's not just the video that's a part of the lesson, it's sheet music, interactive tablature, backing tracks, charts. So there's a lot of digital assets that comprise a True Fire video lesson. I wish we had more teachers here in St. Petersburg, but typically we'll fly them in from Europe, South America, all over the States, Canada, fly them into St. Petersburg, put them up at one of the nice hotels downtown.
When I'm in St. Petersburg, I'm happy. For that reason, I wrote a couple of songs in my acoustic album dedicated to St. Pete.
When I was growing up, if you wanted to play guitar, you couldn't even learn that in school. You had to go find another guitar player. There were no books, there were no DVDs. Certainly wasn't any internet, so you'd found another guitar player. Today, you can sit a student in front of a screen. You can show them multiple angles so that they can see the right hand, the left hand, everything that the player, the teacher is doing. So you're watching a video, you have a little map for where to put your fingers, you're listening, and you're able to learn how to play music. We do live broadcasts every time an artist comes to town. Streams around the world. For those 60 minutes, we have people of all creed, color. For that hour, we are one, we are a family. We share a passion. That's a very, very powerful influence.
I look at Woodlawn as probably the most neighbor-friendly, kid-friendly neighborhood that I've ever lived in. It's a wonderful neighborhood to grow up in. I wish I was a kid growing up in this neighborhood.
It's a real family-oriented community, super close to downtown, and it's just kind of one of those picturesque, nice, quaint little neighborhoods.
I think what was really cool about the neighborhood is it's different compared to a lot of the other neighborhoods where part of it is on a circle. So as soon as we drove in on the neighborhood looking for a house, I just knew that this neighborhood had kind of some extra character to it.
Woodlawn has got a circular style to it, design to it, and you can see from some of these old pictures that there really is a circle or an oval to Woodlawn neighborhood.
My favorite part of the day is driving home. You turn onto our street from MLK, and there's beautiful oak trees, blooming crepe myrtles, and then there's a park. We have a park just at the end of our street. So here in Woodlawn, we have 3 public parks within our community.
We use those parks a lot for our garage sale in the fall. There's cookouts that go on in those neighborhood parks, and they become very handy.
And that's where we have all of the holiday events, all of our neighborhood events, potlucks, things like that. But then on the weekends, you can just kind of go out there and hang out. So I've worked out in the park, take my dog to the park. There's a basketball hoop for the neighborhood kids to hang out. Got it!
As the fall and into the winter and into the holiday season, every one of those little pocket parks gets used for certain events.
Christmas caroling going on during Christmas. There's an Easter egg hunt through the neighborhood. Halloween is huge in this neighborhood.
And then Halloween, you forget about it. It is crazy around here.
Woodlawn likes to party.
So, like everything, trees come and go, and a lot of the trees in this neighborhood are laurel oaks, and they've got a time period of about 70 years in their lifespan. And we realized early on that the trees in this neighborhood were going to go away. What we did several years ago as part of a grant is got additional oak trees planted in several of those quadrant parks just to give a little shade so it's not as hot during the summer. And I would guarantee that 50 years from now, 100 years from now, the folks that are living here in these houses will be looking at those trees, wondering who planted them, and gosh darn it, they got to be getting old. Maybe we need to think about putting some new ones in.
There's so many generations of families here, old houses, new houses, young families, families that have been here for 20 years. But amidst all that, it's just a really cool community feel.
When we saw this house, as scary as it was, we knew it was the house just based on coming into the neighborhood and feeling so welcomed.
And the other interesting thing is about the folks that live in Woodlawn, the majority of them are very passionate about living here.
It's just a very outgoing and nice community.
So the one thing that I would like to lift up and make sure that everybody hears is that there's 2 Child's Parks. There's the Child's Park that you hear about and that you read about, but then there's my Child's Park. The parameters of Child's Park include 34th Street South to 49th Street, and then 18th Avenue to 5th Avenue South. And that's the Child's Park neighborhood, but the greater Child's Park area actually covers about 3 neighborhoods. It goes to about 1st Avenue to around 30th Avenue South.
I believe through the YMCA, the library, and the Rattlers organization has become very instrumental in helping our youth and children become very productive adults.
The Rattler program into a GAP program that's designed to engage the community, to build family and community and crime prevention by keeping the kids engaged in youth activities.
I think the emphasis for developing youth in Child's Park arises from some statistics that we received, is that Child's Park had the highest concentration of youth in the city of St. Petersburg.
What we promote is family and community. So what we're trying to instill in them with the program is that we are one big family.
Because a lot of the initiatives and things are always focused, they're heavy focused on programming, or some type of, regimen or awareness piece or a pledge or something else. And we felt that it was important to just allow them to have a space to just come and have fun.
We're solely manned by volunteers, and we let them know that too. So we want them to come back and be volunteers, so the torch is just passed on, so we all learning from one another.
They're not just focused on the athletic aspect of it, but they also focus on youth development. So they have a tutoring program that they do.
And with the YMCA, you have the Rattlers and you have the other programs that's offered. When kids get out of school, they have a place to go. They have the library there.
The STREAM Club stands for Science, Technology, Reading, Engineering, Arts, and Math. We meet every Friday afternoon at the Child's Park Library. It's kind of an extra opportunity for them to get some exposure to topics they might not know about or might have heard in school and didn't quite stick. We just give them opportunities to have different kinds of experiences and hands-on experiences at that.
The youth have a place to go and children have a place to come daily. Matter of fact, that's a great thing to help kids get off the street, have a place to go, a safe haven you might call it.
One of my brothers, when we first organized this, he said, we're helping to create their back in the day. And I think that's important because, all of us have our back in the day, and I remember back in the day when we used to do that. So our responsibility as the adults now is to help create the back in the day experience for them. And what's happening today is Friday Night Done Right, an event that we created to create a safe space for children to come on Friday nights so they can be free to be kids. Sometimes you just want to remember when you went to the pool and they let you in for free, and that was it. And that's why I think it's important to help create those type of memories as well.
The Child's Park neighborhood, if anyone would ask about it, I would state that it was often misunderstood.
So I'll encourage people to come and see for themselves. There's more to Child Park that I've seen more positive in Child Park than I have seen negative.
And my Child's Park encompasses everything that we described today, and I hope that you will gravitate towards that and balance that once you hear the other stories and the other narratives that come out about the neighborhood.
All right, so bringing to order the January 26, 2026 Community Benefits Advisory Council Standing meeting. Want to welcome everyone and also move forward with introductions.
I'm Andrea Falvey, Economic Development Manager for the city.
James Corbett, City Development Administrator.
Anthony Chan, Economic Development Specialist.
Christina Bucia, City Attorney's Office.
McCall Dyer, City Attorney's Office.
Bruce Nissen.
Member.
Member.
Ruth Whitney, member.
Jason Mathis, member.
Esther Sani, member. Welcome, everybody. Moving to approve the December 17th meeting minutes. Do we have a motion?
I move approval.
Thank you so much,
I
Jason.
have a change.
Okay.
Can I still do a change?
Yeah.
On the second page, underneath all the black print about CBA process, it says committee member Whitney asked for clarification to, and so forth. But I also requested that we have a speaker from the League of Women Voters. At that time, we were discussing possible
So you'd like to have that added?
I just add that I requested a speaker from the League of Women Voters on changing the process.
We can certainly make that change.
So, do you all approve?
I move approval with that noted change.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Bruce. All right, so it does move forward with that adjustment and change to reflect what committee member Ruth Whitney stated.
Chair, you just have to take a voice vote on that, so you just
We
say
do need to take a
all in
voice vote.
favor.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
And I will
that was
point out, Dr.
unanimous.
Whitney, that there is a reference to that on the last page of the minutes. Not specifically the language that you referenced, but there is a mention of the proposal by the Representative League of Women Voters. But we're happy to make the change that
Yeah.
you requested.
It can be in both places.
Maybe I didn't read far enough.
All righty, thank you so much. It has passed and moved forward. Now we have the CBA program proposed changes.
Great, thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm going to just step through the packet that we sent out on Thursday. Had a memo kind of overviewing the changes that we proposed based on the feedback that we got from you all at our last meeting in December, and then the correspondence that we received from Vice Chair Mathis over the holiday season. So everything is included in the packet. I will note, I had mentioned it before Mr. Nissen stepped in, that as we step through the red line version of the city code dealing with the community benefit program, we had neglected to put some page numbers on there in the packet that got emailed. So if the packet that Mr. Chan left at your desk, if you could reference that, that'll help us as we step through it. So, and again, we'll walk through everything here with the PowerPoint. So the first feedback that we'd received from you all last year and from Vice Chair Mathis is the composition, or changing the composition of the CBA standing and project committees. So we'll go ahead and go forward. So again, based on your feedback, this is what we are proposing. So as you all know, the standing committee right now consists of 4 members, the ones here in this room, 2 appointed by the mayor, then 2 appointed by city council. And all members must be from separate city council districts and complete financial form 1. So the proposal and proposed changes in front is we would increase that to 6 members, 3 members appointed by the mayor and 3 members appointed by city council. And that we would add member expertise requirements to ensure the standing committee is represented by mission-aligned advocates and professionals with expertise in areas such as real estate, affordable housing, business and workforce equity, and sustainability and resiliency. And then stepping forward to the proposed changes for the project committee. So again, different from the standing committee, the members of the project committee must be from a surrounding neighborhood or work or own a business in which a covered project is located, or within a 1-mile radius, and they also too must complete financial form 1. So right now, as you all are aware, the project committee consists of the 4 standing committee members, 2 ad hoc members appointed by the mayor, 2 ad hoc members appointed by city council, and 1 city council member appointed by city council. So the proposed changes to the project committee, we would still be keeping it at 9 members, but of course it would include the 6 standing committee members that we explored on the previous slide. 1 of the ad hoc members would be appointed by the mayor, 1 by city council, and then the 1 city council member would remain, and they would still be appointed by city council. I'm going to pause here before we step through the changes to the city code, just to get any feedback from the committee, and if this is capturing what you all requested, or just to take a pause before we step through the process changes.
So I'll mention my rationale for that. It seemed like a pretty arduous process to have half the committee step on for every different project that we have. And so there's a lot of information that we have, the 4 of us have, because we've been through this once already. And replacing half the committee with brand new people every time is pretty tricky. I also think it's helpful to have, so Bruce is a great example. I don't know a lot about unions or union laws or apprenticeship programs. Having Bruce's expertise is really helpful. So I would like to suggest that professional expertise gets considered as one of the things when we're contemplating who's on the committee. It doesn't have to be the only requirement, obviously, but people who have some expertise in sustainability. Affordable housing is something we spend a lot of time talking about, and I don't know if anyone on the committee now is an affordable housing expert, But if you had somebody like Scott McDonald from Blue Sky, or Sean King from Habitat for Humanity, or somebody like that on the committee, they'd help us know sort of, yeah, that's reasonable, or this is the way that it works, or this is why you could ask this for a developer, or we're not asking enough. This is a much more appropriate ask. Those are the changes that I had suggested, is beefing up the standing committee a little bit so that half the committee isn't brand new, and then adding some professional expertise to the list of criteria that the mayor and city council would look to as they're making their recommendations. And it's really just a suggestion. They can appoint whoever they want, but that would be my suggestion.
Thank you. Any other feedback before we step through the process changes?
Are we going to vote on this? Is this?
We can.
So I was going to wait for all the feedback, but I do think that we should vote on each one separately as opposed to grouping them together.
This is one we would recommend, but the city council would be the ones that would approve this. So we could say, yeah, we think this is a good idea, or.
Well, we should make a recommendation.
Sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So, and I did want to take a pause, and I'm gonna ask legal to step in and correct me if I misspeak. So, changes to the standing and project committee would necessitate a change to the resolution. However, what we're about to step through would be a full ordinance change. So I don't know if Attorney Dyer or Attorney Busias can just provide a little bit of guidance on the timeline for that change.
Sure. So the resolution to change the makeup of the committee, that could go to city council more quickly than the ordinance change would happen. The ordinance requires a first reading and a public hearing to change the city code. And you're correct, your motion would be in the form of a recommendation to city council.
Great, thank you.
Oh, so we are talking about this. Could I ask the question? Somebody told me that we change in March on this committee.
Correct. So the terms of you, Dr. Whitney, and Mr. Nissen are expiring in March. So that would be, if we made no changes, your terms would still expire. So city council will be opening up, it's my understanding they'll be opening up a new application portal to take applications for the 2 new members. But depending on how, again, how quickly all of this changes, we may be changing the composition of the standing committee, period. But your terms are expired. So will be expiring, sorry.
Yeah, but could you send out some things on timeline and when applications should be in for people? And
Absolutely. So our colleagues at the city council's office are handling that process, because you two were both appointed by city council. You weren't mayoral appointments. So they will be sending out communication on when the application portal will open and what will be required when folks come into it.
And these 2 are longer because the mayor appointed them for 1 year?
Correct. So I'd have to go back and look. I believe that they just got reappointed, and so their terms won't expire until 2028.
Oh, you all got reappointed? Great.
Congratulations. I don't know if it's a quibble or if it really matters too much, but it says here, add member expertise requirements to ensure the standing committee. I'd feel a little better if that said add member expertise preference.
Recommendations or something?
Yeah, something of that nature.
Or included in the consideration, that's something.
Yeah, something like that, because an absolute requirement, you cut out an awful lot of people there might be people who follow this very closely, but nothing in their resume shows that they should have special expertise or things of that sort. So that's my only little quibble.
Well, and we're called the Community Benefits Advisory. We want community people who do that advising.
Of course.
So they may not, have any of these, and they might be an excellent person who can contact a lot of the community and get a lot of feedback from all different types of groups.
So we can absolutely, you could have the recommendation reflect that it would be part of the consideration, or we could ask as part of the application process for them just to provide some elucidation on what their expertise might be, but it wouldn't necessarily be disqualifying for them if they didn't have it.
I like that.
But you got to be sure how you state it, because once it's stated expertise, they may think, oh, I really don't have that. And it's community benefits. It's being able to, we're supposed to represent, as I understand it, the community and what they want and need.
Absolutely. We can strike the word expertise and we can say background, or we can just ask them to provide a narrative that maybe touches on their experience with one of those topic areas, just so we know and we can make a best effort in filling out a committee where folks do have some knowledge on these different things. And so we'd be happy to do it that way if that's a committee's wish.
I would support that. I also think that really this is our recommendation, so that, they can appoint whoever they want, but we can just say it'd be helpful to have people who have some area of expertise or some background, in addition to representing the community, that can speak about some of the very complex issues that we're talking about.
Well, there's no reason they can't apply.
Yeah, of course.
I mean, I'm worried about the people who don't have the expertise, but who really care about this city and, want to be part of this. And in fact, is the notice going to go out when, to the community about that there's 2 seats coming up? Could be open.
Well, so for the 2 posts that are expiring next month, unless this got changed before then, which it could be, then we would have to operate under the old process. But if this, if you all voted to make the recommendation and we took it to City Council and they approved it, then we could change what the application looked like. We can change the consideration. But right now, your 2 seats, as it stands right now, would be filled, under the old requirement. It wouldn't be reflective unless City Council voted to make the change.
Well, I really think it needs to be rephrased, and could it come back to us at, I don't know how soon our next meeting would be, so that we see the real words, or mailed out to us?
Or we could just decide on what we want the words to be right now.
That would make more sense, I think.
Okay.
Ensure it goes before City Council.
So, Bruce, you had suggested striking requirement to something that was like recommendation or consideration?
Or preference, or something like that,
I have trouble with the word expertise. If you said something after you...
Maybe an interest in?
Expertise, welcome but not required, or something, in these issues.
Okay.
How's that sound?
That sounds good to me.
Okay. So just another sentence that says expertise
Welcome but not required, and if do you want a list, do we want to
Expertise
the list
preference,
should be there?
welcome but not required.
Yeah, that's good. Preference.
Expertise preference, welcome but not required. To ensure that the standing committee is represented by a mission aligned, et cetera, ...
Yeah.
So I've captured that language, and if you'd like to make.
What do you think?
What are you asking me?
Well, how do you think it should say, what it should say?
Well, I just don't like, I just think the word requirement should not be there, and it should be something like a preference for people who, have knowledge of or.
So.
Well, I like the welcome, expertise, welcome but not required.
Not required, I like that too.
So I would move that we make that change to say add member expertise preference to ensure the standing committee is represented by mission-aligned advocates and professionals. Let's say, and maybe instead of expertise, is that word too strong also, Bruce? Do you want to water that down a bit?
Expertise, preference,
with interest
welcome but not required.
Yeah, involvement or interest is, I'm just sitting here thinking, like, I'm very embedded in the labor movement and I try to play a role representing the labor movement, and I think the labor movement needs to be represented in issues like this very, very definitely. And I can just tell you, I think almost everybody in the labor movement would look at this saying, I don't have any expertise in real estate, affordable housing, business, and workforce or sustainability, or I don't have those things. So therefore, I'm kind of cut out here. And yet I think they should very definitely be part of this. So that's where I'm coming from.
So would you want it added, or is it being too specific to try and spell it all out?
I think that was where, I'm assuming that's where the workforce equity was trying to get to.
Yeah, but that's very, very foreign word to Central Labor Council, I'll tell you that. It's not a word that I ever hear in a CLC meeting, ever.
It's, and legal, please correct me, we do not necessarily have to codify this information in a resolution, right? It could just be that we ask it as part of the application process, and then so we don't necessarily have to codify this language in the resolution at the same time that we, again, committee's preference. I mean, if we go forward to recommend these changes to the standing and project committee, this topic of adding in standing committee members that have expertise, we don't necessarily have to codify that.
all that
We
is.
could just have that reflective in the application.
That works.
And then we can, when it goes before council, as part of the backup, we can say these folks that are being nominated, we can share a little bit about their experience.
That's great. I think that's better.
Yeah,
to keep
that's an option. I'm not.
Yeah.
Can I reread it a different way? And because I think that it does need to be listed, or we're going to find ourselves back in a space of the why it isn't. So, add member expertise preference welcomed but not required, to ensure the standing committee is represented by mission-aligned advocates and professionals in areas such as real estate, affordable housing, business, and workforce equity, and sustainability and resiliency.
And Bruce, if we change workforce equity to something like,
You could leave that in there, but maybe add labor.
yeah, labor.
Just
That's
add
right.
labor?
Just the word labor
Instead of workforce
is
equity?
more familiar. I think leave it in also.
Okay, so add, affordable housing, business, labor,
Yeah.
workforce equity, and sustainability and resiliency.
Yeah, that
How
works.
about adding community involvement? Or some other phrase? Because that's, I mean, again, I'm gonna say it, that.
Well, I think that the
this is-
mission-aligned advocates might encapsulate the folks that you're speaking to, Dr.
Who?
Whitney. So in the language, it says mission-aligned advocates, so that would be folks who are aligned with the mission of the community benefit program.
That does say that, but you're spelling out these other things.
Okay, so
fine.
here's another maybe suggestion. Add member expertise, preference welcomed but not required, to ensure the standing committee is represented by mission-aligned community advocates and professionals in areas such as real estate, affordable housing, business, labor, workforce equity, and sustainability and resiliency.
Is that okay with you?
Yeah.
I move that we adopt what Esther said as a recommendation.
So, and also, Madam Chair, would you like to vote on changes to the composition and the number of the committee members? Is that going to be a separate motion, or are we trying to encapsulate it all in one motion?
I think we can encapsulate it all for the standing committee and then do a capsulation on the project
Okay,
committee
great.
separate.
So moved.
All those in favor?
Do we need a second?
Oh,
Yeah, we need-
second? Second, Bruce? All those in favor?
Aye.
Great, thank you.
Move forward. All right, so next up we have the project committee. So moving from, still remaining at 9 members, but moving from 4 standing to the 6, which we just, no, sorry.
So this would be, just to reorientate you, so since we just made that recommendation
Yes.
to change the standing committee, so that would mean that the project committee would stay at 9, we have the 6 standing, and then the rest of the flow would be very similar. It'd be 1 ad hoc member appointed by the mayor, 1 by city council, and then 1 city council member appointed by city council itself. And then currently, as it stands, these ad hoc project committee members must be from a surrounding neighborhood or work or own a business in which a covered project is located, or within a 1-mile radius. So we are not proposing to change that. So these ad hoc members would still have to meet that criteria.
All right, entertaining a motion.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Moves forward.
Thank you, Madam Chair. All right, so now we'll go ahead and step through changes that, again, it would require an ordinance change. So this is based on the feedback from that the standing committee gave us at the end of last year, that the CBA program would benefit from incorporating an earlier activation timeframe to facilitate collaboration and engagement among the CBAC, the broader St. Petersburg community, and the development team. So I will draw your attention to our colleagues over in legal were so kind to provide us a redlined version of the portion of the city code that deals with the community benefit program. You'll find that in your packet, and you'll see page 1 here highlighted at the bottom. So we'll just step through some of the main points that it addresses, and then again, of course, we'll have some time at the end to make for discussion. So when we were exploring this idea of activating the CBAC a little bit earlier, what we wrestled with is that the issuance of the Community Benefit Impact Report was the trigger for the program. And that Community Benefit Impact Report was the result of negotiation between the developer of a project and the city. So we really wanted to explore, okay, what would then be the trigger? You know, what could we then identify, because in order for it to be subject to this program, there has to be a city participation value that's determined. So with the assistance of the attorneys, and I want to thank them for their creative thinking in approaching this, this concept of a proposed covered project. So a proposed covered project means a project for which the city has selected a developer. So there's been an RFP or a request for alternative proposals, and the city participation in the development is proposed by the developer and under evaluation by the city, so still under negotiation. But the city reasonably anticipates that the city participation value will meet or exceed the minimum threshold for a covered project, even though the actual city participation value and tier designation has not been determined. Mm-hmm. So you can see that language towards the bottom of page 2 in the city code. So you'll see that the definition for community benefit impact report has been struck out, and then you can see this new language inserted there on page 2.
Thank you, staff and city attorneys, for creatively finding a solution.
So then we'll go ahead and keep stepping through. So then, of course, we've identified now what this new trigger will be, and we've defined it, this possibility of a proposed covered project. And then that would mean that there are modifications to, you'll see that the streamlined process, very much remains the same if the developer elects to go through it. That's formulated here, but then it does necessitate changes to the standard process. So you'll see that highlighted at the bottom of page 5, the red line version. So if you look at on page 5. So, and I'll step you through it here. You'll see it up on
Andrea, I apologize. Do you want to talk about any of the other red line changes on 3 or 4 before going to 5? I think they're probably just technical changes, like making things simpler, but I just wanted to make sure.
Sure. So I believe they are technical changes. I don't know if...
like using the word which instead of in its sole and absolute discretion prior to commencing action pursuant to this article.
I don't know if Attorney Busias maybe can provide some guidance on some of this.
That one, the total construction cost language was not a substantive change. At the end of page 3, at the bottom of page 3, we struck through the language there that said, that had the triggering event as the community benefit impact report. So now it starts with, upon selection of a developer for any proposed covered project or covered project, now this process begins. So.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Wait, going back to the first page 2, you're eliminating, why is that being eliminated?
I'm sorry, what, Dr. Whitney?
Community benefits impact report.
So, I'm sorry, go ahead. Do
you want to go ahead? Or
no, you can please.
Okay, so the triggering event originally, after the submission of the community benefit impact report, that was originally the triggering event, as Andrea explained.
Triggering for what?
Triggering the process.
To start the CBA process.
Start the CBA process, yeah. Now, instead of the report being the triggering event, we've added in this concept of the proposed covered project, and upon selection of the developer for any proposed covered project or covered project, at that point then does the process begin. So there was no need anymore for the community impact report.
So we're starting we're starting a lot sooner in the process.
Yeah. Oh, that's better.
Okay, great. So we'll go ahead and just walk through kind of, again, we wanted to change the spirit of the conversation from December was to change the standard process so that we would get involvement from the CBAC and from the community a little bit earlier. So you'll see that those changes redlined here starting at the bottom of page 5. So we will establish the Community Benefit Advisory Council, again, this project committee for a covered project or the proposed covered project. And after the developer's selection and prior to determination of the city participation value, the developer must meet with the CBAC, and the purpose of this meeting is for the developer to present the proposed project concept, the developer's request for city participation, and the developer's proposed community benefits, and to receive input from the CBAC regarding community priorities, concerns, and desired community benefits.
Now, are they going to present, the other was a report. This sounds like they're just going to present it at a meeting. That's a big difference.
Correct.
Which I think
That's what we
think
wanted.
is better because that allows us to inform as opposed to them telling us what they're going to do. So the way I read this, and correct me if I'm wrong, is they're meeting with us, and in essence, their question is, what does the community need? And we then, with feedback from the community, will say, that, well, these are the pieces that we need to see. Then they will then come back with what they now are saying is their proposal.
Correct.
Or their,
and it'll help inform the negotiations between the city and the developer. So we wanted, and I think that was the spirit of the conversation we had in December, is involving the CBAC earlier to get, again, this feedback of the project committee. And then you'll see that in the next step is to conduct a public meeting. So these are things that in the process we currently have happened after the negotiations that the city did with the developer. So we're proposing that they meet with the CBAC and the community to help inform those negotiations so that the city knows what the community wants and they can include that.
Will there ever be a report to us of what those, having a piece of paper and studying it over time, of what the changes that what they're going to do to give us benefits is different than hearing it twice at 2 different meetings.
Okay, let's.
The report got eliminated, so all I'm hearing is that then we're going to talk to the developer. 1, they come to us, and then 2, they come to the city. To the community. And that's it?
So no, so we'll go ahead and step through the rest of the process, and I think what the issue that you're bringing up, Dr. Whitney, will be resolved as we step through it. But
okay.
we'll just keep kind of stepping through these changes. So then, like I said, the next step would be to conduct a public meeting to seek input from the surrounding neighborhoods and community on the community benefits being proposed for the covered project or proposed covered project. And then the next step, the city participation value.
Where are you now? 6?
Okay, so I'm at 6 towards the top. The city participation value will be determined. If the city participation value does not meet the minimum threshold for a covered project, the city will terminate the standard process for the proposed covered project, and no community benefit agreement is required. So again, if that city participation value is determined to not meet one of the tiers, then the process would terminate. The city and developer shall negotiate and generate a non-binding term sheet that at a minimum must include a description of the covered project and the community benefits from those benefits for the applicable project tier set forth in the guidance document or alternative community benefits. And then again, the city shall seek input on the term sheet from the CBAC at a public meeting. So again, that term sheet will come back to the CBAC.
So that's the term sheet in writing and.
Correct.
And there'll be time to discuss it?
Correct, absolutely. So that will come back to you.
They're coming back at least 3 to 4.
I think they're coming back.
I think they're coming back to us at least 5 different times. 2 initially, and then an additional, what looks like 3 more times to go back and forth to make sure all of the thresholds that we've stated that we want to see are being met.
Correct. So,
but what's important to me is a written statement, because if they just talk to us.
Right. So that, and you'll see that we'll be coming back to you with the term sheet. and then again, back to you with the community benefit agreement. So all of the engagement that you all had under the current process, none of that is going away. We're simply adding to it and, you know, having you all come in a little bit earlier to help inform those negotiations and what the developer might offer in terms of community benefit.
Well, I think one of the complaints that I had about the last process we went through is you all had done a lot of work with the Heinz Ray's team and presented us with a document that was pretty heavily negotiated already, and that was the way the process said to do it. But then I think it was frustrating for the public to come in and say, we want to see this and this and this and this, and we would say, well, what about this, what about this? And it's like, well, this is what we negotiated. So I really appreciate the opportunity to talk in advance and say, hey, here's what we'd like to see as you're going into your negotiations. You still come back to us, but we have a chance at the start. That's the only change, is we get a chance at the start to say, we think these are the important elements to include.
But if you have no idea what they're planning to include,
well, I think the initial thing is priorities. Like we say, these are the things that we think are the most important. This is what the community cares about on this site. And the developer might be planning to include stuff that nobody cares about. So don't worry about that. And they might be planning to, or not planning to do some stuff that people really care about that they don't know. So I think it's really just facilitating the communication to make sure we say, these are the values we have, these are the priorities we want to see. And then they don't have to worry about stuff that nobody cares about.
And Dr. Whitney, if you do go to the bottom of page 5, at that first meeting, you know, the developer will present the proposed project concept, their request for city participation, and their proposed community benefits. So those community benefits that they are already envisioning, they'll present that. And then, again, they'll look for input from the committee on, you know, what else could they do? Could they do something different? Does the community request something different? So they'll already come with some of that conceptualized to that meeting.
well, I'm sure they tried to send me an email, but I never got it. So I didn't have a chance to read this in advance.
Okay.
Okay.
So I'm sorry about that, but I would have read it in advance.
It's no problem at all. That's why we're here.
Printed paper is where you can really evaluate something. What people say is often quite different than what ends up on the paper.
So that, and I'll let the attorneys weigh in. Did I miss anything, ladies, or anything you'd like to add? Could you just provide a little bit of guidance on the ordinance change and what the timeline for that is? That would be helpful.
Sure. You want to go? So an ordinance, you know, I think as was mentioned, requires a first reading and a public hearing, and there's advertising requirements pursuant to state law that the city has to comply with. So this, you know, you could, you know, if you're satisfied with, you know, the draft, you know, you could, you know, move a recommendation that these changes be considered. And then obviously it would ultimately be administration moving this forward on your behalf to city council at a future meeting.
So for me, right, I'm always curious about timelines, right? So theoretically, and I know that I'm saying theoretically because nothing is in concrete, if this committee says, yes, we like this, what is a theoretical time frame of moving this from recommendation of a yes to now an ordinance that we will govern all new activated projects through?
So the city council meets, you know, their substantive business meetings are usually the first and the third Thursdays of every month. You know, there's, you know, unfortunately, like March is a month where they have a unique meeting schedule with spring break and other events on the council calendar. But the agenda for the March 5th has already been, you know, distributed. So ultimately, it's the administration receiving feedback. You know, sometimes council wants to have a discussion of ordinance changes in a committee meeting, which is another step before they can go to council. So that's something that, you know, council may want to do, is have a discussion of these changes before it actually is presented to them at a formal meeting. So that could be an extra step in the process. But from our perspective, we would have to get direction, you provide your recommendation, we get direction from administration, we just have to put this in ordinance format, that's not an ordinance format, and then, ultimately work with administration on the timeline. So I think, Andrea, y'all are gonna have to be, kind of like, what's your best case scenario and worst case scenario?
Administration is in support of these changes. So if we got a recommendation from you all tonight, we would start working on implementing these changes. And we would also, obviously, of course, with the projects that we have in front of us, we would work to change the ordinance and change the process before any new projects came forward. But then we could, of course, articulate to any kind of projects in the immediate future that we are changing this and there is an ordinance before City Council.
Mhm.
And if you could please make a good faith effort to step through this new process, that's always an option for us as well. But again, administration is in support. Administrator Corbett's here with me, so if we get the recommendation, we could start moving on getting the ordinance changed.
Right. For me, I feel this conversation and these pieces that we've talked about was triggered by the current project that's coming before us. And I think for me, just speaking for me, this is the most important in this moment, not future projects. It's very important for future projects, but for me, it's this project. And so I would like to formally just go on the record to say that I think that there needs to be an urgency behind moving this forward. I appreciate the intention of bringing a developer to this body before anything is negotiated with city. I appreciate there being a piece where after the community speaks, after this body speaks, there will be negotiation, but it's non-binding. I appreciate that verbiage, so thank you for that. And then I appreciate that you're then going to come back before this body 3 times after that. To me, that's important. That's a real intentional, intentional steps to make sure that the community has a voice. And then it's on us as community members to ensure that in that initial meeting and subsequent meetings that the community shows up, because that's who is going to inform the process. So with that, I guess we move for a motion. Any other questions,
If there's
thoughts?
other comments? If there's no other comments, I would move approval.
Okay. Do we have a second?
You got a second?
I'll
second.
It's a small committee.
Thank you.
You get to get a lot of action.
It's real tight.
So I'll be the second.
It was real tight. Thank you, Mr. Bruce. All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. It does move forward.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for that.
There was one no.
Sorry?
Oh, you're abstaining?
Yeah.
Are you saying no?
No abstain, because I didn't get time to read it properly.
All right. So, with one abstain.
I don't know how much, where they're really going to tell us what they're going to do in writing.
Mm-hmm.
They can tell us all the words they want in a presentation, and that's a whole different couple. And I just can't support until I see it, where that comes in.
I respect that.
So are you a no or an abstain? You're an abstain?
Yeah, I'm abstaining.
All right. One abstain.
We'll let the record reflect that.
Okay. All righty.
Madam Chair, I do believe we have a public.
Yes.
Yes, I have one public comment, unless someone else would like to do a public comment.
So, and public comment is available at all city council meetings. So, obviously, if you're interested in the timeline for this, you can, keep in touch with Andrea and she can let you know. But there is public comment at every city council meeting, including for ordinance changes.
I think
that everybody at this particular table is quite familiar with the 3 minutes that we are given. So yes, and I will utilize those 3 minutes in particular to express the urgent need for this to move forward. All right, so we do have one public comment. Ms. Robin DeVito? Davido.
Right here. Thank you. And you'll have 3 minutes and I'll keep time for you.
Yeah.
And
I got
oh,
it. I
did you,
got mine.
you
Yeah,
got it, Tony?
And I know I said your name is Robin, but can you
David
please say your name again?
Davidov. Thank you. Madam Chair and committee, thank you for letting me speak. I just want to comment briefly on Mr. Mathis's comment tonight, which was he would like you to have a chance at the start, and I couldn't agree more. I'm also here on the behalf of the League of Women Voters of the St. Petersburg area. However, we believe that the start is not after a developer is selected. We believe the start is a master plan. We believe that there is a master plan. It was written in 2018, and it is a foundation for what should be done on this property. It needs to be updated, but there's had lots of community input, and we think this is the way to go. And the reason we think this is because we've studied many other cities that have developed CRA properties. And in order to control what's built there, how it's built, how long the affordable housing stays affordable, how much renewable energy is built in, what kind of sustainability is put there. There's only one way to accomplish that, and that is through controlling the land. And many of these projects have kept ownership of the land and then leased some or all of it. So we believe that a master plan should come first for the gas plant property. We believe that after that, the city council should adopt zoning and other building standards. And then, and only then, should a developer be brought in. In that way, the benefit is 100% to the community. And that is the successful way to develop CRA property. We also believe that the I-175 study should be part of this plan. We believe that that was a terrible barrier that was put up to divide our community, and we think that should be examined. I've given you a handout on community land trust, which you can read at your leisure. But we believe that community land trust can be used for not only residential land, but businesses. And it helps small businesses compete, and it keeps affordable housing affordable, not for 15 years, not for 30 years, but forever, or as long as the city deems that it's needed. We think that employers are going to benefit because community land trust allows the houses to be more affordable, therefore allowing workforce employees to live near their work. And we know that there's a concern about developing the gas plant will result in gentrification. Community land trusts are the best way to prevent that. We believe that after the master plan is completed and after the zoning is adopted, then the city can make the decision to subdivide the property and sell or lease different parts. Why is that important? It's important because the value of this land will go up every year for the next 30 years. If we sell this land to a developer now, we lose that value.
Thank you so much.
Thank you
Ms.
so
Roberts.
much. Thank you.
Alrighty.
Can we ask that her time be extended for a couple more minutes to hear the rest of what she had to say?
Or could we talk to her informally afterwards? It's a small enough group. Rob and I
Yes,
had a
that's
great.
fine.
Rob and I had a great conversation already. I like a lot of what Robin has to say.
Thank you. I'll stay after if you like.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
All right. New business? None? All right. And so with that, we move to adjourn.
So moved.
Agreed. Everybody have a good night. Thank you.
Thank you. Stay warm.
I'll talk a little bit about the Vinoy, because it, back in the day, used to be a big major building in town that would catch people's eye right away, and they'd ask questions about it. What is this thing? The gentleman who built it was Amer Vinoy Lofner. And the story goes, and this goes into the category of lore again, I think, but he and his wife had a place on Beach Drive, right across from where that Vinoy would be built. And they were having a party that went on to 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m. And at some point, he bet Walter Hagen, one of the era's foremost golfers, that he couldn't drive a golf ball off the crystal of his watch without breaking the crystal. And he said, if you can do that, then I'm going to build a big hotel over there. It was no big deal for Hagen. He stepped up, whack, 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 3 balls. This was in about 1923, and Lofner was a man of his word. He built that hotel. It took him about 11 months, and I believe it opened on New Year's Eve of 1925. Rui, does that sound right?
It did.
So Bobby, I have heard the origin story of your relationship with Jamie and how that kept you here, but I don't think I've ever heard why you wanted to start the studio.
Well, you know, that's a very good question, but I think it stemmed most from, I mean, somebody told me this years later that Jamie was just trying to find something for me to do because we, Dave Ellis and myself, we had not fully formed what the studio would be. And Jim was out looking for a building, found this place, and we were calling it a theater, but not necessarily. And I had never run a nonprofit before. I'd worked for dozens of them, but I had never run one. And so I think it was a convergence of several things, and we just grew into it being what we now understand to be the studio, which is something David Ellis and myself never did an elevator speech or the one sound bite. It's many things. Lately, people have been calling it St. Petersburg's living room, which sounds nice. It's a home for the visual and performing arts, but it's evolved. But we never had a specific defining, we're gonna do this. It just evolved.
Good morning. Welcome to February 12th, 2026 Public Service and Infrastructure Committee meeting. We'll call this meeting to order. Clerk, can we have a roll call?
Hanowitz. Harding.
Here.
Floyd.
Here.
Gertis.
Here.
Driscoll.
Thank you. We have an agenda before us. I'll entertain a motion for approval.
Move approval.
We have approval on the floor. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? Motion passes. We also have minutes from the January 15th, 2026 meeting. I'll entertain a motion for approval.
Move approval.
We have a motion on the floor. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? Motion passes unanimously. New business. Moving on to new business. Our first item is a discussion regarding the renovation and future use of the Sunshine Center. Joining us for this item, we have Community Enrichment Administrator Mike Jeffries. And lost my, hi Mike.
How are you?
I'm there. And Programming Superintendent Rick Kraft. Mike and Rick, but before I hand it off, this is Councilmember Gabbard's item. If you would like to say a few words before we hand it off.
Yeah, I'll be brief. For quite some time, I think, administration and certainly city council, those of us who were at the Sunshine Center and were so graciously hosted for a very long time back in 2019, 2020, have realized that it is time for there to be a new, reimagined, reinvigorated senior center that is worthy of our aging population and the residents that utilize those services. And quite frankly, the one that we have has just kind of lived its useful life. And so for me, it's something I've been very passionate about for a long time. Councilmember Montanari was the first who put this new business item on the referral list. I was very happy to inherit it whenever he served his term and left us. And I really just, philosophically believe that this is such an important asset to our city. I think that there are other ways that we can look at really maximizing this opportunity. I am very interested to hear what administration has to share with us today. Unfortunately, there isn't any backup before us, so we're all kind of waiting with bated breath to see what the plans moving forward will be. We obviously try our best to budget for those minor improvements, or what I would call probably even maintenance more issues than anything else. But I have made a commitment to several of our seniors that I would continue to push and advocate for this particular initiative. And so I'm just really happy that the chair slated this today. Wish she was here for our conversation as well, so I could thank her. But thank you for the opportunity, Vice Chair, to just kind of open up the item, and I look forward to hearing what staff has to say.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Gabbard. Chair Hanowitz, although a superstar here and for both her district and running this body, has the flu.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah,
she has turned it over to me, which is not the best of ideas. But Mike and Rick, take it away.
Thank you so much. Before I get started, to my right, we have the manager who oversees the Sunshine Center, Enoch, and many other locations, Lucinda Grant. I know that she needs no introductions, but her name wasn't on the agenda, so I wanted to make sure that we recognized her as well. Councilmember Harding, I thought you were going to introduce Rick as your previous boss. I thought that's why you were stumbling with some of the stuff. So
I was trying to channel Chair Hanowitz, and it just failed me for the moment.
There you go. Well, absolutely agree with all of your comments. The reason that there is no backup is because we don't have a lot of new information to share this morning. So when the chair requested that we give an update, we reminded her that we gave kind of the most recent update when we implemented the $1.5 million HVAC update back in October. You all approved that restoration and renovation at the Sunshine Center. So when I talked to Chair Hanowitz, we really just kind of wanted to give an update so that everybody on council here at the committee level and everybody in the public would get kind of an update as to where we are and kind of what's going on. So I'll jump right in. We absolutely share all of your comments. This building was built in 1977.
we are at end of life, we are beyond end of life, and we're doing everything that we can to keep that facility usable and to make sure that it's providing the services that the seniors both demand and deserve. And that's the part of the story that I really want to share, is that while the building isn't state-of-the-art and isn't brand new, the services are being provided. We are still investing with your approval and with your continued support. We're investing in improvements to the building. But yes, we all agree that this is one of several facilities that need to be replaced that are beyond end of life. A couple of things that we looked at when we looked at several of the facilities that need replacement throughout the system. We looked at bandwidth, we looked at capacity of both staff, both in engineering and in Parks and Rec, and frankly also the possibilities of funding a new Sunshine Center. And at this point, as all of you know, we just cut the ribbon and moved forward with the Obama Library. That was a massive undertaking, took a lot of staff time and bandwidth to make that happen. As we looked at some of the facilities that are at end of life, Enoch is one of those facilities, Sunshine is one of those facilities. As you all know, with your approval on different items that have come forward, we are right now in the process of reimagining Enoch, and we're in that design, that fiduciary time frame where we're coming up with what does the community want. We're getting community input. We're getting kind of that idea of what our stakeholders are needing out at that facility. So while we're working on Enoch and moving that ball down the field, we haven't lost sight of the Sunshine Center. As we brought forward in October, we are just now starting a $1.5 million HVAC update to keep that building usable. We're expecting that that system to last somewhere in the 10-year mark. So as we're kind of planning, we don't want to put money into a building that is going to be replaced, that would be wasteful. So we're kind of trying to hit that sweet spot. And so the HVAC definitely needed to be replaced, and it's something that we have our GMP and are moving forward with that currently. Couple of different ideas that we've been kicking around, and I think I've shared these concepts with most of you. Our plan as we sit here right now is to have the Sunshine Center as the premier project for Penny Round 5. That is our thought as we sit here now. That's sort of the plan that's on the table. One of the things with a facility the size and the importance of the Sunshine Center is that it's different than a standard city facility. It serves so many people in so many different ways that we need to make sure that we get it right. So what we would emulate is kind of what we did in Councilmember Harding's district when we did Shore Acres, where we kind of had a feasibility study at first to figure out what does the building need to look like? What do we not need at the building? Who is going to partner with us in the building? Both Enoch and Shore Acres are going through that process. Shore Acres obviously is done. Enoch is in the middle of kind of that feasibility concept right now. That allows us to be more informed as to what the budget demand would be for that building. And so that's really what we get from that project. We get an idea of what will it really cost, what will it look like, and what services will be provided. As every one of you know, our multi-service centers, as we call Enoch and Sunshine, they're more than just a rec center. They're more than just a social gathering. They provide nonprofit support. There's office space. There's medical support. We actually have already started that brainstorming and dreaming process when it comes to Sunshine Center. So we've got some ideas already, and we absolutely want your ideas as we continue to move down that path. And we will certainly get the public's ideas as to what the Sunshine Center should and could look like as we move forward. A couple of you have brought kind of the concept of a public-private partnership to the table. And I'm happy to report that we've already had some meetings on that. So we've met with some stakeholders and some experts. I've had Administrator Corbett, Administrator Foster at the table, as well as our city administrator. We've met with some folks from different organizations who are experts in this field. And so we are waiting to hear back from them as to what pencils out, what works, what doesn't work. As most of you know, there are some unique challenges when it comes to the Sunshine Center. It sits on parkland. It's also historically designated. So there are some challenges that we will need to overcome. Those aren't roadblocks. Those are just hurdles that we'll need to work through and kind of navigate as we look at different options. As we have met with some folks from the private sector, one of the concepts that we have really kind of doubled down on is the possibility of doing 2-3 floors of Sunshine Center and then having senior housing, affordable senior housing on top. That really excites me. I know Councilmember Montanari gets credit for that idea, but I think I may have whispered that in his ear. So it's one of those things where I think it would be really kind of a neat concept. We've asked the experts that kind of are part of the affordable housing arena to give us examples of where this might be successful already in the nation. And so we're waiting for some of that feedback as well. So like I said, we've had several meetings already. We have another meeting that's scheduled here in the very near future to get some more information. But we're excited. We're excited about possibilities, and we're going to look under every rock and see how we can make this happen. And to your point, Councilmember Gabbard, make this happen as quickly as we can. That really is my update. I do want to just give just kind of a point of reference for everyone. When we built the Schweikers Rec Center, that was a $13 million build. We expect the Sunshine Center to be significantly more than that based on square footage and based on the office space and kind of the uniqueness. Let's face it, we have a cafe, we have a fitness center, we have lots of different areas over there. So again, that is the report that we have this morning, and happy to entertain any questions that you might have. And we appreciate the time, and we appreciate the emphasis and the support for the Sunshine Center. It really, truly is a special place.
Councilmember Gabbard.
Thank you, and thank you, Mike, for the presentation, for the update, and certainly, I'm very sensitive to the services that are happening at that center now, and as we talk about what a reimagined senior center could look like, how do we not have interruption in those services, certainly regardless of which path, if it is a complete remodel, overhaul of that building, if it is a tear down, new construction, there's going to be interruption. I understand that the Roberts Center also has some adult type services. Can you talk about how maybe that, in your vision, may be able to absorb some of the services that are being done now when this center does go under rehabilitation?
That's a fantastic question. So we actually have 3 locations that have adult. So all of our facilities have adult programming,
right,
but 3 of them actually used to be adult centers. So we had Roberts Adult, we have Azalea Adult, and we have Bay Vista Adult. We've dropped that from the name. We call them rec centers now, but there really is an emphasis. They don't have licensed childcare, so that makes them a bit unique. Those would be the 3 centers that we would look to kind of spread that out. And then we'd also include Enoch in that as well. So we would have those 4 locations that would pick up some of the fallout. But one of the things that we really, when we met with some of the experts and when we met with Corbett and Foster, one of the strategies that we've employed that has been really successful is to keep an existing facility open and build somewhere else on the property and kind of do a flop. And so that's really been a strategy that we've enjoyed, and we've had a lot of really positive experiences from that. So that would be our first plan of attack. That's what we would really like to do, because just as you indicated, it's bigger than just interrupting. I don't want to slow the momentum down. And once people stop coming to a facility, it's hard to get that cranked back up. So that would be our number one goal. Again, we're so early in the process, I can't promise you, but I can promise you that I'll be pushing for that.
Well, I appreciate that, and I think you were reading my notes, because that was going to be my next comment. Is that we have a unique opportunity with the historic gas plant site, of which we still own today, that there could be an opportunity to look at moving the senior center to that site, doing the multi-housing on top, and making sure that it is a complete wraparound services center. That gets rid of the idea of any sort of interruption in services. Now you have this located in a place that, is even kind of more centrally located. Not that the senior center now is not, but it would be even more centrally located. It could really be that, state-of-the-art facility that we're looking for. And I just think that that's where that public-private partnership comes into play, but we already own that land. And so I think this is part of that whole Plan First initiative that I continue to talk about. Whenever we did the Mirror Lake Historic District, we did carve out the Sunshine Senior Center. So I would like to understand more. You mentioned about the historic designation and kind of some of the limitations. Well, that kind of goes away if we build it somewhere else, and then it frees that land up, and we didn't put those other implications on there. So I think that really could be a perfect scenario. But Penny Round 5, when does that start?
2030.
Oh my gosh, yeah, 2030. I appreciate the thought process around Penny 5, but that's a really long time. And even one of the proposals that we've seen before us, that they, included a senior center at the historic gas plant and some senior housing, didn't even have that for 15 years. It's just too long. Our population is aging. By that time, I'll be needing to use those services. We need to get this moving forward sooner. And I just really feel like this needs to move up on the priority list. I appreciate that we're going through Enoch now, much deserved project as well. But there are some of these things that have, kind of waited too long, and waiting any longer for me just isn't an option. So I'm going to encourage us to get very serious about looking at what a new center could look like at a different location. And I'll continue to encourage that every step of the way. So thank you, Chair.
If I may respond to that, and we're very open to looking at all possibilities. So we're very interested in kind of doing that research. We actually floated the idea of moving the Sunshine Center. And one of the things that we heard from the current users is that a lot of them live so close to where the Sunshine Center is that it's walkable. Yeah. And so there's some senior affordable right there in that area. So we'd want to make sure that we kind of balance that as well. So that's one of the challenges that we've kind of looked at, but we're very open to continue to investigate, but that's something that we heard from some of our user base now.
I hear an opportunity for some transportation improvements that we could make for our seniors. So all I hear is opportunity, Mike. Thank you.
I love it.
Chair, if I could, it's probably just a good opportunity. It's related, but a little different. But since we brought up Penny Round 5, just to share a little information with council. So we'll be meeting later this spring with the administrators and the chiefs to start working on a potential project list for Penny. As we work through that, we'll be coming to City Council. Of course, we'll be working cooperatively on that next round of Penny and that project list. So just I thought it was an opportunity just to let you know that.
Thank you, Mr. Curtis. Councilmember Floyd.
Thank you. Yeah, my immediate reaction was going to be, I know that a lot of the people who use it live right by there. But yeah, I mean, transit opportunities are, I like transit. So anyway, I think I just put myself on here so I could say that this is a really good example of what I've advocated for a long time and has been sort of ephemeral and I'm working to move towards, but an opportunity for us to build some sort of form of social housing in that housing connected to services. And if we were to be an equity investor in that housing, it could generate revenue for us that could help us get this project done on a shorter timeline. And so this is a really prime example. I think other examples have been things like childcare and whatnot, but this is even better because my assumption is, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, senior programming is much cheaper to provide than childcare. So so this is a really good example, and I think we're going to be having conversations in AHAC about equity investments in housing. Barring that as well, an excellent partner for this would be the Housing Authority, which I'm sure has crossed people's minds before. They will have opportunities for vouchers and funding, and I'm sure that they would be interested in something like this. And then barring those options, yeah, I mean, a developer that's adept at things like LIHTC would be great as well. But the first two, I think, the first one maybe could even generate revenue for us, and the second one, I think, is just a good public partner. But yeah, I mean, I'm interested in exploring anything like that. I appreciate the penny idea. I think that's good. I think the good thing about saying if we were to do some sort of equity investment, that in combination with some sort of subsidy like penny funding could get us a really, really long way to getting a lot of the things that we would like to see. So this idea has been floated around for a long time. To be honest, the first time I heard about it was before I was on council, and I was talking to other people who were on city council, and they were bringing it up to me, and I thought it was a good idea then. Still think it's a good idea. I understand we've had other priorities, but we still have other things that are really needing and pressing, of real need and press, and they are pressing in our city. But this is, I think, would be a great addition, and so any way we can expedite it, I'd be supportive of. But that's all I've got. I just wanted y'all to know where I was standing on the issue.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you. It is time to move this up on the priority list, and I can understand why Penny would be considered, you know, as a good funding source. So that's a few years away, but there's work that could be done in the meantime. So for now, can we start with some things that don't cost a ton of money, but looking at a needs analysis, looking at what is the usage right now, who's doing what, so that we can see what needs to move forward, what needs to be changed or added. The location is important. I love where it is right now because so many people can walk. But not only that, there are multiple bus routes that go in and out of downtown. And there are quite a few people who enjoy the Sunshine Center who take a bus to get there. And so if it was going to be moved somewhere else, so let's say it's part of the historic gas plant plan, you want to look at those routes around that. And the people who now walk would be the ones who would need to hop on transit to get there. Do we have that transportation infrastructure? Would we need to work with PSTA? They're very flexible. They always want to be good partners. Maybe in a survey that was done for Sunshine Center participants, ask them, how do you get here? So that we can get a really clear picture, because what I know is just what I know. It's not data.
Yeah, and I'm happy to let you know that we survey at all of our facilities, and we've already done some of that work. And so we
Excellent.
We have some of that. We also have done some of the, what is currently in place, what was in place. So one of the ideas that we have that is kind of a senior specific pharmacy. Like that kind of feels like it would be an amazing fit. So we are doing a lot of that work. We haven't engaged a consultant because of funding, of course, and also because we're in the middle of that with Enoch. So that's what we're doing. So our plan was exactly as you indicated, Councilmember Driscoll, where we would start doing what we can do now and kind of have that file being filled and having that data gathered, so that when we do have the opportunity to engage a consultant, then we're just that much farther along, because we're with you. We agree that 2030 is a long time. Any of the homework we can do in advance to, if that's ultimately the funding source, then it would move us, it would catapult us forward.
Right. So take what you've already done, see how you can build on that within budget constraints for now, so that we're not talking about 2030s when we're going to start talking about this more seriously.
Completely agree.
2030 is shovel time.
Amen.
Right?
We support that.
Okay. I just want to make sure that we're not saying, oh, well, we can't do that till later. Having some active communication and progress in the meantime will really get this set up for like quick forward movement when we do get the funding. Lastly, I want to say that I think the Housing Authority would be a great partner. Another one that I think is really good at this is Neighborly. And I see the opportunity for a real partnership with them that could be a win-win for both organizations.
I like that idea.
All right. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Gertis.
I'm good, Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Lucinda. First and foremost, you're competing, driving a 1986 Yugo and doing a phenomenal job. Thank you very much. It does not go unnoticed that we need to give you better resources, and I think you've heard it from this table. Mike, in the event that we entertain a public-private partnership, we are on the clock. And as I understand, that would have to go to referendum. Is that correct?
We aren't 100% sure. We've met with legal. There's been some very surface review at this point. That's where we're leaning at this point, that it would need to go to referendum. But we still need some more information to kind of figure that path out.
Okay, and if that were the path, what is the drop dead date for us? Do you know?
I don't know that.
It's going to be sometime this summer. I don't have the deadlines for the clerks yet, but I mean, my guess is sometime this summer.
Okay.
But we can definitely circulate that information.
But in terms of public government, that's 15 minutes away. So, and the option of a public-private partnership really could get to the point where there's minimal investment by the city. And so that is definitely an option that I appreciate Councilmember Gabbard forwarding and bringing up, and I am in full support. And I would like to see that hunted down. And we don't have a lot of time to work on that. But thank you very much.
We have another meeting scheduled this month.
Outstanding.
At the end
I'm
of the
sure
month to get some more information. So
know that you have our support in that.
thank you.
Anything else you want to add?
No, thank you guys so much. We appreciate all your advocacy and all your support on this project. Thank you. I think having you guys have your meetings out there is a good thing.
So I will end with Mike thought I was going to introduce Rick as my first boss, and when I was 15, he was the first boss I've ever had. I worked at Roberts Community Center, and I only use up our precious time and share that because it all starts in parks. Thank you very much.
Mike, trained so well. Thank you all.
Bye-bye.
All right, we'll move on to our second item, a discussion on unwinding the extension of the in-town CRA. We have Assistant City Administrator Tom Green and City Development Administrator James Corbett joining us. We're going to ask Councilmember Floyd if you'd like to introduce and have a few remarks, and then we'll turn it over to Administrator Gertis for a few comments before we get started. Councilmember Floyd?
Yeah, sure. I'll just say briefly, thank you to the administration for hearing our feedback, working with us to make these changes, and I look forward to the discussion.
Thank you, council member. And good morning, council members. It's good to be with you. We're really pleased to have this discussion with you today. This is obviously an important subject. There's a lot of opportunity here for the future of the city of St. Petersburg, so it's a good discussion to have. There's a lot of elements to this discussion, but I think from my perspective, I think there's really two main points. One is the duration of the CRA and taking that back, and I think that we're on the same page with that approach. The other main key component is how do we prioritize and expend the funds that we expect to be in the TIF. And I hope and I think that we're either on the same page or close to the same page on that. We're going to have that discussion this morning, and we look forward to getting your feedback. Our real goal for today is to determine if you're comfortable with what we're proposing here going forward. And if you're generally comfortable, our next step will be individual briefings with county commissioners with the same approach that we're showing you today to get their feedback, and then we can put this all together and go through the formal process of making these changes. So that's where we're at in the process today, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Corbett and Mr. Green for the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Gertis, and good morning, committee members. So today, as Rob mentioned, we're going to present a proposed amendment to Table 2 of the In-Town Redevelopment Plan. This is a financial policy reset of the In-Town TIF program to reflect the current realities, remove projects that are no longer moving forward, and refocus our funding on deliverable, high-impact public investments. So just to kind of orientate everyone, this is actually a map of all of the CRAs. I think it's interesting because it shows how large the South CRA is. But we'll focus on the in-town CRA as we zoom here, the area in yellow, which covers our downtown core from the Bay, and then to the west it goes out to 16th Street. Oh, that shows up differently there. All right. Well, what I want to do is just give a brief history on the in-town redevelopment plan. So the in-town redevelopment plan was adopted in 1982 to catalyze private investment and redevelopment. And over the decades, the TIF has supported Tropicana Field, the Pier, Duke Energy Center for the Arts, downtown garages, streetscape improvements, museums and cultural facilities. And then most recently, if you all are aware, in 2024, the in-town redevelopment plan was amended to include major stadium development and the historic gas plant infrastructure categories. At that point, the maximum TIF exposure was increased to approximately $574.9 million, and it extended the contributions to 2042. So just to talk a little bit about what Table 2 is. Table 2 is the legally controlling funding table within the in-town redevelopment plan. It identifies the eligible projects. It sets the maximum TIF allocations. It defines the city only versus city plus county participation. It establishes the aggregate exposure, sets the sunset timing, but most importantly, if a project is not listed in Table 2, it cannot receive TIF funding. So here, what I did is this is a screenshot from Table 2 directly from the plan, just to show what we're going to be talking about in Table 2. And then in the following slides, I won't go through them in detail because I'll go line by line. But essentially in slides 8, 9, and 10, what I did is I crossed through anything that was changing. In blue, you'll see anything that's being added. But I will go through these in detail, and I'll go through them in the order as they appear on Table 2. So why would we amend Table 2 now? One, we're bringing it forward to keep the plan accurate and credible. We want to remove the projects that are not moving forward. We want to focus our TIF investment on near-term, high-impact investments. We want to align with current realities as far as the sunset. And then we want to address current urgent infrastructure and resiliency needs. So also to be clear, what's not changing in Table 2 is we're not changing the boundaries. We're not changing the core redevelopment objectives. The legal framework under which the in-town redevelopment plan exists will not be changed, and Pinellas County's contribution will remain capped at $108.1 million. So those things are not changing. What we are changing, as I mentioned before, is we are removing the stadium-related projects. We're removing the gas plant infrastructure funding. We're having a greater emphasis on waterfront and resiliency. We're having support for regional connection, and then we're rolling back the timing for everything. There will be nothing in the plan that would extend beyond 2032. And then as you look at an overall just large number, as I mentioned before, under the 2024 amendment, the maximum of the in-town TIF was $574.9 million, and that extended through 2042. The proposed changes that we're going to talk about today will put the maximum at $361.3 million and roll the sunset date to 2032. So the first project that I'll talk about is the enhancements to the municipal pier. In this particular project, we would propose to increase the funding from $10 million to $15 million. That would provide $5 million available for the project. We would extend the timing to 2032, but that would be for the city TIF only. And the reason for the $5 million is to protect the major public investment. Obviously, the pier operates in a saltwater environment, so preventative reinvestment is important to make sure that we cover the long-term cost for this asset that's, obviously drives tourism and placemaking in the city of St. Petersburg. The next category is the downtown parking and transportation improvements. We're proposing to increase the funding from $4 to $5 million. This will provide $1 million for the permanent ferry dock. Again, we would extend the date to fiscal year 2032. And obviously, the reasons behind this funding is we want to support regional connectivity. We want to build on the proven demand of the ferry dock, enhance the visitor and commuter experience. And again, it's just about regional connectivity and multimodal options and putting our funding towards that. The next category is it's park improvements in the in-town redevelopment plan. We are proposing to increase the funding from $2.5 to $8.5 million. This will provide $6 million in available fund. The Vinoy Park Master Plan was recently completed. If you look at the in-town redevelopment boundaries, approximately 3/4 of Vinoy Park resides within the in-town boundary. So we would use the $6 million to help implement some of the items in the Vinoy Master Plan to improve infrastructure and circulation, to support not only large festivals, but daily users, and again, reinforce this as a regional destination, again, tying it back to economic development and tourism. The next category is the waterfront transit and parking improvements, often referred to as the east of 8th Street portion. This is probably the largest change, and here we are proposing to increase the funding from $35 million to $154 million. This would provide $119 million in available funds. We would also add eligible projects, particularly the municipal marina. We would allocate $62 million for the municipal marina redevelopment. This would allow us to complete phase 1 of the municipal marina redevelopment. And then obviously for the marina, this increases the resiliency in the waterfront environment. The next portion that we're looking to allocate the $119 million to would be $15 million for Center for the Arts. This is called out specifically in the in-town redevelopment plan. It includes Mahaffey Theater, Dali Museum, and other associated facilities. While we would not put this specifically in the plan, the current idea for the $15 million will be allocated for Center for the Arts and any associated facilities. But right now, we're looking at $10 million for Mahaffey Theater, and then $5 million allocated to the Dali Museum. And again, reasons are similar. This advances economic development, supports tourism and regional draw. And then the last thing to make up that $119 million would be $40 million for seawalls. And these would be the seawalls immediately adjacent to the marina redevelopment. The next one is actually a reduction. This is in the category of rehabilitation and conservation of historic services. So some of you probably recall we had a joint meeting with City Council and CPPC, and at that time it was made clear by City Council and CPPC that we wanted to keep funding in this category to help with historic properties in the in-town redevelopment boundaries. So what we looked at is we tried to right-size this and make it realistic for utilization rates, while trying to see what we could actually support here. So within the in-town redevelopment boundaries, there are approximately 32 properties that are either eligible or potentially eligible. Back in 2018, we funded 5 properties with grants that totaled a little over $800,000. What we are proposing is that with the remaining $2 million, if this change was to be made, that we would fund an additional 10 grants over 2 years, doing 5 grants per year. So that would bring us to a total of 15 grants. So if we were to do 15 properties out of the total 32 that are eligible or potentially eligible, that's the 47% participation rate. And we believe that that's a high uptake rate, and we're just reducing the funding to match what we think we can realistically get out the door and meet the need. The next one is redevelopment infrastructure improvements. This actually is already there. We're not touching the funding. This is related to the Tropicana Field site. So we are proposing to maintain the $75 million funding that's already there. We would roll back the sunset date to 2032. Currently, it's 2042. And what we look to do is add eligible uses. Right now, in the current $75 million, it's limited to brownfield. It's limited to reconnecting the street grid. And as I mentioned before, the way Table 2 works is if the items are not mentioned, you can't use funding for it. if we list these items, and these are just some of the, I'm providing examples of some of the eligible uses we look to use, but if we listed all of these as uses, it doesn't mean that we have to use funding on all of it. It just gives us the opportunity for that $75 million. So obviously, we want to reconnect the grid, but right now, in the existing funding category, it does not include things like sanitary sewer, potable water, reclaimed water. Those things are actually in the $130 million, which we're going to be eliminating. So essentially, what we're proposing is take the list of eligible projects and move it to this category, but maintain the funding. So the $75 million would stay the same. And then the last two are just a removal. We would remove the new stadium project, the $212.5 million for the stadium, and we would also remove the historic gas plant redevelopment project. This is the infrastructure. So you'll see here the list of items that are allowed to be used for that 130. We're proposing to change that over to the $75 million to allow for those uses. And then Tom's going to give you a little update on the summary forecast for the in-town TIF based on these changes.
Well, good morning, committee members, and thanks, Mr. Corbett. And I think over time I've learned my lesson on presenting some information to council and to this body. I didn't provide the entire spreadsheet, but I assure you there is a massive spreadsheet that rolls up into this quick summary.
The big spreadsheet.
You like the big? I'll keep that in mind next time, Vice Chair.
Give it to only
But this, what this tries to capture is basically a cash flow model beginning right now in FY26 through the end of the term. So let me take a moment and just kind of walk through so everybody's on the same page as to what this is showing. So currently, as of 9/30 of 25, the close of our last fiscal year, we had 104,511,000 currently available in this TIF fund. The next segment or next section down on this table, we're capturing what the forecasted contributions are from the city and the county over that time period. So you see the county's 53.4 million of contributions. That is the amount that they would hit their $108.1 million cap. And we anticipate that to be likely in 2031, potentially in 2030, just depending on growth, but more likely in 2031. You see next the city's contribution of 100.7 million over that time period. And then additionally, we've built in and forecasted some interest earnings of about 18.6 million over that time. So the positive cash flows coming into the TIF over that period from now until it sunsets is approximately 173 million in current cash flow. Then so the grand total of those resources, adding the current fund balance of 104.5 million to the 172.8, we estimate 277.3 million, 0.4 million in cash flow available to fund projects. Now, as you move a little further down the table, we've estimated the uses of those funds from 26 through the sunset. And we do have existing debt service on the pier bonds, and those aggregate payments are about 34.5 million. And then we've itemized the projects that Mr. Corbett just walked through in the table below. And our current plan now is, and our forecast is that we would not borrow any resources. We would pay for the projects that we've slated out on a pay-as-you-go basis. And so in that big spreadsheet that I referenced, we've got it kind of all mapped out where we assume projects would hit in each fiscal year. And so when we add up all those projects that we are going to fund, we get to 235.9 million. And then if we add in the assumed or the debt we know we need to repay on the pier, we have a total of 270.5 million in expenses. And then at the bottom, you see that we have compared cash flows and available resources to that expenses, and we're estimating to have about 6.8 million surplus after funding all these projects. And quite candidly, in forecasting, I usually like to be conservative, and I like to see a positive sign there, simply because if we don't hit a 5% growth rate, that has some cushion in it, so to speak.
Thanks, Tom. So as we close this out again, the changes that we are proposing are consistent with the in-town redevelopment plan. The amendment reinforces the original goals of the in-town redevelopment plan. It focuses on deliverable projects. It removes obsolete assumptions. It encourages private investment. And, particularly it strengthens downtown role as a regional economic and cultural center. So as Mr. Gertis mentioned earlier today, some of our next steps, if we were to move forward, is obviously to continue our conversations with the committee. Eventually, we would take this forward to City Council. We would have conversations with Pinellas County. There will be public hearings required both with the city and the county. And what we're looking for from the committee today is just to confirm if you're generally supportive of events in these amendments to Table 2, or alternatively provide feedback on refinement of how you'd like to see Table 2 changed. And with that, we'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Gabbard.
I am not a committee member, so I would be happy to hold until my
If you would,
colleagues
thank
go.
you very much.
Yeah,
Councilmember
no
Floyd, I
problem.
appreciate that.
Me?
Yep.
Okay, sorry.
Thank you.
Okay, I am really eager to hear what my colleagues have to say, because I'm sure they could convince me of things that I haven't thought of. But the first thing I want to say, one, I generally like the changes in the plan. There's some stuff I'm not so sure about. I made notes specifically under waterfront transit and parking improvements. There's the Center for the Arts stuff. It's not that I'm not sure about it. I think that there's work that needs to go on there that I'm very supportive of. I just don't know what all my colleagues are thinking. So, but I do think, like, the fact that it's called Center for the Arts might obfuscate that, like, it really, like you've written here, Mahaffey and Dali, like, it's very, very focused, and I definitely want to see improvements, especially to Mahaffey. In that same vein, that topic, waterfront transit and parks, as well as it seems like it could straddle redevelopment infrastructure improvements as well. Something that we just did in the South St. Pete CRA was we included something called commercial corridor improvements. And my understanding of that is it can be used for, improving the commercial corridor, specifically maybe for like pedestrians and roadway users other than drivers, as well as drivers, and make the roads more safe. I'm going to assume that y'all are picking up what I'm putting down here. I'd love to see that kind of thing. It might already, because we have like roadway and sidewalk improvements in the redevelopment infrastructure improvements, but I'm looking for it to serve like a more multimodal focus, street safety focus. If you feel that we can do that within the bounds of what's here, I think there's two topics right here that it could relate to, then I feel good about it. But I want us to be sure that we feel like we can use it for that purpose, with the state and the federal government not funding our roadway improvements around safety as much anymore. I just want to make sure that this money can be flexed into that position. I'm going to leave it there for now. I'm going to listen to my colleagues, and they may convince me that I need to add my voice to support something else, but thank you very much for what you've put in front of us today. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Gertis?
I think Councilmember
I
just
did.
let her hand up first.
I'm the alternate,
Oh, yeah, sorry. I didn't look.
unless that's not here.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that, and I apologize, Councilmember Driscoll. Go right ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Overall, I'm supportive of this. Little details I'm wondering about. So I'm going to bounce around, start with the marina. It says for the first phase of a comprehensive marina development. I don't know, have we seen what that looks like? Has that been presented to City Council, what you're working on?
So we're currently we're out for an RFQ for a design build firm to help create a plan. There's a general concept that was provided from engineering with the phasing, but the specific plan would be created in conjunction with the group that's selected under the RFQ.
Okay. 62 million, so that's just for the first phase. How many phases are there?
Essentially 2 phases. There's the,
Is the other one like 62 million as well?
More.
a little more than 62 million. Altogether, it's 165 million.
Okay. Since we have not seen what that looks like at all, I have some real reservations about this. Because I don't know if you're trying to make it fancy or if this is taking into consideration what we have now and the level that it's at now, the fact that it's financially accessible for many voters.
If I could.
Yeah.
No, I certainly understand, and we can do it however you want. If you wanted to put in a new business item, or if we just wanted to agree.
No,
I could have Prajesh come back, and we can do a presentation. Prajesh can do a presentation to you on the phases and kind of what we're looking at.
Okay, thank you.
While we're talking to the county commissioners, we could kind of do it simultaneously. We'd be happy to do that.
Okay, but I don't think anyone should have to put a new business item in to find out why you want us to allocate and approve $62 million for something.
I agree. If there's a
Phase
better,
one
if
of
there's a
something.
better formal way to do it without a new bid, I just said that because I thought that's the way that it gets done. I apologize. If there's some other way, we're happy to do it.
I will say in the RFQ that was shared with City Council, it spells out the plan, and to your question about the type of marina we're looking to build, it is looking to have a resilient, not a Cadillac or a high-end marina, but something that's resilient. So with floating docks, things that withstand the test of time, and it talks about the phasing and all of that, which obviously we would do in conjunction with the person that's selected. But there is a lot of detail in the RFQ about the plans for how we would want the marina developed.
And the idea from a financial perspective is that, if we could use the TIF to do phase 1, then the revenue generated from that would fund the continuing phases. And so we wouldn't have to hit the general fund at all. We use the TIF for phase 1, then we use the marina revenues to do the other phases, and the marina starts to pay for itself. So that's the concept.
Okay. We need good communication on this. We need to know what this is going to look like.
We defer to you. Would you like a one-on-one with Prajesh? Would you like Prajesh at a committee meeting?
I think it should be presented at City Council, and there's probably an item on this referral list here that refers to that, if not on in a different committee. But I can't believe you would want to do something this big and not be transparent with us.
I'm sorry. I thought we did one-on-ones in advance, and we talked about it.
We have talked about it, but I think the public needs to know. I think the people who are putting the money in, that this $62 million is going to come from, have a right to know from a public meeting what's being planned here. Going over to the waterfront transit and parking improvements, there's $10 million allocated for the Mahaffey Theater. There's a lot that's changing right now with the Mahaffey, and we know that there are repairs, there are upgrades that need to be done, potentially a bit of an expansion. Is $10 million enough?
No, the idea is that it would be $10 million here. We would also go to TDC for funding for Mahaffey Theater as well.
Okay. That just seems like a low amount considering what the need is here. So the TDC funding isn't guaranteed.
Certainly understand that point. If there's another area where you'd like to, shift money from, that's what we'd like to hear.
Okay. The ferry dock as part of the same, so that's in the same category here, waterfront transit and parking improvements east of 8th Street?
Yes.
And there's 1 million from that? Is that all we need?
There would probably be additional funding required, but the 1 million would give us the majority of the funding required for the ferry dock.
Okay. See, I'd rather have sure things, like, let's just cover it with this and not have to try to, I mean, it's one thing if there's TDC money that I know we can make a strong case for to get that, to help with funding the Mahaffey, but it looks like we're not putting I mean, what's the total amount? We really want to show that we're putting skin in the game and making that commitment on our end in order to get that. So I'm kind of feeling the same thing with the ferry dock, that if this isn't covering the whole thing, let's be sure that we have a strong possibility for a funding source for the rest, or if it's not that much more, just move some of the money from elsewhere into this.
Yeah, I mean, I think I greatly appreciate that, because it's a tough discussion, you know, and we sat around and we had these same discussions, right? Now we're coming to you to hear from you, trying to cover a lot of different bases here, trying to look at what's in the best interest of the city of St. Petersburg going forward. In the recent line item review on budget, we talked about pursuing grants. We talked about other budget ways to maybe look at making up that funding gap for the ferry dock. So we totally understand, right? There's more things than what this dollar amount shows. That's why originally we discussed, you know, maybe did we want to look at going to 2034 or 2035, you know, on the TIF, but we heard from City Council that that's not what you want to do. So we really need some defining, you know, guidance from you on, you know, should we, you know, one of the things we looked at was just letting go of the historic grants. You know, that's another, I don't know what it is now, 2.5 or something that we could shift to.
Letting go of what?
Historic grants.
I'm sorry.
Got it. I didn't understand.
Yeah, so I mean, if that's something that you're interested in, we just need some help. If you want to do less on the Vinoy Park master plan, you know, there's a finite amount of money, and so.
Well, so then what I want to focus on is the redevelop infrastructure improvements and maintaining 75 million for that, and adding a long list of things that are kind of carryovers from the gas plant redevelopment. Some of these things, like, I mean, might be surprised to hear me say this, but I don't know that we need to include public art as a potential use. There was a mention of reconnecting the street grid, some of that stuff. I would say, looking at what we're going to have to do regardless of the future for that, connecting the grid is important. Street lights are important. Some of this other stuff can be provided by a developer or negotiated in some way, but I don't know that we have to have an allocation for that. You know, one thing that we could do is reduce these options, really focus on needs, like the street. I mean, everyone talks about the street grid is important. So we know the street lights are important. We know Vice Chair Floyd was spot on talking about making it easier and safer for people to get around. Those are real priorities, no matter what happens. And so I think you could take this number down a little bit, take out a few things, and fully fund the ferry dock. Look at the Mahaffey. Let's put, you know, instead of 10, can we put in 20? And then the TDC will say, look, they're serious about this.
So, Councilmember Driscoll, we can absolutely adjust, and so the list that is provided, originally I just took the list from the new stadium project and moved it over to the 75 million. I absolutely agree that we can remove several items from here, and as I mentioned before, if an item is listed, it doesn't mean that we need to spend money on it. It just provides the opportunity to spend money on it. But we can certainly remove public art and other things. The 75 million to me is an investment in the infrastructure, and it's going to cost more than 75 million to reconnect the street grid and the infrastructure that's required. What I was attempting to do here is just make sure that we have categories that we know we would be spending these funds on, and the 75 million, that infrastructure investment, is going to yield private development, which will yield more tax revenue. So I believe that this amount, I mean, I think it could be higher, but I think that this is an investment that will yield more property taxes after this investment is made. So I would suggest that this amount should stay the same, but I absolutely agree that we can remove some of the projects that are listed that, are not necessary.
Yeah, I think a little of both. I want to, the smaller the list is, the less it looks like sort of a it makes it less ambiguous.
Councilmember
I think it needs to be more specific to show that we're serious about this. And then finally, I will say, if we do reduce this, and I'm not going to come up with an arbitrary number right now, but if City Council sees specific projects that we want to make sure have adequate funding, like the Mahaffey, that we take a scalpel, not a sledgehammer, and make some adjustments from this to strengthen the other projects that we really would like to get done at some point. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilmember Gertis.
Thank you, Chair. And I'll try to be brief. So I appreciate Councilmember Driscoll bringing up TDC, and so while we're all here, I'll just make a couple of comments on that. So the city of St. Petersburg has obviously been very we've been trying to think ahead, knowing that we were going to ask for a lot of money for a new stadium, and so we haven't made any asks in the capital rounds over the last 3 rounds. And I would expect, at least from my expectation and talking with administration, at least 4 projects to be in front of TDC over the next 3 capital rounds: the ferry dock, the marina, the Mahaffey, and Alang. Dolly has already been through that separately. And so I would anticipate all of those, and I would anticipate all of those having support, knowing that we have been very conservative in our asks to TDC, knowing that we were making one very large one. And so I have brought these 4 projects up in the past during capital rounds, letting people know that eventually they were going to come. Clearwater Marina came last year. I let them know if we were going to do that. My expectation was St. Pete Municipal Marina and the ferry dock. And so I think we're in a very good position with all of those projects from a TDC funding standpoint. And frankly, I think St. Petersburg in general is in a very good position to receive TDC funds because of how conservative we've been on capital asks. So I just wanted to give you my perspective, being the representative to TDC and having those conversations over the last 3 or 4 years. Just quickly, Rob, thanks for bringing up the funding for phase 2, where the improvements would then help capitalize. That was one of my big questions, understanding that. So thank you for bringing that up. Listen, I think this is really well done. I will say that I am concerned, and I know I've shared this, but again, I hear my colleagues. I kind of wanted to go to 2035 to get a few more of these projects kind of over the hump, but I understand that there are other funding mechanisms we can go to, and after 2032, and so I think I'm okay with that. From the funding perspective, I just want to thank administration. I thought this was really easy to go through, both from a strike through and the summary, and so I appreciate the way this was put together. And I like how we are going to put some projects in because we absolutely know we need to, but that otherwise keep some flexibility for some things. I very much appreciate that. And so the way this is all lined out, I appreciate leaving some flexibility. Tom, thanks again for always being conservative in numbers. And so in general, I'm good with this. The only question really I have, because I know you guys were just looking for feedback, is have you had any preliminary discussions with Barry at the county? What have those looked like so far, the prelim conversations before getting to one-on-one?
So we had an initial meeting with County Administrator Burden just by himself. We kind of just talked about where we were going. Then we had a nice follow-up meeting with him and his full CRA team, We walked them through the same presentation that we're giving you. When this came out for the committee to the public, then we also gave them the presentation so they could give it to the county commissioners. I mean, I think they have a good understanding, you know, of what we're trying to do, but I think the truth of the matter is we wanted to have this meeting.
Yeah.
We need to sit down with the commissioners, you know, and we need to understand kind of where the commissioners are at on some of this. And I think, you know, County Administrator Burton is going to help guide us through that and help us coordinate that, but we really need to have those meetings.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I very much appreciate this. I know I was on the other side of this, but I think where we're going, I very much like, and I like the investments that we're making inside of the CRA, inside of the district, and I'm very much looking forward to moving on some of these projects in the next 5 years. I think one of the exciting things is we have the money to do it, and so you're going to see this massive investment inside of the CRA. You're going to see that fast, and I think that's really important for people because of some of the stalling that has happened. And so I very much appreciate how you guys went about doing this. That's all I had, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for patience. Councilwoman Member Gabbard?
Yeah, I'll try to be brief, Chair. Did you have comments first?
A couple at the end. No.
Okay, all right. So first of all, Tom, please help me with the 2 slides. On slide 10, the maximum TIF funds required, $361 million. Then on slide 23, your abbreviated spreadsheet, $270 million. Please help me with those 2 numbers.
Absolutely. So think of Table 2 as the budget.
Mm-hmm.
That is the authority to spend.
Okay.
This, what is on slide 23, is looking at just a window from 26 to 32 where expenditures are going to happen.
Okay.
So everything is authorized on Table 2, but the way what I was showing is just future expenditures.
Okay.
So the numbers are
That's clear.
They're not going to jibe exactly, but we have the authority on Table 2.
Right.
And just to point out, like if you look at the grant, look at the peer debt service,
Mm-hmm.
we owe 34.5 million. Well, that was a $90 million project. So
Mm-hmm.
we had spent 60 million, or we've repaid a lot of that. We still have 35 million outstanding. Does
Got
that
it.
make
Okay.
sense?